Chapter 1. What is political theory? On problems. Introduction. Defining political theory. Politics as science, theory and philosophy. Political theory in transition or contestation. The raw material of political theory. Normative and descriptive concepts, contested concepts. Words and things. Political theory and its problems. How to use this book. Introduction. Every student of politics has experience of political argument. Whether with friends, family, or the person on the street, we have argued about how to understand or what should be done in some controversial political issue. These arguments have, inevitably, employed political ideas such as power, justice, citizenship, democracy, and freedom. And yet, during these discussions we have come to understand that we use these terms in different ways from our interlocutors. What one thinks is important about democracy, another decries. What another 19. Thinks is detrimental to freedom, a third sees as essential. In response, we reason, argue, and cajole others to get them round to our way of seeing things. In this sense, we are all political theorists as we implicitly reflect on and employ political concepts and arguments. Political theory is, thus, in the business of expanding the scope of political thinking. This point, however obvious and banal it may seem, is a necessary starting point as newcomers to the discipline are often struck by the diversity of traditions, approaches, and projects. It pulls in many directions with many different types of work and thought produced under its name. From normative analyses laying out the best set of democratic institutions to critical analyses of post-colonial settler states to conceptual analyses of the nature of the idea of freedom, there are very different approaches, topics, and aims within political theorizing. This raises the difficult question of what binds political theory together. Just what is the unity of all the theoretical reflection on politics? Does anything link these diverse forms of inquiry beyond a common branding in political theory? What does it mean to do the work of political theory under these conditions? These are difficult and perennial questions. The discussion below does not hope to definitively answer them. In the spirit of this work, it is more focused on clarifying the variety we find in contemporary political theory by placing it in its context, history, and approach. As such, it is important to clarify the scope of this book. This is an introduction to the modern Western tradition of political thought. As yet, there is no unified world tradition of political thinking, and so no text can claim to cover political theory in general. However, the matter does not end there. Within the Western tradition, this is an introduction that is largely informed by the English-speaking world's approach to political theory. Now, neither of these caveats means that this introduction focuses only on Western and/or Anglo thinkers, though they are emphasized as they have provided the key ideas that both later thinkers and political actors have drawn on. This text attempts to make space and push beyond the usual suspects of political theory. But it means that the non-Western and non-Anglo political thinkers discussed are engaged considering their impact on Western and Anglo conversations of political thought. As a primarily textual tradition, past thinkers, their texts and arguments, are the primary raw materials of Western political theory, and so its debates must grapple with that past and present even as we try to exceed it. All accounts of a discipline are limited. It is important to state these limitations as clearly as possible. This introductory chapter discusses the nature and parameters of political theory, setting out the approach taken in this book. Section 1 engages the difficult question of defining political theory, comparing it 20. to related academic disciplines and situating it in its historical development in the West and its contemporary diversity. Section 2 clarifies the theoretical nature of political theory by discussing the raw material of the discipline. Section 3 lays out the approach of this work and suggests how students can best go about reading it. Defining political theory. At this point, it should be unsurprising that political theory is a reflective discipline. Beyond its work on substantive political topics, it reflects on how it proceeds in its tasks, of what unites and divides its various lines of inquiry, of how it can be improved in light of dead ends and now fruitless questions. As a result, students and scholars of political theory are burdened by far too much rather than not enough material on this question. Most of those answers will be partisan. This section, like this book, takes an inclusive approach by defining political theory in a way that speaks to most, if not all, its major strands and its complex history. Combining these enriches political theory. As such, we turn now to two issues: its relation to other academic disciplines and its history and diversity. Politics as science, theory, and philosophy. The academic study of politics includes a cluster of overlapping terms that can prove near impossible to relate to each other as categories. A non-exhaustive list could include, for example, political science, international relations, political theory, political methodology, comparative politics, political economy, and gender politics. For political theory, two other clusters are particularly important in defining the discipline: political science and political philosophy. Although political science was a child of the 20th century, it drew on roots that date back to the empiricism of the 17th century. In the traditional conception, science refers to a means of acquiring knowledge through observation, experimentation, and measurement. Its central feature, the scientific method, involves verifying or falsifying hypotheses by testing them against empirical evidence, preferably using repeatable experiments. The almost unquestioned status science has come to enjoy in the modern world is based on this claim to be objective and value-free. Political science is therefore essentially empirical and its task focused on description. It claims to describe, analyze, and explain government and other political institutions, political behavior, and wider political life. The 1950s and 1960s was a key formative period for the science of politics, particularly in the United States, when a form of political analysis emerged that drew heavily on behavioralism. Behavioralism developed as a school of psychology, also known as behaviorism, which, as the name implies, studies only the observable and measurable behavior of human beings. This encouraged political analysts such as 21. David Easton, 1979, 1953, 1981, to believe that political science could adopt the methodology of the natural sciences, leading to a proliferation of studies in areas such as voting behavior where systematic and quantifiable data was readily available. To the extent that political theory was included, it was an underlaborer to this activity focused on conceptual clarification. To the extent that it was not, it was understood to be a separate, non-empirical, and non-scientific form of inquiry inappropriate to the social sciences. Hence, as discussed in the next subsection, the oft-noted fall of political theory in the middle of the 20th century. Anything from a plan to a piece of abstract knowledge can be described as a theory. In the traditional social sciences, a theory is an explanatory proposition, a set of ideas that imposes meaning on a phenomenon. All inquiry proceeds through the construction of theories, sometimes thought of as hypotheses, that is, explanatory propositions waiting to be tested and revised. Political science, no less than the natural sciences and other social sciences, therefore has an important theoretical component. Theories, such as that social class is the principal determinant of voting behavior or that revolutions follow social conflict, are essential if knowledge is to be derived from empirical evidence. However, formulating theories requires conceptual clarity and precision. That is, it requires the prior task of determining just what democratic government, political power, and free action are. In this vision, political theory is the conceptual clarification of political ideas to enable to the construction of theories as part of the process of empirical political science. It is a subdiscipline of political science servicing that inquiry. While the relation between political science and political theory was traditionally built on this hierarchy, political theory and political philosophy are often used interchangeably in contemporary academic research. That said, they also can be distinguished along specific, though sometimes vague, lines. This is usually said to be a difference of emphasis or focus that can be explained as a product of their differing locations within the university. Quite simply, while both are theoretical disciplines focused on abstract thought about politics, law, or society, political philosophy is affected by the general philosophical enterprise, in the same way that all political theory is affected by the task of empirical social science. Philosophy is, in general terms, the search for wisdom and understanding. However, with the dominance of modern science, philosophy has also been seen as a second-order discipline in contrast to first-order disciplines which deal with empirical subjects. In other words, philosophy is not so much concerned with revealing truth in the manner of science as with asking secondary questions about what constitutes knowledge and how understanding is expressed. For instance, whereas a political scientist may examine the democratic processes at work within a particular political system, a political philosopher will be interested in clarifying what is meant by democracy. Political philosophy therefore focused on two main tasks. First, it attempts to clarify the concepts employed in political discourse. Second, it critically evaluates political concepts and their assumptions, coherence, and implications. Whatever its status as a discipline, political philosophy is, thus. 22. Self-consciously normative, it is concerned with justifying or refuting particular understandings of concepts and particular. Self-consciously normative, it is concerned with justifying or refuting particular understandings of concepts and particular social and political institutions or arrangements. These traditional characterizations of political science and philosophy have been subjected to criticism, most of which cannot be addressed here. But they facilitate a more inclusive position on political theory that involves both these visions, or at least revised versions, combined in a distinctive and autonomous discipline. This is to say that political theory is both political philosophy and political science. It is both description, political science, and normative justification, political philosophy. Sheldon Volin, in his masterful account of Western political thought, politics, and vision, called this explication. Explication meets the messy task of theoretically encountering the political words, concepts, and ideas of the everyday world. Further, it has a descriptive and a normative side. Volin argues that political theory is an activity of vision. Vision is commonly used to mean an act of perception. Thus we say that we see the speaker addressing a political rally. In this sense, vision is a descriptive report about an object or an event. But vision is also used in another sense, as when one talks about an aesthetic vision or a religious vision. In this second meaning, it is the imaginative, not the descriptive, element that is uppermost. Volume 2006, 17-18. Description and Imagination, Explanation and Prescription. Political theory involves the analytical, critical, and normative study of ideas, concepts, and arguments that have been central to political thought, academic and public. It is focused on the twin and interrelated tasks of explication. 1. Rendering political institutions, life, behavior, and events meaningful, and 2. Enabling action and decision amongst the complexity of political life. This produces a rather complex picture. Political theory is related to political science and often supports it in important ways by clarifying methodological, conceptual, and normative issues. However, it is no mere servant having its own distinctive resources, aims, problems, and methods. Equally, political theory is not another name for political philosophy. Rather, political theorists employ similar methods to political philosophers but with the aim of bringing meaning and right action to the social sciences and political world. Such an inclusive definition is necessary given the history and contestation over the discipline. Political theory in transition or contestation. Political theory has a long, complex history. In some sense, the longevity of this history is deeply manufactured, as what we call political theory has only been a self-conscious discipline for about a century. Despite this, the conversation of Western political theory is traditionally thought to begin in the classical Greek philosophical tradition, continue in the Christian-dominated medieval era, take its noticeably modern forms from the beginning of the 16th century, where the major concepts and approaches of the tradition begin to be developed, and shift into contemporary debates after the Second World War. In this narrative, Western political thought has gone through various phases of development since its inception. See Table 0.1. This history is a story of both continuity and deep transformation. Classical political thought begins with the rise of explicitly political texts such as Plato's Republic and Aristotle's Politics in the Greek philosophical tradition. This classical period is concerned with questions of the good community, the obligations of citizenship, the appropriate activities of the political versus private world, and other questions stemming from the conditions of Greek political life. These questions do not disappear entirely, though they are deeply transformed in the medieval period by the dominance of the Christian worldview and the issues confronting medieval political communities. Specifically, medieval political thinkers, e.g. Thomas Aquinas, were concerned with the relation between the human and divine realms and how to model the former on the latter, discerning a divine law for political life from Christian scripture, and the appropriate response to conflicts within the church, e.g. the issue of heresy, with other civilizations, and between religious and secular authorities. In this way, their thought was wrapped up with the dominance of Christian theology in intellectual life. Interestingly, early modern and modern political thought are equally concerned with both the classical and medieval questions. However, they are also confronted with the emergence of the Renaissance, the scientific revolution, Protestantism, and the Enlightenment. Again, the nature and conditions of political life are key framing issues. Modernity is often seen as the era of the state, when our political communities took on a new form of institutional life defined by increased centralization and authority. The concepts and issues that define modern political thought, sovereignty, political obligation, liberty, equality, civil society, capitalism, democracy, etc., flow from the state and the process of giving it further shape and theorization. Political theory up to and including the modern period has been a textual tradition. This means that, methodologically, it operates through analysis, interpretation, and argumentation focused on the texts of political thinkers. Usually, the focus has been on influential figures, i.e. the canon, though this list has been historically variable and contested. Traditionally, though, this has taken the form of a history of political thought, focusing on a collection of major thinkers from, for instance, Plato to Marx, and a canon of classic texts. An approach once widely seen as the defining aspect of the discipline of politics. As it studies the ends and means of political thought and action, political theory in this mode was concerned with both descriptive questions such as what is politics and what is political power, and normative questions such as why should I obey the state, how should rewards be distributed, and what should be the limits of individual liberty. This traditional approach has the character of exegesis. It is primarily interested in examining what major thinkers said, how they justified their views, and their intellectual context. Contemporary political theory usually follows modern political thought as the last major period discussed in the history of Western political thought. As a term, it is usually understood to begin post-Second World War. However, in one sense it only properly begins with the revival of liberal political thought in the 1970s associated with John Rawls's A Theory of Justice, 1971. The beginning and middle of the 20th century is often thought to represent a lull in Western political thought due to the unquestioned faith in science and the dominance of empirical methods in the social sciences. This decline led the intellectual historian Isaiah Berlin, see page 169, to ask, does political theory still exist? 1962. Since the 1970s, in contrast, contemporary political theory is alive and well and thought to have several key features. First, contemporary political theory tends to emphasize the role of history and culture in political understanding. This implies that what thinkers such as Plato, see page 49, Rousseau, see page 205, or Marx, see page 263, wrote may tell us more about their societies than it does about supposedly timeless political issues. While few would conclude that the study of major thinkers and classic texts is worthless, most now accept that interpreting past theories must account for their context and how our interpretations are entangled with our values and assumptions. This has led to a kind of parochializing of Western political thought. While universalist themes were dominant in the modern period, in contemporary political thought there are significant questions about the applicability of theoretical claims and how tied to context they are. Second, contemporary political theory has been influenced by the emergence of anti-foundationalist critiques that questions the rationalism and universalism that were central to Western intellectual life. Often associated with postmodernism and post-structuralism, see page 82, this framework has been deeply influential on some groups within critical forms of contemporary political thought, albeit in different ways, such as feminism. See page 308, critical theory, see page 78, and post-colonialism, see page 336. Anti-foundational perspectives are not a school or tradition but a disparate group linked by an emphasis on the contingent nature of all principles, doctrines, and theories. They argue that there is no universally valid or transcendently established position from which political arguments can be made. For these theorists, this changes the way that theory has been used. It is not a device for neutrally analyzing or explaining events, empirical theory, or as a means of political justification, normative theory. Rather, anti-foundationalist theorists use theory as critique. Critical approaches tend to mix explanatory and normative aims, attempting to both a. widen and deepen our understanding of a political phenomenon or event, usually by uncovering obscure dimensions, while b. drawing out clear normative implications often related to the oppressive nature of those previously unseen dimensions. The critical approaches within feminism, post-colonialism, and other perspectives on liberal theory, see chapters 11, 12, and 13, are prime examples of this form of theorizing. Third, political theory has become increasingly contested. In one sense, this was already true of modern political thought, which included a variety of ideological traditions, e.g. liberalism, republicanism, socialism, anarchism and Marxism, and methodological approaches, e.g. rationalism, empiricism, historical materialism, to theorizing about politics. Similarly, while not often part of the narrative, as chapters 11, 12, and 13 illustrate the rise of feminist thought in the 19th century, as well as the beginnings of anti-colonial and anti-racist theory in the 19th and 20th centuries, challenged the very basis of modern political thought before the contemporary period. Nonetheless, it is true that from the early modern period onwards, political thought acquired an unmistakably liberal character to such an extent that liberal theory, see page 37, 280, and political theory came to be virtually coextensive. Since the 1960s, though, a range of rival political traditions have emerged as critiques of, variations of, or alternatives to liberal theory. Examples include radical feminism, see page 308, communitarianism, see page 57, environmental political theory, see page 180, multiculturalism, see page 314, and post-colonial political theory. Growing interest in non-Western political traditions and the emergence of debates in comparative political thought, see page 344, is further evidence of this diversification. The historical, anti-foundational, and diversity challenges to political theory have led to new ways of thinking about the normative value of modern Western political thought. Political theory has been and continues to be structured by debates that it has been fundamentally exclusive in nature, and this is perhaps the fundamental question we address in this book. The common narrative of modern Western history and political thought is usually one of gradual inclusion. Through the establishment of modern constitutional states and democratic institutions, more groups have been included in the political process. This text adds to and problematizes this usual story of inclusion. While recognizing its value and historical impact, the story of gradual inclusion and democratization in political theory and Western politics must be tempered with the repeated emergence of new social divisions in politics and new oversights in political theory. Critical traditions have been key to clarifying how the exclusion of various groups, economically impoverished groups, women, indigenous peoples, racialized groups, even the environment, persists in both Western political life and the canon of political theory. While Western and particularly modern political thought has been a story of inclusion in many ways, it has also been one of continued exclusion and new forms of political oppression and silencing. This exclusion and the way its existence divides contemporary approaches in political theory is, in a sense, the climax of the story of political theory presented here. It is also the reason why political theory is so necessary today. The raw material of political theory. One of the most confusing things about political theory concerns its grounds. Many students of the social sciences are practically minded. They crave evidence and facts and want the study of politics to conform with the modern scientific virtues of rationality, objectivity, reliability, and impartiality. In one sense, this is no problem. Many political theorists overtly espouse these values. However, there is also skepticism about them, as we saw in the discussion of anti-foundationalism above. To complicate the matter further, political theory has no facts or data in relation to which it can be objective. So, what do these types of intellectual virtues mean in the context of a theoretical discipline? How can we be objective when facts and data are not at the core of our inquiries? These questions have divided political theorists, and so political theory proceeds in different ways: critical, normative, formal conceptual, historical, materialist, see Chapter 2. But despite this variety, it is bound by its raw materials. What defines political theory, what makes it different from other parts of the empirical social sciences, is that it is a textual discipline. Its raw material are the theoretical texts of other political theorists and related fields, e.g. political philosophy, social theory, etc., and the words, concepts, ideas, and arguments within them. It does not collect data in the way that other social sciences do, through methods of observation that extract and measure data from the socio-political world. In a sense, words, concepts, ideas, and arguments are the tools of political theory. They are how we engage in inquiry and how we produce the knowledge of the discipline. As such, it is necessary to reflect on language as the means and ends of political theory. Language is inherently a slippery and elusive medium, and this is no truer than in the political concepts of political theory. In its simplest sense, a concept is a general idea about something, usually expressed in a single word or a short phrase. A concept is more than a proper noun or name. There is a difference between talking about a cat, a specific cat, and having a general concept of a cat. The concept of a cat is not a thing, but an idea composed of the various attributes that give a cat its distinctive character: a furry mammal, small, domesticated, catches mice, and so on. Concepts are therefore general in the sense that they can refer to many objects, indeed to any object that complies with the general idea. Concept formation is an essential step in the process of reasoning. Concepts are the tools with which we think, criticize, argue, explain, and theorize. Merely perceiving the external world does not give us knowledge. To make sense of the world, we must impose meaning on it, and we do this through the construction of concepts. Quite simply, to treat a cat as a cat, we must first have a concept of what it is. Precisely the same applies to the process of political reasoning. We build up our knowledge of the political world not simply by looking at it, but by developing concepts that help us make sense of it. Political concepts are therefore political thought's basic units of meaning, its raw material. A series of difficulties nevertheless arise. Normative and descriptive concepts. The first problem encountered with political concepts is that they are often, and some would argue always, difficult to disentangle from the moral and philosophical views of those who advance them. This is explicitly acknowledged in the case of prescriptive or normative concepts, usually categorized as values. Values refer to moral principles or ideals that which should, ought to, or must be brought about. Examples of political values include justice, liberty, human rights, equality, and toleration. By contrast, another range of concepts are supposedly more securely anchored in that they refer to phenomena out in the world which have an objective and measurable existence. They refer to what is. Concepts such as power, authority, order, and law are categorized in this sense as descriptive rather than normative. As facts can be proved to be either true or false, descriptive concepts have often been portrayed as neutral or value-free. However, in politics, thought and discourse and facts and values are invariably interlinked, and even apparently descriptive concepts are loaded with normative assumptions. This can be seen, for instance, in the case of power. If power is defined as the capacity to influence the behavior of others, it is certainly possible to use the concept descriptively to say who possesses power and who does not, and to examine the basis on which it is exercised. However, there will be normative content to how you do so in at least two ways. First, how you define, identify, and measure power has different normative implications, see Chapter 4. Second, it is impossible to completely divorce the concept from value judgments about when, how, and why power should be exercised. In short, no one is neutral about power. All political concepts, descriptive as well as normative, therefore should be understood in light of wider normative and ideological perspectives. Contested concepts. A further problem is that political concepts are not only employed by scholars but are key to the linguistic political activity of actors. They thus are the subject of intellectual and political controversy. Politics is, in part, a struggle over the legitimate meaning of terms and concepts. This is reflected in attempts to establish a particular conception of a concept as objectively correct, as in the case of true democracy, true freedom, true justice, and so on. A way out of this dilemma was suggested by W. B. Galley, 1955/6, who suggested that in the case of concepts such as power, justice, and freedom, controversy runs so deep that no neutral or settled definition can ever be developed. These concepts should be recognized as essentially contested concepts. In effect, each term encompasses a number of rival concepts, none of which can be accepted as its true meaning. To acknowledge that a concept is essentially contested is not to abandon the attempt to understand it, but rather to recognize that competing versions of the concept may not be subject to rational resolution. This view has, however, been subject to at least two qualifications. Bald 1988. First, many theorists who attempt to apply Galli's insights, see, for example, Luke's 1975-2004, in relation to power, continue to defend their preferred interpretation of a concept against rivals. Essential contestability does not imply equal validity, and there may be a variety of reasons, descriptive and normative, that can be given for why we should prefer one definition over another. Second, certain concepts are now contested that were once the subject of widespread agreement. For instance, the wide-ranging and deep disagreement that currently surrounds democracy only emerged from the late 18th century onwards alongside new forms of ideological thinking. As a result, it is perhaps better to treat contested concepts as currently contested, Birch 2007, or as contingently contested, Ball 1997. Words and things. The final problem with political concepts is what may be called the fetishism of concepts. This occurs when concepts are treated as though they have a concrete existence separate from the human beings who use them. In short, words are treated as things rather than as devices for understanding things. The German sociologist Max Weber, 1864-1920, attempted to deal with the problem of the limited explanatory power of concepts by classifying particular terms as ideal types. An ideal type is a mental construct in which an attempt is made to draw out meaning from an otherwise almost infinitely complex reality through the presentation of a logical extreme. Ideal types are therefore explanatory tools, not approximations of reality. They neither exhaust reality nor do they offer an ethical ideal. Concepts such as democracy, human rights, and capitalism are thus more rounded and coherent than the unshapely realities they seek to describe. Weber himself treated authority and bureaucracy as ideal types. The importance of recognizing particular concepts as ideal types is that it underlines the fact that concepts are only analytical tools. For this reason, it is better to think of concepts or ideal types not as being true or false, but merely as more or less useful. Further attempts to emphasize the contingent nature of political concepts have, as noted earlier, been associated with anti-foundationalism. Particularly influential here have been postmodernism and post-structuralism. While there are strong differences within and between these groups, they in general reject the traditional search for universal values acceptable to everyone and at all times. Instead, they often take a more contextualist position that there is a plurality of legitimate ethical and political positions, and that our language and political concepts can only be valid descriptively and normatively in a specific context. Some extend this claim to argue for an active role for language, where language itself is constitutive of both our normative and descriptive horizons. That how we understand the world and what we think is valid in it is a product of our linguistic cultural systems. For example, in the deconstructive writings of Jacques Derrida, see page 83, it is an illusion to believe that language, and therefore concepts, can fit the world. All we can do is recognize how reality is constructed by and for us through our language. As Derrida put it, there is no outside text. Political theory and its problems. How to use this book. Political theory is, like most academic disciplines, a practice. This means a couple of things. First, political theory is political. It is defined not only by the insights it produces but also by the aims it puts that knowledge to. Second, political theory is something some people do. While it can offer important insights, it is composed of a community of scholars producing and interpreting work. Further, all those scholars are people in particular circumstances. The influential historian of political thought Quentin Skinner argued that key to the meaning of any political text is its locutionary meaning, what the author argues for, and its illocutionary meaning, what the author was doing in putting this argument to a certain debate. The latter concerns the context of the debate, how it relates to other positions, and what actions and behavior it prompts. For Skinner, political theory is prompted by and responding to the tensions, problems, conversations, and controversies of its time. As noted above, this contextualism is now a major trend, as well as point of contention within current debates in political theory. This work accepts it, though, to the extent that it approaches the Western tradition of political thought as arising within a particular history and set of contexts. In light of this book takes a problem-focused, conceptual approach to the task of introducing political theory. This means it presents the modern and contemporary traditions of Western political thought and their key concepts as engaged with and responding to the political debates of their contexts, and the problems under discussion there, as well as the tradition of political thought generally. Just like any other approaches, this is still a particular way of conceiving political theory, and so is just like others, it is one way of framing the issue. But it is also a good one for conceiving of the diversity of work in political theory, and the contemporary relevance of issues of exclusion and liberal democratic society that are the greatest current challenges we face as theorists and as democratic citizens. In this way, This book introduces political theory by considering the major concepts and ideas of political debate and argument and how those have evolved towards the present. It reflects on how the terms have been used and the meanings that have been assigned to them, the problems they have been addressed towards, as well as the role they have played in political thought. To elaborate these concepts in this way, each chapter introduces a problem that structures the concepts, ideas, and arguments engaged there. Further, the ordering of the chapter conforms to a chronologically unfolding logic that progressively builds the main debates in modern and Western political thought in a way that moves from early modern to contemporary. Such a chronology cannot be perfect, but it gives the sense of the development and shift in the conversation while highlighting how new issues have arisen on top of old ones that are not necessarily resolved but often return. Part 1, The Foundations of Modern Western Political Theory, is composed of 3 chapters, including this introductory chapter. It analyses concepts and issues that can be thought of as foundational within political theory. Chapter 2 reflects on the understandings of political change as one of the grounds of modern political thought. It distills several themes to understanding change and how they structure theories. Chapter 3 examines one of the most controversial grounds of political thought, debates on human nature. Related to conceptions of the individual and society, these debates have been central to modern Western political theory. Part 2, Modern Political Problems, sets out the major problems, concepts, and conversations that structured modern political thought, all of which continue into the present. Chapter 4 examines issues related to how people influence one another, reflecting on whether this is done through the exercise of power or the exercise of authority, and how far each can establish legitimacy. Chapter 5 focuses on the question of the state and how this concept is central to our understanding of politics in political theory. Debates over the state have often set the parameters of the political, meaning the state is a key locus of conceptual debate. Chapter 6 considers the nature and role of law, reflecting on the extent to which law is required to ensure order, as well as the complex issue of the relationship between law and justice. Chapter 7 examines debates concerning the proper relationship between the individual and the state, i.e. citizenship, especially as these relate to the interlocking ideas of rights, obligations, and freedom. Chapter 8 discusses who should rule, looking especially at democracy and the notion of popular rule, together with the related ideas of representation and the common good. Chapter 9 reflects on modern political communities, how they are tied up with claims of national identity and the larger international world, and the issues these raise for political theorists. Part 3, The 20th and 21st Centuries. Problems of Exclusion considers key issues centered on the idea that the dominant ideals of Western modernity, discussed in Part 2, have excluded certain groups. These criticisms are not necessarily new to the 20th and 21st centuries. However, they have dominated debates there and continue to set the current agenda. Chapter 10 considers the theme of political economy by discussing competing notions of property distribution and the rival merits of the 2 key forms of economic organization, the market and planning. Chapter 11 considers the nature and implications of equality, reflecting on debates about social justice and welfare, and thus on the issue of the proper distribution of wealth in society. Chapter 12 considers the problem of exclusion and how debates around recognition in political theory raised issues about the exclusion of sociopolitical minorities. This chapter particularly focuses on culture and gender. Chapter 13 continues debates around exclusion by examining issues around race and colonialism and their impacts on contemporary political theory. Throughout the book, additional material is provided through boxed features. Each of these has a particular role. Focusing on the text boxes, these examine one text that is deeply associated with and historically important for the chapter. Political theory is a textual discipline, and these boxes demonstrate the interpretive work of political theory, dealing with difficult texts and arguments. Tradition boxes, these introduce the major approaches to, or perspectives on, political theory, each offering a distinctive lens on the political world. These traditions not only shape our understanding of political concepts but also structure political argument across a range of issues. The thinker boxes, these provide brief biographical information about major figures in political thought and discuss the significance of their contribution. Shorter overviews of other key theorists are at the end of each tradition box. Thinking globally boxes, these reflect on where and how key political ideas have been revised in light of globalizing tendencies. They examine how political theory is adapting to the challenge of increased interconnectedness, as well as how far it should adapt. Beyond the West boxes, these temper the essentially Western approach to political theory adopted in the book by examining selected non-Western approaches to a given topic. Their purpose is to deepen our grasp of Western approaches, while stimulating reflection on what may be learnt from the non-West. All of these features should guide how you use this text. There is an overall narrative to the book around the modern conversation of Western political theory and the tensions it encounters in the 20th and 21st centuries, but each chapter is also standalone. Further, each will contain a series of cross-referencing page suggestions that allow you to see where discussions are taken up in more detail. Use these to narrow in on issues of particular interest as well as forecast later dominant debates. The boxed features should be used selectively as opportunities to examine further details and avenues stemming from the topics at hand. They expand on topics and provide key opportunities to move beyond the text for independent learning, the true task of every political theorist. Questions for discussion. What might it mean to have a theory about politics? Is there a problem with the diversity of political theory? What is the significance of the centrality of language to the activity of political theory? Why are political concepts so often the subject of intellectual and ideological controversy? Is political theory different from other disciplines in terms of the role of contestation? Further reading. Dryzek. Chapter 2. The Problem of Political Change, Progress, Tradition, and Utopia. Introduction. Progress, Modernity, Reason, and the Forward March of History. Progress through Reform, Progress through Revolution. Tradition. The status quo, reclaiming the past. Change in order to conserve utopia. Key features. Political utopias as political theories, the end of utopian theory? Conclusion. Introduction. Change is one of the central themes of modern and contemporary political thought. Unlike earlier phases of Western political thinking, where perennial moral and religious norms were assumed to justify a static political ideal, these debates assume that change is the nature of political life. In this way, politics is dynamic, always shifting and moving. Part of the reason for this is historical itself. Modern political thought is a reaction to modern conditions, and change across economic life, social relations, and political institutions has been endemic to that period. The German philosopher G.W. F. Hegel summed this up well. For the rest, it is not difficult to see that our epoch is a birth-time and a period of transition. The spirit of man has broken with the old order of things hitherto prevailing and with the old ways of thinking. 1807-2004. The widespread agreement on change and modernity belies a deep controversy in modern political thought around how to react to change. This disagreement includes two issues. First, there are the questions of how to understand and assess change and its relation to politics. The former is descriptive while the latter is normative. However, in practice these questions have been interwoven. In the first place, is change desirable? Does change involve growth or decline, progress or decay? Should it be welcomed or resisted? Some have turned firmly against change in the name of tradition and continuity. But this has meant anything from a simple wish to remain faithful to the past to an acceptance of natural change or the desire to return to an earlier golden age. Such traditionalist views, however, became increasingly difficult as the modern idea of progress took root. Progress implies that human history is characterized by advances in knowledge and the ever higher levels of civilization. All change is for the good. Nevertheless, even if change should be welcomed, what form should it take? This has usually been posed as a choice between two notions of progress, reform or revolution. Second, there is the related question of how to make political theory an active force in that change. Through what method should political thought seek to impact how we pursue economic, social, and political change? Should political thought focus on criticizing the present to motivate actors to seek change? Should it focus on articulating normative justifications of more ideal sets of political institutions, blueprints for a just, stable, or free society we should work for? Or even more radically, should it focus on the construction of a perfect society, a utopia? What is utopianism and which political doctrines have utopian characteristics? More importantly, is utopian thinking vital for the success of any progressive political project, or is it a recipe for repression? Together, these issues of how to understand and assess change and how to make political theory an agent of good change lead to a fundamental problem in Western political thought. The problem of political change is the problem of the foundations of change, how we understand, manage, prescribe, and justify political changes. It addresses the multiple ways that modern and contemporary political theorists thematize change. Importantly, these different thematics are not necessarily mutually exclusive. While some authors may only deploy one, others will mix and match them. What is clear is that the task of modern and contemporary theory is prompted by and a reaction to the pace of change. The task of political theory is to be actively engaged in this process of reshaping of the world. As Marx famously claimed in Theses on Feuerbach, 1845-1968, the philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. Thinker. George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770-1831. German philosopher. Hegel was the founder of modern idealism and developed the paradigmatic idealist argument that consciousness and material life are unified. In Phenomenology of Spirit, 1807-1977, he sought to develop a rational system that could interpret the entire process of human history and indeed the universe itself, in terms of the progress of absolute mind towards self-realization. In his view, history is a march of the human spirit towards a determinate end point of development. Hegel's principal political work, Philosophy of Right, 1821, 1942, advanced an organic theory of the state that portrayed it as the highest expression of human freedom. He identified three moments of social existence: the family, civil society, and the state. Within the family, a particular altruism operates, encouraging people to set aside their own interests for the good of their relatives. He viewed civil society as a sphere of universal egoism in which individuals place their own interests before others. However, he held that the state is an ethical community underpinned by mutual sympathy and is thus characterized by universal altruism. This stance was reflected in Hegel's admiration for the Prussian state and helped to convert later modern liberal thinkers to the cause of state intervention. Hegel's philosophy also had considerable impact on Marx, see page 263, inspiring the latter's method of historical materialism as well as modern liberalism, see page 280. Progress. Progress literally means an advance, a movement forward. The idea that human history is marked by progress originated in the 17th century and reflected the growth of rationalist and scientific thought. A belief in progress, the forward march of history, subsequently became one of the basic tenets of the modern Western intellectual tradition, uniting several of its major traditions. Liberal thinkers, for instance, believed that humankind was progressively emancipating itself from the chains of poverty, ignorance, and superstition. In Great Britain, this manifested in the so-called Whig interpretation of history, which portrayed history as an universal process of intellectual and material development. For example, in his influential History of England, 1848-1979, Thomas Macaulay wrote, "The history of our country during the last 160 years is eminently the history of physical, of moral, and of intellectual improvement." Progress also inspired socialists who believed that a socialist society could, or would, emerge out of, or be built on, the foundations of liberal capitalism. The latter had itself developed out of the tensions within feudal agrarian societies, destroying their forms of landed inequality and social hierarchy. However, the basis of the progressive view of modern human history has been challenged on many fronts as an unprovable and ultimately parochial argument. As such, in many senses, the idea of progress in Western modernity is as much about faith as argument. This section examines this problematic and influential idea and its major manifestations in concepts of reform and revolution. Modernity, reason, and the forward march of history. Progress is one of the core concepts of Western modernity. That period is often described as distinctive insofar as it is uniquely self-conscious. That is, much of Western modernity has been concerned with understanding, analyzing, and prescribing the pathway of Western modernity itself, an inward focus not repeated in earlier epochs. This illustrates that whatever else it is, modernity is a set of attitudes. It is an approach to politics and a view of how to go about political life. That view is revealed in the wider usage of the term modern, which means the up-to-date, the now. Upon what is the perpetual up-to-datedness, to coin a horrible term, based? Reason is the purported engine of modernity. In modernity, the human capacity to reason takes on a singular significance as the new basis of socio-political life. Alain Touraine, a French sociologist, argued, "The most powerful Western conception of modernity and the one which has had the most profound effects asserted above all that rationalization required the destruction of so-called traditional social bonds, feelings, customs, and beliefs, and that the agent of this modernization was neither a particular category or social class, but reason itself and the historical necessity that was paving the way for its triumph." 1995. This conception of reason understands politics as an essentially human creation within our ability to change. A focus on reason thus gives new powers to humanity in two ways. First, armed with reason, human beings could for the first time not only explain the natural world but also start to understand the society in which they live and the process of history itself. Second, the power of reason gave human beings the capacity to shape their own destinies, individual and collective. In this way, politics becomes about human judgment, i.e. our judgment becomes the sole grounds of whether to pursue or not an ideal, institution, or political program. Human agency, our ability to act and choose, has a new explanatory and normative significance in this framework. The understanding and valuation of reason in modernity and the rationalist intellectual tradition it spawned was partly a product of the scientific revolution. Science seemed to provide a rational and reliable form of inquiry through which human beings could acquire objective knowledge. As such, it emancipated human beings from the religious doctrines which had previously shackled intellectual inquiry and promoted the secularization of Western thought. Armed with reason operationalized in the methods of science, humanity gained the capacity to shape their own destinies. When problems exist, solutions can be found. When obstacles block human advance, these can be overcome. When defects are identified, remedies are available. Rationalism therefore emancipates humankind from the grip of the past and so from the weight of custom and tradition. Instead, it makes possible learning from the past, its successes and failures, and moving forward. The process of history is thus marked by the accumulation of human knowledge. Each new generation can advance beyond the last. In modern social and political thought, history, interpreted through reason, thus becomes the key resource of thinking politics. In this, faith in progress created a form of historicism, a method of reflection focused in analyzing the past, in that it portrays human history as a repository of knowledge for understanding socio-political life and constructing the future. Historical claims become a key ground for political argument in thinkers as diverse as Niccolò Machiavelli, Thomas Hobbes, and Karl Marx. However, the modern tendency has been to see this as an inevitable process, leading humankind from lower levels of civilization to higher ones. For example, this is reflected in the use of evolutionary and biological metaphors such as growth or adaptation to describe the process of historical change. But on what basis is it possible to portray history as irresistible progress? A belief in inevitable progress is reflected in the tendency in modern political thought to interpret economic, social, and political change in terms of modernization and development. The political and social upheavals through which advanced industrial societies came into existence have, for instance, often been described as a process of modernization. To be modern implies an advance in relation to the past, a movement away from the old-fashioned or out-of-date. Political modernization is usually thought to involve the emergence of constitutional government, the safeguarding of civil liberties, and the extension of democratic rights. In short, a modern political system is a liberal democratic one. Social modernization, in turn, is closely linked to the spread of industrialization and urbanization. Modern societies possess efficient industrialized economies and a high level of material affluence. In the same way, Western industrialized societies are often described as developed by comparison with the underdeveloped or developing world. Such terminology implies that the liberal democratic political systems and industrialized economies found in the West mark a higher level of civilization compared with the more traditional structures found in parts of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. In such cases, traditional implies backwardness. Moreover, to describe the modernization in the West as development suggests that it is the likely and desirable path that non-Western societies will walk. Human history is portrayed as an onward march with Western societies in the vanguard. As a result, modernity has often been criticized as a foundationalism. The earlier valuation of science is key to this, as it seems to offer an epistemologically privileged way to inquire into sociopolitical issues. However, foundationalism in sociopolitical thought tends to go beyond this. It is the idea that society and politics are somehow grounded by principles that are undeniable and immune to revision, i.e. universal, and exterior to the realms of society and politics, i.e. transcendent. These foundations assure stability in socio-political structures built on their principles. In the 19th and 20th centuries, this assumption was subject to widespread criticism. While accounts vary, the general idea is that we lack the philosophical, i.e. epistemological, ontological, and metaphysical grounds to make political imperatives flow from philosophical conclusions. This creates a problem of justifying the normative claims and critical analyses political thought offers. Faith in the idea of progress is not universal. On the one hand, many critics point out that interpreting political and social progress in exclusively Western terms both fails to appreciate the distinctive culture and traditions of non-Western societies and ignores the possibility of other models of development. On the other hand, the very idea of change as progress has been questioned. This position, usually adopted by conservative theorists, suggests that faith in rationality is misplaced. As Edmund Burke suggested, the world is simply too complicated for humans to comprehend fully. If this is true, systems of thought typically devised by liberal and socialist theorists will inevitably simplify the reality they explain. No reliable blueprint exists that enables human beings to rethink their world. Where attempts have been made to improve political and social circumstances, whether through reform or revolution, conservatives often warn, in Oakeshot's words, that the cure may be worse than the disease. Progress through reform. For those thinkers and traditions that do employ the concept, there remains an important question: should progress be understood as gradual, evolutionary, and reformist, or dramatic, far-reaching, and revolutionary? This section will examine ideas of an argument for reform, while the next focuses on revolution. The earliest meaning of reform was literally to reform, to form again. This meaning, ironically, has a reactionary character since it implies recapturing the past, restoring something to its original order. Such a backward-looking focus was evident in the use of the term Reformation to describe the establishment of the Protestant churches in the 16th century, because these movements often aimed at restoring an older form of spiritual experience. However, in recent usage, reform means innovation rather than restoration, to make anew, to create a new form, as opposed to returning to an older one. Reform is now inextricably linked to the idea of progress. Nevertheless, reform denotes a particular kind of improvement. There are two key points around extent and pace. On the one hand, reform indicates changes within an institution or system that aim at removing undesirable qualities but do not alter their fundamental character. In essence, they remain the same person, institution, and system. For instance, to demand the reform of an institution is to call for the reorganization of its structure, the alteration of its powers, or the change of its functions, but not its wholesale abolition. On the other hand, reform indicates that the speed of change is gradual, introduced on a schedule that allows adaptation. In that sense, reform is opposed to revolution. It represents change within continuity. Indeed, to advocate reform, it is necessary to believe that the person, institution, or system in question has the capacity to be improved and that its problems are not morally irredeemable. Political reform therefore stands for changes that take place within the existing constitutional structure. It is a qualified endorsement of the status quo, suggesting that existing institutions, structures, and systems are preferable to new ones provided they are improved. In this sense, to advocate reform is to prefer evolutionary over revolutionary change, a stance adopted by liberals and social democrats. Liberal reformism as a model of institutional organization is often associated with the philosophical tradition of utilitarianism, see page 22. Founded by Jeremy Bentham, see page 22, utilitarianism is a theoretical account of human interests and the logic of socio-political improvement. It is grounded on the view that all individuals seek to maximize their happiness, that is, their theory stems from an account of human nature that takes humans as primarily motivated to satisfy desire and avoid pain. The guiding principle of their philosophic radicalism is the moral principle of general utility. For Bentham and other utilitarians, this is the only scientifically defensible moral criterion, and it has important political consequences. While 19th-century utilitarians are generally classical liberals in their view of society and the individual, the principle of utility also justified large-scale state intervention into society. As such, Bentham and others advocated a wide range of legal, economic, and political reforms. These included proposals to codify laws, remove barriers to trade and economic competition, and extend democracy through frequent elections, the secret ballot, and universal suffrage. Tradition: utilitarianism. Utilitarian theory emerged in late 18th century Great Britain as a supposedly scientific alternative to the dominant natural rights theories. During the 19th century, it came to prominence by providing arguments for a wide range of social, political, and legal reforms advanced by the so-called philosophic radicals. Utilitarianism thus provided one of the major foundations for classical liberalism, see page 37, and a foundation for the development of modern liberalism, see page 280. It remains one of the most important branches of moral and political philosophy in the Anglo-American tradition. Utilitarianism suggests that the rightness of an action, policy, or institution can be established by its tendency to promote happiness. This assumes that individuals are motivated by self-interest and that these interests can be defined as the desire for pleasure or happiness and a wish to avoid pain. Individuals calculate the quantities of pleasure and pain that each possible action would generate and choose whichever promises the greatest amount of pleasure over pain. Utilitarian thinkers believe that it is possible to quantify pleasure and pain in terms of utility, taking account of their intensity, duration, and so forth. Human beings are therefore utility maximizers. The principle of utility can be applied to society at large using the principle of the greatest happiness for the greatest number. The attraction of utilitarianism is its capacity to establish supposedly objective grounds for moral judgments. Rather than imposing values on society, it allows individuals to make their own moral choices as each alone is able to define what is pleasurable and painful. Utilitarian theory thus upholds diversity and freedom, demanding that we respect others as pleasure-seeking creatures, and seems to offer a neutral perspective for states to employ when assessing policy. Nonetheless, it has been criticized philosophically. Utilitarianism is based on a view of human nature that is both asocial and ahistorical. It is by no means certain, for instance, that consistently self-interested behavior is a universal feature of human society. Morally, utilitarianism may be nothing more than crass hedonism. Although he subscribed to a modified form of utilitarianism, J. S. Mill, see page 168, thus insisted that pleasures that promote personal development are higher than other ones. Utilitarianism has also been criticized for endorsing acts that are widely considered wrong, such as the violation of basic human rights, if they serve to maximize the general utility of society. Key figures: Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832, a British philosopher and legal reformer. Bentham was the founder of utilitarianism. His philosophical system assumed that human beings are rationally self-interested creatures who calculate pleasure and pain in terms of utility. Using the greatest happiness principle, he developed a justification for laissez-faire economics, advocated a wide range of legal and constitutional reforms, including universal male suffrage. Bentham's key work in this area is Introduction to Principles of Morals and Legislation, 1789-1948. James Mill, 1773 to 1836, a Scottish philosopher, historian, and economist. Mill helped to turn utilitarianism into a radical reform movement. Using Benthamite philosophy, he attacked mercantilism, the church, the established legal system, and the system of aristocratic government. Mill supported what he called pure democracy as the only means of achieving good government, defined as government in the interests of the greatest number. Mill's best-known work is Essay on Government, 1820. Peter Singer, born 1945, an Australian philosopher. Singer has employed utilitarianism to argue in favor of animal welfare, claiming that an altruistic concern for the well-being of other species derives from the fact that, as sentient, they can suffer. Singer has also used utilitarianism to uphold the cosmopolitan belief that people have a duty to alleviate suffering and promote well-being, regardless of national identity. Singer's major works include Animal Liberation, 1975, How Are We to Live, 1993, and One World, 2004. See also John Stuart Mill, page 168. Socialist reformism, which emerged towards the end of the 19th century, reacted to these liberal ideas. The Fabian Society, for instance, placed its faith in the inevitability of gradualism. They openly rejected the ideas of revolutionary socialism represented by Marxism, see page 249, and argued that a socialist society would gradually emerge out of liberal capitalism through a process of deliberate reform. Such ideas were widely taken up by parliamentary socialists in Europe and elsewhere. In Germany, Eduard Bernstein's, see page 195, Evolutionary Socialism, 1898-1962, offered a critique of the logic of revolution in Marxism. He argued that more important than the socialist ideal was the pathway or movement to socialism, the evolutionary process through which organized workers and their allies would mobilize to enact small pieces of the socialist agenda that would cumulatively usher in a socialist society. Essential was an extension of the scope of state action that would gradually institutionalize socialism. All of this required playing the parliamentary game of winning elections. The general case for reform is that it has two key advantages over revolution. First, by balancing change against continuity, reform brings change peacefully and without disrupting social cohesion. Even when the cumulative effect of reform is fundamental change, because it is piecemeal and over an extended period, it is more likely to be acceptable. The paradigmatic example is the establishment of political democracy in Western societies through the gradual extension of the voting franchise, first to working-class men, second to women, and, in some cases, third to racialized minorities. Second, reform mirrors the process of scientific inquiry. It is an incremental process, advancing by a series of relatively small steps. The virtue of incrementalism is that it proceeds through a process of trial and error. As reforms are introduced, their impact can be assessed and adjustments made through further reforms. In this way, reform is a way of bringing about progress through ongoing experimentation and observation. Evolutionary change is therefore a means of expanding human knowledge. To rely on reform rather than revolution is to ensure that our desire to change the world does not outstrip our knowledge. Progress through revolution. Revolution represents the most dramatic and far-reaching form of change. In its common sense, it refers to the replacement of a system of government quite distinct from reform or evolution, where change is within a constitutional framework. However, the earliest notions of revolution developed in the 14th century denoted not so much fundamental change as the restoration of proper political order, usually thought of as natural. This created the idea of revolution as cyclical change, evident in the verb to revolve. Thus, in the case of both the Glorious Revolution of 1688 in Britain, which established a constitutional monarchy, and the American Revolution, through which the American colonies gained independence, the revolutionaries believed that they were re-establishing a lost moral order rather than creating a historically new one. The modern Western concept of revolution was most clearly influenced by the French Revolution of 1789, which set out to destroy the Ancien Regime or Old Order. It became the archetypal model for the European revolutions that broke out in the 19th century, like those of 1830 and 1848, and decisively influenced the revolutionary theories of thinkers such as Marx. See page 263. In the same way, the Russian Revolution, 1917, the first socialist revolution, dominated revolutionary theory and practice for much of the 20th century, providing an example that inspired, among others, the Chinese Revolution, 1949, the Vietnamese Revolution, 1959, the Cuban Revolution, 1945, and the Nicaraguan Revolution, 1979. Unlike other areas of political theory, competing theories of revolution tend to be focused on understanding revolution by drawing together the common threads of actual revolutions. Hannah Arendt's, see page 89, on Revolution, 1963b, for example, focused heavily on the French and American revolutions in developing the essentially liberal view that revolutions reflect a quest for freedom and highlight the failings of the existing political system. Marx, on the other hand, looking to the French Revolution, regarded revolution as a stage for the structure of historical change, where the contradictions that exist in a society reach a level of social conflict which requires a new form of sociopolitical life. Marx realized no two revolutions are alike, each is a highly complex historical phenomenon containing a mix of political, social, and cultural features that is unique, as can be seen in the case of the Maoist revolutionary tradition in China. See page 24. The Islamic Revolution of 1979 in Iran represented a backward-looking movement attempting to establish theocratic absolutism, quite at odds with the Western idea of revolution as progressive change. The Eastern European revolutions 1989–91, which saw the overthrow of orthodox communist regimes in the Soviet Union and elsewhere, created the spectacle of a socialist revolution being overthrown by liberal democratic revolutions. Among other things, these examples cast doubt on the conventional notion of historical progress. Beyond the West, the Maoist revolutionary tradition in China. Although Marxism, see page 249, is a distinctively Western political tradition in a process that began in the late 1920s but accelerated significantly once China broke with the Soviet Union in 1960, the Marxist-Leninist revolutionary tradition was syncretized through the work of Mao Zedong. This involved a focus on the peasantry as the revolutionary class as opposed to the Marxist emphasis on the urban proletariat. In Mao's peasant Marxism, a peasant army was used to liberate a proletariat that remained politically passive. Mao also developed a theory of dialectical change that went beyond Marx, see page 263, or Engels, see page 250. In On Contradiction, 1937–1971, Mao identified dialectics, or the law of the unity of opposites, as the fundamental law of thought. If there were no contradictions, there would be no world. A stance that has drawn parallels with Taoist thinking, see page 144. However, Mao's major contribution to the theory and practice of revolution was an extreme voluntarism, which stressed the subjective dimension of historical change, man's conscious action, and was unwilling to interpret class struggle only in terms of objective circumstances. For Mao, revolution was a political rather than an economic process. Indeed, Maoist thought reflects an impatience with history allied to the capacity of the people armed with the proper will and spirit to transform social reality in accordance with the dictates of their consciousness. In this view, economic backwardness may even have advantages in the advancement of socialism, as Mao implied in celebrating the alleged Chinese virtues of being poor and blank. Motivated by the utopian belief that it is possible to escape the burdens of history, the Mao era in China 1949–76 was therefore characterized by a series of major upheavals designed to hasten the transition to socialism. These included the 100 Flowers Campaign, 1956–7, the Great Leap Forward, 1958–60, and the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, 1966–9. Nevertheless, it is possible to identify features that are characteristic of most, if not all, revolutions in the theoretical literature. First, revolutions are periods of dramatic and sudden change. Revolutions involve a major upheaval that takes place within a limited time span. In some cases, a sudden upheaval may precede a longer, more evolutionary process of change. In that sense, the Russian Revolution started in 1917 but continued until the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, its goal of building communism still not having been completed. Second, revolutions are usually violent. By challenging the existing regime, revolutionaries are forced to operate outside the existing constitutional and legal framework, which often means resorting to armed struggle or civil war. There are nevertheless many examples of revolutions that had little bloodshed. For example, only 3 people died in the events that led to the collapse of the Soviet Union in December 1991. Third, revolutions are popular uprisings based on mass participation and usually involving activities such as demonstrations, strikes, marches, or riots. David Beetham, 2013, suggested that the defining feature of revolution is extralegal mass action. The level of popular involvement in revolutions can differ markedly. The Russian Revolution of November 1917 may have been more a coup d'état than a popular revolution, as power was seized by a tightly knit band of Bolshevik revolutionaries rather than by mass action. The key virtue of revolution is its foundational logic. If the system is defective, only revolutionary or systemic change is appropriate. From this perspective, reformism can be condemned on 2 counts. First, it misses the target. It addresses superficial problems but not deeper ones. For instance, while revolutionary socialists have argued that exploitation is rooted in the institution of private property and the capitalist system of exchange, reformists have focused on improved wages and job security, welfare rights, and the struggle for political democracy. Even when such reforms improve conditions, they leave capitalist exploitation intact. Second, reform may be part of the problem itself. For example, Herbert Marcuse in One-Dimensional Man, 1964, argued that reform may strengthen capitalism. Indeed, capitalism's susceptibility to reform may be its secret tenacity. The development of political democracy and the introduction of a welfare state have effectively reconciled the working masses to their exploitation, persuading them that their society is just. In that sense, all reform has a conservative character. Tradition. A focus on tradition to conceive and prescribe political change is a direct response to the dominance of progress in modern and contemporary political thought. Tradition, in the words of Edward Shills, 1981, encompasses anything transmitted or handed down from the past to the present. Therefore, anything from long-standing customs and practices to an institution, political or social system, or a body of beliefs can be regarded as a tradition. However, it may be very difficult to determine precisely how long a belief, practice, or institution must survive to be a tradition. Traditions have usually been thought to denote continuity between generations, but the line between the traditional and the existent is often indistinct. Whereas the Christian religion is undoubtedly a tradition having endured for 2,000 years, can the same be said of industrial capitalism, which dates back only to the 19th century, or of the welfare state, which first emerged in the early 20th century? A traditionalist stance can take at least three different forms. First, tradition can be associated with continuity with the past, the maintenance of established ways and institutions. Tradition, in this sense, seeks to eradicate change. Second, traditionalism can attempt to reclaim the past, to turn the clock back. This position endorses change providing it is backward-looking or regressive, a goal often inspired by the notion of a golden age. Third, traditionalism can recognize the need for change as a means of controlled preservation, adopting a philosophy of change in order to conserve. This implies a belief in natural change. If certain changes are inevitable, resisting them risks precipitating more far-reaching and damaging change. The status quo. The desire to conserve has been a core feature of the Anglo-American conservative tradition, see page 142. Instead of advocating a lurch backwards into the past, it argues for continuity with the past. In essence, this amounts to a defense of the status quo, the existing state of affairs. For some, this desire to avoid change is deeply rooted in human psychology. For example, in his essay on Being Conservative 1962-1991, Michael Oakeshott, see page 142, argued that to be a conservative is to prefer the familiar to the unknown, to prefer the tried to the untried. Fact to mystery, the actual to the possible, the limited to the unbounded, the near to the distant, the sufficient to the superabundant, the convenient to the perfect, present laughter to utopian bliss. Oakeshott was not suggesting that the present is perfect or even better than other periods. Rather, the present is valued on account of its familiarity, a familiarity that engenders a sense of stability and security. Change, on the other hand, is always threatening and uncertain, a journey into the unknown that will include loss as well as gain. This is why conservative theorists have usually placed so much emphasis on the important functions of custom and tradition. Customs are long-established and habitual practices. In societies that lack the formal machinery of law, custom often serves as the basis for order and social control. In developed societies, custom has sometimes been accorded the status of law itself. For example, in the English common law tradition, customs are recognized as having legal authority if they have existed without interruption since time immemorial. The reason why custom embodies moral and sometimes legal authority is that it is thought to reflect popular consent. People accept something as rightful because it has always been that way. Custom shapes expectations and aspirations and so determine what people think is reasonable and acceptable. Familiarity breeds regularity and hence legitimacy. This is why people's sense of natural fairness is often offended when long-established patterns of behavior are disrupted. The classic defense of tradition in the conservative tradition is found in the writings of Edmund Burke, see page 28, especially in his reflections on the Revolution in France, 1790-1968. Responding to the social contract tradition in political thought, whose ideas had proven deeply influential in the burgeoning liberal tradition and the French Revolution, Burke acknowledged that society is founded on a contract. However, this contract is not made only by those presently alive. In Burke's words, society is a partnership between those who are living, those who are dead, and those who are to be born. Tradition reflects the accumulated wisdom of the past, beliefs and practices that have been tested by time and proven useful. This is what G.K. Chesterton, 1908-2008, referred to as a democracy of the dead. If those who merely happen to be walking around turn their backs on tradition, they are, in effect, disenfranchising earlier generations, the majority whose contribution is ignored. As what Burke called the collected reason of ages, tradition provides both the only reliable guide for present conduct and the most valuable inheritance we can pass on to future generations. The reason, for Burke, is practical. Traditions and customs perform key social functions and have proven efficacious over time. Contra Oakeshott, tradition does not merely reflect our attachment to the familiar but offers a set of social institutions that perform functions that have a key existing role to play in sociopolitical life as it presently exists. Critics have, nevertheless, viewed custom and tradition very differently. Thomas Paine's The Rights of Man, 1791-2, 1987, was written in part to reply to Burke. Paine, see page 107, argued that Burke had placed the authority of the dead over the rights and freedoms of the living. To revere tradition on the grounds that it has endured enslaves the present generation to the past, condemning it to accepting its flaws and its virtues. Furthermore, the assertion that values, practices, and institutions have survived because they have worked is questionable. It assumes, not unlike progressive narratives, that human history is a process of natural selection. Those institutions and practices that have benefits for humankind are preserved, while those of little value have disappeared. However, institutions and beliefs may survive for different reasons. For instance, they may persist because they benefit powerful elites. Finally, custom and tradition may be deeply anti-rationalist and anti-modern. To revere what is simply because it marks continuity forecloses debate about what could be and perhaps even what should be. From this perspective, tradition tends to an uncritical, unreasoned and unquestioning acceptance of the status quo and leaves the mind in the thrall of the past. J. S. Mill, see page 168, called this the despotism of custom. Thinker. Edmund Burke, 1729–97. Dublin-born British statesman and political theorist. Burke is often seen as the father of the Anglo-American conservative tradition. Although he was a Whig politician and expressed views sympathetic towards the American Revolution of 1776, he earned this reputation through his staunch criticism of the 1789 French Revolution in Reflections on the Revolution in France, 1790–1968. The central themes in Burke's writings are a distrust of abstract principles and the need for political action to be rooted in custom, tradition, and experience. He was deeply opposed to the attempt to recast French politics in accordance with the ideas of liberty, equality, and fraternity, arguing that wisdom resides largely in history and, in particular, in institutions and practices that have survived through time. Burke was not a reactionary. He held that the French monarchy had been partly responsible for its own fate as it had refused to change in order to conserve, a core feature of the pragmatic conservatism with which he is associated. He had a gloomy view of government, recognizing that, although it may prevent evil, it rarely promotes good. He also supported the classical economics of Adam Smith, see page 261, regarding market forces as an example of natural law, and supported a principle of independent representation that stresses that representatives should use their own mature judgment. Burke's political views were further developed in works such as An Appeal from New to Old Whigs, 1791, and Letters on a Regicide Peace, 1796–7. Reclaiming the Past. The idea of change as reclaiming a past golden age is a more radical form of traditionalist politics that advocates a return to some better past. The necessary caveat is that this is not a common conception in political thought, but one identified in political discourses. Rather than focusing on the value of tradition, this theme focuses on reaction. Reaction literally meaning to respond to an action or stimulus. A reactionary style of politics has little to do with tradition as continuity, because radical reactionaries are intent on destroying. Far from upholding the importance of the familiar, reaction can have a revolutionary character. For example, the Islamic Revolution of 1979 in Iran can be regarded as a reactionary revolution in that it marked a dramatic break with the immediate past, designed to prepare the way for the reestablishment of more ancient Islamic principles. This form of reaction is based on a very clear picture of human history. Whereas traditionalism sees in history the threads of continuity, binding one generation to the next, reaction sees a process of decay. At its heart, therefore, lies the image of an earlier period in history, a golden age from which society has steadily declined. The call for backward-looking change reflects dissatisfaction with the present and distrust of the future. This style of politics can be found in many historical periods. For example, conservatism in continental Europe exhibited a strong reactionary character throughout the 19th century and into the 20th. In France, Germany, and Russia, conservatives remained faithful to autocratic and aristocratic principles long after the rise of constitutional and representative forms of government. This was well reflected in the writings of Joseph de Maistre, see page 140, and in the statecraft of the early 19th century Austrian Chancellor Metternich, both of whom rejected reformism and strove to re-establish an ancien regime. Fascist doctrines in the 20th century were also backward-looking. Italian fascism glorified the military might and political discipline of Imperial Rome, while the Nazis idealized the First Reich, Charlemagne's Holy Roman Empire. Similarly, reactionary leanings can be found in the contemporary period in the social policies of the New Right and hostility to demographic change in the alt-right. In the 1980s, Ronald Reagan harked back to the conquest of the American West and the virtues of self-reliance, hard work, and adventurousness it exemplified, while in the United Kingdom, Margaret Thatcher extolled the importance of Victorian values. Recent alt-right figures, such as Steve Bannon in the United States, have rejected immigration on the basis that the resulting demographic and social changes marginalize the dominant Anglo-Saxon community. However, backward-looking change is problematic in several ways and so has been endorsed by few political thinkers. First, the Golden Age is at best a selective portrait of the past and at worst a thoroughly distorted picture. Whatever else it was, the expansion of the American West, for example, was a near genocide of indigenous peoples. Second, the desire to turn the clock back may be based on naive nostalgia, a yearning for a mythical past of stability and security. Too often reaction embraces a delusional image of the past. There never was a golden age. Finally, even if meaningful lessons can be learnt from the past, it is questionable whether these can be applied to the present. Historical circumstances are the product of a complex network of interconnected social, economic, cultural, and political factors. To identify a feature of the past as admirable does not mean it would operate similarly in the present, even if it could be reproduced. All institutions and ideas may be specific to their period. Change in order to conserve. The final conception of tradition is, ironically, a more progressive one. Traditionalists have not always rejected change, or only endorsed regressive change. On some occasions they have accepted the historical necessity of adaptation. The rationale is that narrow traditionalism risks precipitating more dramatic upheaval. The motto of this form of progressive conservatism is therefore that reform is preferable to revolution. This amounts to a form of enlightened traditionalism, which recognizes that, though it may be desirable to preserve the status quo, an implacable resistance to change is likely to be self-defeating. It also illustrates why the modern thematic of tradition is not a simple feudalism in modernity. It is prompted by and a reaction to modern conditions and ideas of progress, and so is thoroughly modern in itself. This progressive form of conservatism is usually linked to Edmund Burke. Burke argued that the French monarchy's stubborn commitment to absolutism, see page 139, precipitated revolution in the first place. A state without the means of some change, Burke, 1790–1968, proclaimed, is without the means of its conservation. This lesson was, in his view, demonstrated by the English monarchy, which had survived because it had accepted constitutional constraints on its power. The Glorious Revolution of 1688, which brought the English Revolution to an end with the establishment of a constitutional monarchy, was a clear example of conservative reform. The wisdom of such pragmatism is evident in the fact that, while reactionary conservatism often failed to survive the 19th century and was finally brought down by its association with fascism in the 20th century, the Anglo-American tradition of Burkean conservatism has been far more successful. The philosophy of change in order to conserve has enabled conservatives to accept constitutionalism, democracy, and, at times, social welfare and economic intervention, and to do so on conservative terms. Enlightened traditionalism is based on a different view of history. Traditionalism on its own has conventionally emphasized the unchanging nature of human history, held a deeply pessimistic view of history, and contained a fear that things degrade. Enlightened traditionalism, by contrast, is based on the idea of inevitable change that should neither be applauded nor regretted but accepted. This suggests a view of history as largely beyond human control and dictated by what Burke called the pattern of nature. This view was linked to the belief that human reason is limited in understanding change. The process of history may simply be too complex for the human mind to grasp, still less to control. However, even when it is intended to conserve, change can create difficulties for conservatives. First, it is theoretically difficult to distinguish between natural changes, which should be accepted, and change that should be resisted. This is simpler, as Burke demonstrated, with the advantage of hindsight. It is much easier to point out that the failure to introduce prudent reform led to violent revolution. After that revolution has occurred, it is much more difficult at the time to know which of the many changes being demanded are resistible and which ones are irresistible. Second, far from promoting stability and contentment, reform may pave the way for more radical change. In some respects, abject poverty is more likely to generate resignation and apathy than revolutionary fervor. On the other hand, improving political or social conditions may raise expectations and stimulate appetite for change. This may be what happened in the Soviet Union in the late 1980s, when Gorbachev's reforms succeeded in hastening the demise of the regime by highlighting the deficiencies of central planning and allowing discontent to be widely expressed. Utopia. The term utopia was coined by the English thinker and Lord Chancellor Thomas More, 1478–1535, and was first used in his Utopia, 1516–2012. More's work purported to describe a perfect society supposedly set on an idyllic South Sea island. However, there is significant disagreement among scholars about whether the book is intended as advocacy or satire, and whether his concern was religious or political. The word utopia is derived from two Greek words, autopia, meaning no place, and utopia, meaning good place. There is thus a purposeful ambiguity here connecting perfection with non-existence. This lives on in the contemporary usage insofar as utopias refer to 1. Ideal societies, and 2. Beliefs that are impossible or unrealistic, linked to unachievably high goals. It is therefore unclear whether utopia as no place implies that no such society yet exists or that it could exist. A series of further controversies surround utopia and utopianism. For example, does utopian thinking have to conform to a particular structure or have a particular function? Or do all projects of political or social enhancement have a utopian character? Moreover, which political doctrines offer the most fertile ground for utopian thinking, and how varied have been the models of political utopia? Finally, is the utopian style of thinking healthy or unhealthy, and why has it been largely abandoned, at least overtly, by contemporary political theorists? Key features. Utopias are, among other things, imagined worlds. Imagined worlds have a long history in literature, religion, folklore, and philosophy. Most cultures and religions contain narratives of a golden age or a paradise. These myths conjure up the image of a past perfection, which gives existing society a set of authoritative values and builds a shared sense of identity. Similarly, they can also embody expectations about the future. For example, the Garden of Eden in Judeo-Christianity represents a state of earthly perfection that existed before humankind's fall. However, this idea of the kingdom of God on earth has persisted throughout Christianity's history, often in debates about the nature of the Christian heaven and Christ's second coming, and has intruded into political debates such as in St. Augustine's. The City of God. In Western political thought, Plato's Republic is often seen as the first clearly political utopia. In it, Plato, see page 49, describes a society that combines wisdom, justice, and order, in that philosopher kings, the guardians, rule. The military class, the auxiliaries, maintain order and provide defense. And the common citizenry, the producers, attend to the material basis of society. In this case, utopian order flows from Plato's account of the moral good and his argument that politics requires political knowledge that only philosophers possess. Western utopianism, in its modern form, has more specific cultural and historical roots. It is a style of social and political theorizing that emerged from the 18th century onwards in association with the Enlightenment. Not only did a faith in reason encourage thinkers to view human history in terms of progress, but it also, perhaps for the first time, allowed them to think of human and social development as perfectible. Armed with reason, humankind could remake society and itself in a potentially endless process. This new style of thinking was given powerful impetus by the French Revolution of 1789, which, as a project of wholesale social and political transformation, suggested that all things were possible. Examples of this emerging utopian impulse can be found in Jean-Jacques Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762-1969, which advocated a radical form of democracy based on the goodness of natural man. Thomas Paine's The Rights of Man, 1791–1987, which defended popular sovereignty and individual rights over hereditary privilege, and Robert Owen's A New View of Society, 1816–2013, which advocated a rational system of society based on cooperation and communal ownership. Utopianism is therefore a very particular approach to social theorizing that develops a critique of the existing order by constructing a model of an ideal alternative. As such, it usually exhibits three features. First, it embodies a radical rejection of the status quo. Present society and political arrangements are fundamentally defective and in need of root and branch change. Utopian political thought has tended to be revolutionary rather than reformist. Second, utopian thought highlights the potential for human self-development. This usually stems from claims about the highly changeable nature of humanity and an emphasis on the role of economic, social, and political institutions to modify human behavior. Society cannot be made perfect unless human beings are perfectible. Third, utopianism usually transcends the public/private divide in suggesting the possibility of complete personal fulfillment. For the alternative society to be ideal, it must offer emancipation in the personal as well as the political/public realm. This explains why much utopian theory has gone beyond conventional political thought and addressed wider psychosocial and even psychosexual issues, as in the writings of Herbert Marcuse, see page 78, Eric Fromm, 1955–1971, and Paul Goodman. Political utopias as political theories. While utopianism can reasonably be described as a style of doing political theory, it is not a tradition in any sense. That is, utopian thinkers are not bonded by any substantial claims about humans, societies, or the nature of politics. So, utopianism is neither a political philosophy nor an ideological tradition. Utopias differ from one another, and utopian thinkers have not advanced a common conception of the good life. Each model of the perfect society reflects the theory of a particular thinker and a particular political tradition. Further, the way in which utopias are used varies. Only a minority of utopian thinkers have set out to describe a utopia by providing a full picture of an ideal society. Others have employed the idea of a radically improved society to draw attention to the deficiencies of existing society and to map out possibilities for personal, social, and political development. Political utopianism is thus defined more by its structure than content. Nevertheless, certain common themes often recur in utopian thought. Importantly, these images tend to be about the absence of problems, rather than the presence of anything particular. First, utopias must be free from want. It would be difficult to regard a society as perfect if significant levels of poverty exist. Most utopias are therefore characterized by material abundance and the abolition of poverty. For example, Karl Marx's conception of communism was based on the assumption that, no longer fettered by the class system, technology would develop to a point that material need would be eradicated. Communism is a post-scarcity society. However, this does not necessarily mean that all utopias must be materially prosperous. Want may be abolished by banishing materialism and greed rather than by ensuring material abundance, a stance that has motivated many green utopias. Second, utopian theories aim at social harmony and the absence of conflict. Conflict between individuals and groups and, for that matter, conflict within the individual between competing impulses is difficult to reconcile with perfection because it will result in winners and losers. A society characterized by competing interests is doomed to imperfection both because it is unstable and because not all interests can be fully satisfied. In order to sustain the idea of conflict-free social harmony, utopian thinkers have usually had to take a position on the sources of social conflict and the nature of a harmony that can overcome those sources. Third, utopian theories offer the prospect of full emancipation. Repression and all forms of unfreedom are, by definition, social imperfections. However, how emancipation is understood is usually the source of contention, as freedom has both individual and collective senses, amongst others. For some, freedom is individually determined and enacted. For others, we can only be free within ethically formed, communal relationships with others, see Chapter 7. What is important presently is that utopian theories are aimed at a full liberation. They are guided by an emancipatory ideal that motivates their criticism of the present. A variety of political traditions have included such utopian features. The important caveat, of course, is that they often have equally important non-utopian approaches, and often there is explicit criticism between these groups. Nonetheless, feminism, see page 308, for instance, stresses the possibility of constructing a post-patriarchal society. Environmental political theory, see page 180, emphasizes harmony between humankind and nature, and cosmopolitanism, see page 235, looks to the creation of human political community based on global consciousness, or globality, see page 33. However, most utopian thinking has been linked to either socialism and its anarchist wing or liberalism, the two political traditions that most clearly embody Enlightenment rationalism. Thinking globally. Globality. While the processes involved in globalization have long historical roots, going back to the European contact of much of the non-Western world and its subsequent project of colonization, the contemporary phase of globalization may be marked by the emergence of a new phenomenon, in the form of globality. Globality refers to the consciousness of the problem of the world as a single place. Robertson, 1992. While globalization is a process or set of processes highlighting the dynamics of transformation or change, globality is a condition indicating a set of circumstances that globalization has brought about. Globality, or global consciousness, can therefore be the end state of globalization. Globality has a variety of manifestations. One of these is the growing tendency to think of ourselves collectively as humanity rather than in terms of ethnic, national, religious, or other identities. This has given rise to a form of moral globality that has clearly utopian characteristics in that it is grounded in cosmopolitanism, see page 201, and based on the assumption that the world's population constitutes a single moral community. There are clear elements of this in the doctrine of human rights, which has grown significantly since the 1940s. Second, globality is evident in cultural trends that have led to a wider acceptance of cultural diversity while also strengthening the belief that the emergence of a set of shared norms is desirable. Robertson, 1992, highlighted such trends in the processes of relativization through which local cultures and global pressures mix, and globalization through which global pressures are forced to conform to local conditions. Third, globality has been advanced by the growth of social reflexivity. This reflects a widening of the range of choice and opportunity that confronts the individual in conditions of increasing interdependence and has had a major impact on, for example, the nature of family life, intimate relations, and sexuality. Reservations have nevertheless been expressed about the concept of globality. It is clearly a mistake to suggest that global consciousness is a mass phenomenon. Indeed, globality is a quality that is largely confined to richer, core countries rather than the poorer periphery. Even within the core, it is far more prevalent amongst privileged upper and middle classes than other groups, and there is strong evidence of populist backlashes amongst the latter. Others have cast globality in a darker light, associating it not with toleration and opportunity, but with increased risk. Beck, 1992. From the perspective of chaos theory, the expansion of connectedness across the globe risks a world beyond controllability, a development illustrated by the inherent instability of global financial markets. Socialism in general and anarchism and Marxism, see page 249, specifically have a marked disposition towards utopianism. Early forms of socialism and prominent branches of 19th-century anarchism countered liberal conceptions of human nature with accounts of human beings as essentially sociable and cooperative. Greed, competition, and antisocial behavior exist only because humans have been corrupted by society and in particular by capitalism and its associated evils, poverty, and social inequality. This brand of utopianism is thus characterized by a historicist and social view of humanity as significantly affected by its society. For many utopian socialists and anarchists, societies without oppression and inequality were present possibilities. For example, Robert Owen, 1771 to 1858, a Welsh socialist, industrialist, and pioneer of the cooperative movement, argued that human character is formed by the social environment, and that progress requires the construction of a rational system of society. His A New View of Society, 1816, 2013, opposed organized religion, the institution of marriage and private property, and advocated the construction of small-scale cooperative communities in which property would be communally owned and essential goods freely distributed. Similarly, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809-65, a French anarchist, attacked both traditional property rights and communism. He argued instead for mutualism, a cooperative, productive system geared towards need rather than profit and organized within self-governing communities. His famous dictum, "Property is theft," rejected the accumulation of wealth but allowed for small-scale property ownership in the form of possessions, a vital source of independence and initiative. See Proudhon's What is Property? 1840, 1970. On the other hand, many socialisms have been ambivalent or hostile to utopias. For example, while Marx often posits a communist society as one without social conflict, he also distinguished his theory from earlier utopian socialists. In Part 3 of the Communist Manifesto, he compared his own revolutionary socialism to utopian socialism and others, arguing that the latter failed to sufficiently overcome capitalism. Further, his intellectual work as a whole is grounded on the project of supplying a robust, perhaps even scientific, theoretical foundation for socialism in his historical materialist method. Similarly, social democrats, breaking with their revolutionary counterparts in the early 20th century, seem to abandon utopianism by reorienting socialist practice to contesting parliamentary elections and building a party-based socialist workers' movement aimed at reforming capitalism into socialism. Thinkers such as Edward Bernstein argued that even Marx's theory of revolution had been all too optimistic about the instabilities within capitalism and the opportunities for overcoming it. Although the dominant trend within socialism during much of the 20th century and beyond has been to abandon utopianism, the rise of the New Left in the 1960s marked a re-engagement with idealism. This was evident in, for example, the explicitly utopian ideas of neo-Marxist thinkers such as Ernst Bloch, 1959, 1986, and Herbert Marcuse, 1955, 1969, 1964, which did much to influence the countercultural radicalism of the period. The relationship between liberalism and utopianism is even more ambiguous. The stress within liberal theory on self-interest and the individual has often precluded utopianism. Indeed, the social contract theories that underlie much of liberal thinking about the state and government are based on the need for a compromise between freedom, the realm of the individual, and the maintenance of order, the realm of the state. However, the liberal belief in reason and the associated faith in individual betterment create a potential for utopianism based on the possibility of human self-development and social betterment. A social contract theorist such as John Locke, see page 217, could therefore express a near-utopian idealism when discussing the capacity of education to better individuals. The link between rationalism and utopianism was developed very clearly in the work of the individualist anarchist William Godwin, who argued that education and enlightened judgment would allow people in a stateless society to live in accordance with truth and universal moral laws. In other circumstances, liberal utopianism has drawn on the idea of a self-regulating market, taking Adam Smith's, see page 261, idea of the invisible hand of capitalism to its logical conclusion. Thus, although human beings are essentially self-seeking creatures whose economic interests conflict, the market works to ensure the exponential growth of prosperity because people can only satisfy their interests by satisfying others. In the writings of thinkers such as Murray Rothbard, this has led to the construction of anarcho-capitalist utopias in which unrestricted market competition reconciles economic dynamism with social justice and political freedom. The end of utopian theory? Enthusiasm for utopian thinking has peaked during specific periods in Western political thought, the late 18th century following the 1789 French Revolution, the 1830s and 1840s, during early industrialization and rapid social change, and the 1960s coinciding with an upsurge in student radicalism and new social movements. However, overall utopianism has been a minority political style that attracted fierce criticism. Most political doctrines are non-utopian and some are explicitly anti-utopian. Anti-utopianism grew steadily in the West during the 20th century, fueled by disillusionment with actually existing socialism, which was taken as the paradigmatic utopian tradition by critics. Some commentators, e.g. Isaiah Berlin in Two Concepts of Liberty and Bernard Yack in The Longing for Total Revolution, 1992, traced the seeds of 20th century totalitarianism back to the structure of utopian thought. Moreover, since the late 20th century, it has become more common to see the future less in terms of hope and more in terms of impending crisis. Critics of utopianism have attacked it in various ways. As briefly mentioned, although Marxism has some utopian features, Marx and Engels dismissed the ideas of ethical socialists such as Owen and Fourier as examples of utopian socialism. According to Marx, it amounted to wishful thinking, the construction of moral dreams of socialism. By contrast, scientific socialism was based on a theory of history that supposedly demonstrated that socialism is not only desirable but also structurally inevitable. The danger of utopianism is that it channels the political energies of the proletariat away from the only strategies which can bring about social emancipation. In this light, Marx's more utopian early writings, such as the Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts, 1844-1978, which stress the moral benefits of communism, can be distinguished from his mature scientific work, such as Capital, which is grounded in historical materialism. A more thoroughgoing critique of utopianism has been advanced by conservative thinkers. Conservatives oppose utopianism on two grounds. In the first place, they view human nature as imperfect and unperfectible, rejecting one of the core presuppositions of utopian theory. People are innately selfish and greedy, driven by non-rational impulses and desires, and no project of social engineering will alter these. All human societies are therefore characterized by imperfections such as conflict and strife, delinquency and crime. Second, as Michael Oakeshott argued in Rationalism in Politics and Kenneth Minogue in The Liberal Mind, 1977, utopian projects suffer from the arrogance of rationalism. They claim to understand what is incomprehensible. Political projects aimed at a perfect society will produce outcomes quite different from their ideals. The most damning criticisms of utopianism have been produced by liberal thinkers such as Karl Popper, 1963, and Isaiah Berlin, see page 169, both of whom were influenced by the experience of 20th-century totalitarianism. For Popper, utopianism was dangerous and pernicious because it is self-defeating and leads to violence. He defined the utopian method as a way of reasoning in which means are rationally or instrumentally selected in the light of an ultimate political end. Rational political action must therefore be based on a blueprint of an ideal state and of a particular historical path. This form of reasoning is self-defeating because it is impossible to determine ends scientifically, whereas means may be rational or irrational. Ends are not susceptible to rational analysis. Moreover, this style of reasoning will result in violence because, lacking a rational basis for defending ends, people with conflicting ends will not be able to resolve their differences through discussion alone and may resort to conflict, see page 39. Berlin's critique of utopianism associated it with monistic tendencies he believed were embodied in the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment belief in universal reason resulted in the search for fundamental values that would be applicable to all societies and historical periods. Rationalistic doctrines therefore tend to advance a single true path to perfection, denying legitimacy to alternative paths. In practice, this leads to intolerance and political repression. Berlin asserted that conflicts of values are intrinsic to human life. Not only will people always disagree about the ultimate ends of life, but each human being struggles to find a balance between incommensurable values. This demonstrates that individual human diversity precludes utopia. From this perspective, the purpose of politics is not to uncover a single path to perfection but to create conditions in which people with different priorities can live together in reasonable peace. Interestingly, these liberal arguments about ends significantly overlap with conservative criticisms. Despite this criticism, there is still a continued space for utopia within post-war liberal political theory, the tradition that has dominated political thought in the Anglo-American, if not Western, context. This space is found in the ideal theory of John Rawls and its impact on that tradition generally. Rawls argued in his later work that his theory of justice, initially offered in a text of the same name, Rawls 1971, offered a realistic utopia. Rawls rooted this in Rousseau's attempt to theorize in a way that takes men as they are and laws as they might be. That is, Rawls argues we must strike a balance between ideals and facts, that we cannot theorize in the abstract but must reconcile ourselves to our social world while working out the ideal form of overlapping consensus and justice that can facilitate that political context. In his worlds, a realistically utopian theory illuminates how reasonable citizens and peoples might live peacefully in a just world, Rawls 1993. The continued prominence of ideal theory into the 21st century, despite its critics, speaks to the ongoing importance of utopias. That said, there has been an unmistakable turn away from utopianism within political thought since the 1960s. The decline of utopianism is often thought to be associated with the fallout from two wider political trends. First, the grand theorizing of foundational political theories such as Marxism and to a lesser extent liberalism has been severely impacted by anti-foundational critiques, see Chapter 1. These theoretical developments have occurred alongside key political events: 1. The collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989, and 2. The significant return of widespread anti-liberalism in the Western world with the increasing political support for populist political parties. Both of course were the products of long histories and gradual steps, but they speak to the present uncertainty around the two great political ideologies of the 19th century whose respective ideals were the ground for utopian thinking. Second, political thought and discourse in the 21st century in the West have focused on highlighting the failings of existing society, giving far less attention to analyzing a desired future. Movements from anti-globalization to Extinction Rebellion to #MeToo and Black Lives Matter are focused more on exposing pervasive and unsolved challenges, often with an impending sense of crisis, rather than defining what a society without that injustice would look like. Similarly, political theorists have responded to this growing list of challenges and these anti-foundational criticisms with a diversified and specified interest in the variety of issues confronting liberal democratic societies and a move away from, at least from the dominance of, grand theories that attempt to capture and prescribe politics as such. The discussion of multicultural, feminist, race theory, and post-colonial political theories in chapters 12 and 13 illustrate this diversification and specification. Tradition, classical liberalism. Classical liberalism is the term often given to the earliest tradition of liberal political thought. Liberal ideas resulted from the breakdown of feudalism in Europe and the growth in its place of a market capitalist society. In its earliest form, liberalism was a political doctrine which attacked absolutism, see page 139, and feudal privilege, advocating individual natural rights and constitutional government. By the 19th century, a distinctively liberal political creed had developed that extolled the virtues of laissez-faire capitalism and condemned economic and social intervention. Although classical liberalism is associated primarily with the 17th to the 19th centuries, its ideas have had growing appeal from the second half of the 20th century onwards in what is called market or neoliberalism. See page 260. Classical liberalisms usually share several common characteristics. First, it is committed to egoistical individualism, rooted in either natural rights theory or utilitarianism, see page 22. The classical liberal perspective sees human beings as rational self-interested creatures capable of self-reliance. Such a view of human nature understands society as atomistic, a collection of essentially self-sufficient individuals. Second, classical liberals understand freedom negatively, see chapter 7. The individual is free insofar as he or she is left alone, not interfered with or coerced by others, a stance that has important implications for the proper extent of public authority. Third, classical liberals view the state as, in Thomas Paine's words, a necessary evil. It is necessary in that it lays down the conditions for orderly existence, but it is evil in that it imposes a collective will on society, limiting individual freedom and responsibility. Fourth, classical liberalism highly values a self-regulating capitalist economy, extolling the virtues of the free market and free trade. Not only does classical liberal economics underpin the doctrine of laissez-faire, in which all forms of economic intervention are doomed to be self-defeating, but it also implies that the spread of free trade will bring peace and international harmony. The defining norm of classical liberalism is individual freedom. It advocates a minimal, political order within which individuals enjoy the widest possible capacity to pursue their own interests. The wide appeal in the modern West of such thinking is evident in the extent to which rival political traditions have embraced classical liberal ideas, not least in the form of the conservative New Right and neo-revisionist socialism. Modern liberals, see page 280, however, have criticized classical liberalism for overstating the extent to which human beings are the architects of their own fortune and for failing to recognize the defects of unregulated capitalism. Marxists and socialists, in turn, portray classical liberals as crude apologists for the market order who serve the interests of corporations and the wealthy in general. Key figures. David Ricardo, 1770 to 1823, a British political economist and politician. Ricardo was a founding figure of classical economics, expanding on the ideas of Adam Smith. In On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, 1817-2016, he outlined a labor theory of value that later influenced Marx, developed the theory of comparative advantage, which provided an economic justification for free trade and warned that increases in net labor may undermine capital accumulation. Herbert Spencer, 1820-1904, a British philosopher and social theorist. Spencer developed a vigorous defense of the doctrine of laissez-faire, drawing on Darwin's theory of evolution. Spencer coined the notion of the survival of the fittest to suggest that people who are best suited by nature to survive rise to the top while the less fit fall to the bottom. Inequalities of wealth, social position, and political power are therefore natural and government should not interfere. Spencer's best-known work is The Man versus the State, 1884-1940. Milton Friedman, 1912-2006, a U.S. economist. Friedman played a key role in regenerating classical economic thinking in the second half of the 20th century. A fierce opponent of the economic role of government, he attacked the Keynesian idea that demand management is the best way of maintaining full employment. In his view, tax and spend policies fueled inflation without affecting the natural rate of unemployment. Friedman's main works include Capitalism and Freedom, 1962, and With His Wife, Rose, Free to Choose, 1980. See also John Locke, page 217, Adam Smith, page 261, and Friedrich Hayek, page 261. Conclusion. The problem of political change is a central thematic in modern and contemporary political thought. These epochs are often thought to be characterized by a dynamism that makes institutions, identities, material relationships, etc. changeable. As we have seen, this is largely due to a considerable shift in the foundations of political order. In modernity, human argument and action are the grounds of political justification. As such, there are both pressing questions for political theorists around 1. How to understand and assess political changes, and 2. How to go about arguing for the political changes they desire, the task of normative justification, and criticize the ones they revile, the task of critique. This second task is key. As political theorists, we cannot only ask what the nature of change is and how we should respond to it. We must also ask how political theory can best position itself to support these descriptive and normative tasks. That is, how does politics and the nature of political change in modernity shape how political theorists must approach their task? Such methodological concerns have motivated all political theorists, even if only implicitly. Progress is the dominant thematic of modern change. The idea of progress provides both a way to read history and a broad criterion for developing theoretical arguments for future improvements. However, progress does not prescribe exactly how these improvements should be made, hence the debate between reform and revolution. It opens rather than closes the standards for normative improvement with the constraint that they have to improve on the present and past. However, its themes of rationality, instrumentality, and development offer a particular basis for criticism and normative justification. Progressive political theories require rational grounds for these, some external set of conditions that constrain or prescribe politics in some way. On the other hand, tradition is the minority emphasis in modern political thought. When it comes to critique and justification, traditionalists place authority in some account of past and/or the political danger of change. This leads to a stronger emphasis on critique, as traditionalists often have a vague image of their ideal. However, interestingly, an emphasis on tradition does manifest in a variety of locations outside conservatism, including liberalism, p.ex., socialism, p.ex., postcolonialism, page 336, and multiculturalism, page 336. Utopia is a form of critical thinking, but it is one that uses an image of an alternative social order as the basis of critique. Utopians offer a ground for normative justification and critical analysis that is located in an imagined future rather than a universal rationality or historical tradition. While both critique and justification have been increasingly dissociated from utopia due to the rise of other anti-foundational methods, Chapter 1, many critical works in modern political thought employed utopias as a key means for their argument. In practice, progress, tradition, and utopia are not discrete. Political thinkers and actors combine and meld these themes in innovative ways to serve their critical and justificatory aims. In this sense, these themes give us tools to navigate how this was done rather than a blueprint for how to do it in the future. Focusing on the texts. Karl Popper's Utopia and Violence in Conjectures and Refutations, 1947-1962. Popper's Utopia and Violence, 1947-1963 is one of his somewhat lesser-known political essays from his 1947 collection Conjectures and Refutations. However, this latter work represents one of his key forums for applying his famous fallibilist theory of knowledge to political theory. In this sense, it goes to the heart of the debates in this chapter around the grounds of political theorizing in modernity and the best approach political thinkers can take. Utopia and Violence represents a summary of some of his most trenchant criticisms of the historicist and holist trends in social and political theory in the 19th and 20th centuries, the tendency to ignore individual agency and privileged structuralist accounts of historical development. In some ways, utopianism is the main normative response Popper sees arising from these claims. Popper defines utopianism in quote 1 below. Utopian thought is defined by the methodological assumption that norms come first and only then do we discuss means. That is, political thought should sketch out its ideal society and only then figure out how to get there. The deep problem here is that this, for Popper, is a dangerous way to go about political reform, one that makes utopianism given to violence. This is the product of several conditions. For Popper, 1. Humans have different socio-political ideas, i.e. different conceptions of utopia. 2. In most cases, these differing ideals conflict, i.e. they cannot be simultaneously realized. And 3. These conflicts cannot be resolved by rational argumentation. See quote 2. As a result, utopianism will often lead groups to violent conflict. See quote 3. While not his most known work, this essay provides a key application of Popper's view of knowledge to the issue of the method by which sociopolitical thinking should proceed in modernity. Further, here Popper articulates a key liberal and specifically utilitarian critique of utopianism that demonstrates as much about liberal thoughts as it does about utopianism. Demonstrative quotations. 1. We must first attempt to become as clear as possible about our ultimate political ends, and only afterwards can we begin to determine the means which may best help us to realize the state. 2. Since we cannot determine the ultimate ends of political action scientifically or by purely rational methods, differences of opinion concerning what the ideal state should look like cannot always be smoothed out by the method of argument. 3. I consider what I call utopianism an attractive and, indeed, an all too attractive theory, for I also consider it dangerous and pernicious. It is, I believe, self-defeating, and it leads to violence. Reading questions. 1. How does Popper define utopianism, and how does that contrast with other accounts in this chapter? 2. What is Popper's argument that utopianism is given to violence, and is it successful? 3. What might Popper's claims here tell us about the liberal view of utopianism? Questions for discussion. If progress is a faith, does that make it anti-rational? At what point does reform become revolution? Is an emphasis on tradition incompatible with support for reform? On what grounds has utopian thinking been defended? Why has utopianism been linked to tyranny? In what ways are utopianism and traditionalism also premised on modern rationality? Further reading. Levitas, R. The Concept of Utopia, 2011. An accessible and insightful introduction to the concept of utopia and to the work of theorists who have been associated with utopianism by a leading figure in the field of utopia studies. Nisbet, R. History and the Idea of Progress, 2008. A book that traces the idea of progress from its origins in Greek, Roman, and medieval civilization to modern times and critically evaluates the ingredients of the modern idea of progress. Oakeshott, M. Rationalism in Politics and Other Essays, 1991. A classic and elegantly written conservative critique of all rationally based projects of political change which emphasizes the wisdom implicit in history and tradition. White, S. and Moon, D. What is Political Theory? 2004. An important and comprehensive overview of the current state of the discipline. Uniquely, it engages both critical and normative approaches in contemporary theory while asking questions of the modern tradition generally. Chapter 3. The Problem of Human Nature, the Individual and Society. Introduction. Human nature, nature versus nurture, intellect versus instinct, competition versus cooperation, the individual. Individualism, individualism and community, the individual in politics, society. Collectivism, theories of society, social divisions, class, race, and religion. Conclusion. Introduction. The idea of human nature has been a persistent topic in modern Western political thought. All political doctrines and beliefs are based, either explicitly or implicitly, on a theory of human nature. To do otherwise would be to ignore the human element of politics. Further, as discussed in Chapter 2, modern political thinking is often grounded in accounts of rationality that are meant to offer a new way of criticizing and justifying political ideas. Thus, human intellectual, social, and political capacities, amongst others, become key to political reasoning in the modern period. The idea of human nature is about that which makes human beings human, about what we share with each other on a reliable basis. In the absence of a static theological moral order, the constraints of humanity offer important foundations for political reflection. In this way, defining humanity becomes a key problem for political theory. Unsurprisingly, the concept of human nature has been deeply contested. Models of human nature have varied considerably, and there does not seem to be a rational ground to decide amongst them. Are human beings selfish or sociable, rational or irrational, essentially moral or basically corrupt? Are they at heart political animals or private beings? The answers to these questions bear heavily on the relationship between the individual and society, which are the main contending options in modern Western conceptions of human nature. For example, are human beings individuals, independent from one another and possessed of separate and unique characters, or are they social beings whose identity and behavior are shaped by the groups to which they belong? Such questions have not only been enduring topics of philosophical debate, the choice between nurture and nature, but have also been the cornerstone of one of the deepest ideological divisions, the rivalry between individualism and collectivism. The stakes in this debate are high. Each model of human nature has radically different implications for organizing political life. And these debates have often shaped public political discourse, which even today employs claims about human nature to justify or criticize policies. This is even though overtly theorizing about human nature largely fell out of fashion in political thought by the end of the 19th century, though implicit assumptions remain in 20th and 21st century theories. In this way, the problem of human nature has touched almost all political debates and controversies: the nature of justice, the proper realm of freedom, the desirability of equality, the value of politics, and so forth. Human nature. The idea of human nature is often employed simplistically, as a shorthand for "this is what people are really like." In practice, however, human nature claims make theoretical arguments about human beings and social life. Although opinions differ about the content of human nature, the concept has a clear meaning. It refers to the essential and immutable character of all human beings. It highlights what is natural about human life, as opposed to what has been gained from education or social experience. This does not mean that those who believe human behavior is shaped more by society or history than by unchanging characteristics have abandoned the idea of human nature. This assertion is based on clear assumptions about innate human qualities, the capacity to be molded by external factors. A limited number of political thinkers have, nevertheless, openly rejected the idea of human nature. For instance, the French existentialist philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, 1905–80, argued that there was no given human nature determining how people act or behave. In Sartre's view, existence comes before essence, meaning that the idea of human nature is a product of human beings with the freedom to define themselves through their ideas and actions. Humanity is defined by this self-perceiving nature and this desire to define its own existence. For him, theories of human nature ignore that freedom and the fact that such questions only make sense within the context of that freedom. To employ a concept of human nature is not, however, to reduce human life to a one-dimensional caricature. Most political thinkers are aware that human beings are complex, multifaceted creatures, made up of biological, physical, psychological, intellectual, social, and spiritual elements. The concept of human nature does not necessarily overlook this complexity. It imposes order on it by designating certain features as natural or essential. If a human core exists, the logic goes that it should manifest in human politics. However, this may not always be the case. Some theorists have employed the concept critically to argue that existing beliefs, institutions, or structures cause people to act contrary to their nature. For instance, despite abundant evidence of selfish behavior, socialists argue that human beings are sociable and that self-interested behavior is socially conditioned. In this light, it is important to remember that in no sense is human nature a scientific concept. Even though theories of human nature may claim empirical or scientific bases, no experiment or surgical investigation can uncover human essence. All models of human nature are normative. They are constructed out of philosophical and moral assumptions that are untestable. Particular debates about human nature have been central to political theory. Especially prominent has been the nature/nurture debate. Are human beings the product of innate or biological factors, or are they fashioned by education and social structures? In the social sciences, this manifests as the structure-agency issue. The question as to how social structure, as a constraint on individuals and individual agency, as a source of novelty, is efficacious in determining outcomes in any theory. Clearly, these questions have profound implications for the relationship between the individual and society, raising several key areas of debate for political issues, such as individual liberty and personal autonomy. For example, is liberty best conceived in individual or collective terms? That is liberty something we achieve when we are left on our own or when we engage with others in collective projects? Such considerations determine the proper organization of socioeconomic life, including the distribution of resources. As such, the centrality of ideas of human nature in modern and contemporary political thought poses a continuing problem to political theorists. If a theory of humanity is unavoidable but always deeply contestable, how is political theory to negotiate this topic? Nature versus nurture. The most perennial debate about human nature concerns what factors shape it. Is the essential core of human nature given, fashioned by nature, or structured by social experience or nurture? Nature, in this case, stands for biological or ontological factors, suggesting that there is an unchanging human core. The political significance of this claim is considerable. It implies that political and social theories should be based on a pre-established concept of human nature. The latter then takes on explanatory and normative priority in any analysis. Human beings do not reflect society. Society reflects human nature. Secondly, it suggests that the roots of political understanding lie in the natural sciences in general, and in biology in particular. Political arguments should therefore be constructed based on biological theories, which provide scientific foundation. Charles Darwin's 1809–82 evolutionary theory of natural selection, developed in On the Origin of Species, 1859–1986, significantly impacted political and social thought. Darwin suggested that all life develops through a series of random genetic mutations, some of which allow the species to prosper, while others disadvantage the species. Herbert Spencer, see page 38, in The Man versus the State, 1884–1940, was the first to apply this to socio-political life through a theory of social Darwinism. He coined the term the survival of the fittest to describe an endless struggle among human beings, through which those suited to survive rise, and those less favored sink. Success and failure, wealth and poverty are, in this sense, biologically modeled, and tampering with this process of natural selection will inhibit the species' development. This idea deeply influenced classical liberalism, see page 37, giving it biological grounds for opposing state intervention in socio-economic competition. Social Darwinism also influenced fascist beliefs in unending struggles among nations and races. The fact that Darwin's and Spencer's argument could be interpreted as supporting competition on both individual and group levels illustrates that despite its impact, conceptions of human nature are often so vague as to have multiple political implications. In this way, political thought has been in dialogue with wider intellectual debates in the natural sciences, often selectively drawing on work there. In political theory, most biological theories embrace universalism. They argue that human beings share a common character based on genetic inheritance. However, other theories employ claims about human nature and biology to make particularistic claims, that there are fundamental biological differences among human beings, and that these have political significance. This applies in the case of racialist theories, which treat the various races as if they are distinct species. Racialists suggest that there are basic genetic differences amongst races, reflected in their unequal physical, psychological, and intellectual inheritance. In its most extreme version, racialism was expressed in the Nazi doctrine of Aryanism, the belief that the Germanic peoples were a master race. Unfortunately, there is no shortage of these views in the history of modern Western political thought, often from thinkers otherwise known for their egalitarianism. For example, both David Hume, page 65, and Immanuel Kant, page 230, endorsed biological racial hierarchies, while others, such as John Stuart Mill, page 168, and John Locke, supported cultural arguments for Western superiority that repeat these types of hierarchies. While racialist theories were widely scientifically discredited in the early 20th century, their presence in some of the most influential traditions and thinkers of modern political thought poses key questions as to the legacy of those views on the tradition, see Chapter 13. Biology has also been a basis for human nature arguments around issues of sex and gender. Since the 1970s, many feminist political theorists have illuminated the history of patriarchy within Western political thought and socio-political life generally. This has involved exposing both how female political thinkers have been ignored in the canon, and how the exclusion of women from political society has been justified by many thinkers, see chapters 11 to 12. However, human nature arguments focused on sex have also argued for equality. For example, some difference feminists, see page 308, argue there are socio-political differences between men and women. Carol Gilligan, 1982, argued that existing moral theory, which focused mainly on ideas of fairness, rights, and rule, were predominantly masculine. In contrast, she argued women's relationships articulated an alternative moral theory she called an ethics of care. The latter ethic is focused more on context, relationships, and narrative than formal and abstract masculine ethics. For Gilligan, male moral reasoning has dominated social and political thought and excluded this female ethical alternative. In marked contrast, other theories of human nature place greater emphasis on nurture, the influence of the social environment on human behavior. Such views reject fixed biological factors, emphasizing the malleability of human nature, or its perfectibility. These theories shift political understanding away from biology towards sociology. Political behavior tells us less about an immutable human essence than the structure of society. Moreover, by releasing humankind from biological chains, such theories often have optimistic, if not utopian, implications. When human nature is given, the possibility of progress and social advancement is limited. If human nature is malleable, opportunities immediately expand. Social evils, e.g. poverty, social conflict, and political oppression, can be overcome because their origins are social and changeable. As such, nurture theories often lead to perfectionist political projects. The idea that the state should actively pursue moral improvement. There is also a long trend of nurture theories in Western political thinking. One of the earliest is Jean-Jacques Rousseau's conception of humanity in the state of nature. A member of the social contract tradition, see page 47, Rousseau used the idea of a state of nature, a time before human society and government, to outline a conception of human nature. However, he rejected earlier thinkers such as Thomas Hobbes and John Locke who articulated conceptions of human nature that argued either for a fundamental conflict/violence or morality within pre-social humanity. Rather, for Rousseau, beyond limited capacities of self-preservation and pity, human nature is defined by its limitations. In the state of nature, humans are unencumbered by social dynamics and simple creatures with little reason to conflict or value others. What defines humanity is a capacity to grow more complicated, individually and socially. This is what divides humanity and animals. A beast is, at the end of some months, all he ever will be during the rest of his life, and his species, at the end of 1,000 years, precisely what it was the first year of that 1,000. In contrast, what defines humanity is a quality which will admit of no dispute. This is the faculty of improvement, a faculty which, as circumstances offer, successively unfolds all the other faculties, and resides among us not only in the species, but in the individuals that compose it, Rousseau 1755-2015. For Rousseau, humanity is capable of change through our social life, something that can either elevate or degrade us. The idea that human nature is plastic, shaped by social forces, has influenced many traditions. For example, it is central to socialist theories. In A New View of Society, 1816-2013, Robert Owen argued that any general character from the best to the worst, from the ignorant to the most enlightened, may be given to any community. In Karl Marx's work, see page 263, this idea was developed through explaining why and how social environments condition human behavior. Marx, 1859-1968, proclaimed that it is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being determines their consciousness. He and subsequent Marxists believed that social, political, and intellectual life is conditioned by the mode of production of material life, the existing economic system. However, human nature is no passive reflection of its material environment. Rather, human beings are workers, homo faber, constantly engaged in shaping the world in which they live. Thus, in Marx's view, human nature is formed through a dynamic or dialectical relationship between humankind and the material world. Similarly, most feminists also view human behavior as conditioned by social factors. For example, in The Second Sex, 1949-2010, Simone de Beauvoir, see page 314, declared that one is not born a woman, one becomes a woman. To reject the notion of essential differences between women and men, she argues we must distinguish sex, biology, from gender, social norm. Sexual difference offered no basis for different socio-political norms, and gender, as constructed, could be reconstructed along more egalitarian lines. Tradition, social contract theory. Social contract theory is one of the most influential traditions in modern political thought. It is foundational to modern discussions of politics and paradigmatic of the modern attempt to offer rational, non-religious grounds for political thought. It is defined by viewing socio-political life through a legal contract, a binding agreement with clear participants, terms, penalties, and benefits. The key focus is the state and government, which social contract theories understand as the product of the consent of the contracting parties who agree to the burdens of government, a loss of freedom, based on the advantages, i.e. security, rights. The terms of the contract, what powers, obligations, and rights are given to individuals and government, are thus the key questions a social contract theory will answer. Social contract theories, especially in their earlier iterations, often relied on the argumentative device of the state of nature. It describes a pre-social and pre-political humanity, to theorize, both explain and prescribe, the nature of socio-political life. In this sense, it is an account of human nature, illustrated through a description of the conditions of human life in a context undisturbed by social or political institutions. This account provides grounds for formulating government or the state. For example, in Leviathan, 1651-1968, Thomas Hobbes described the state of nature as being solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. In his view, human beings were essentially desiring creatures who would, if unrestrained, seek to advance their interests at the expense of others. Since even the strongest would never be strong enough to live in security and without fear, rational humans would see the need for government. Quite simply, without government to restrain, order would be impossible. Hobbes suggested that rational individuals would seek to escape by entering into an agreement with one another, a social contract, to establish a system of government, i.e. leadership. Thus, for him, government is necessary to prevent a war of every man against every man, and this flows from human nature and our existential situation. That said, while Hobbes's social contract theory ends up supporting absolutist, see page 139, government, this is not a uniform result. Most social contract theorists tend to be liberals. In fact, the idea of the constitutional state emerged out of the writings of liberal social contract theorists, especially John Locke and Baron de Montesquieu. In this, it was used not only to argue for government, but to advance a theory of the nature of and appropriate limits on state power. Part of social contract theory attempted to persuade citizens to treat the state as though it had been created by a voluntary agreement. The fact that every citizen benefited from escaping the disorder of the state of nature implied that the state is required to act in the interests of all. In this way, as an intellectual device, it became foundational for classical liberalism, which used it to argue for the greatest possible individual freedom. Importantly, even the individualistic result of liberal social contract theory is not necessary. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, in The Social Contract, 1762-1969, used the idea to argue for a republican and deeply democratic model of government. One of the looming issues in any social contract theory is how to understand its historical claims. Early modernity was an intellectual context without deep historical knowledge or techniques. As a result, accounts of human nature and its origins were necessarily speculative and theoretical. That said, later thinkers such as Rousseau and Kant are clear that their social contract theories are thought experiments, aimed at providing rational justification for institutions. This is perhaps clearest in the work of John Rawls, see page 283, who in the 20th century used a modified version of the social contract, in his original position, as the basis for his theory of justice. Nonetheless, in recent decades the tradition has been deeply criticized as thinkers such as Carol Pateman, see page 188, and Charles Mills, see page 334, have argued that it has been complicit in the exclusion of women and non-white peoples, see chapters 12 to 13, from liberal constitutional modes of inclusion. Key figures: Thomas Hobbes 1588 to 1679, an English political philosopher writing at a time of deep uncertainty and civil strife. Hobbes developed the first comprehensive theory of nature and human behavior in the Western tradition since Aristotle. His major work, Leviathan 1651-1968, defended absolutist government as the only alternative to anarchy and disorder. John Locke 1632 to 1704, an English philosopher, political theorist, physician, and politician. Locke was a deep critic of absolutism and key thinker of early liberalism. His two treatises of civil government, 1690-1965, used social contract theory to emphasize the importance of natural rights, identified as the right to life, liberty, and estate property. Jean-Jacques Rousseau 1712-78, a Geneva-born French moral and political philosopher, Rousseau was perhaps the principal intellectual influence on the French Revolution. Rousseau's political theory, principally developed in the Social Contract, 1762-1969, advocates a radical form of democracy that has influenced liberal, socialist, and republican thought. See also John Rawls, page 283, Carol Pateman, see page 188, and Charles Mills, see page 334. Intellect versus instinct. The second debate centers on the role of rationality in human life. The question is the degree to which the reasoning mind influences human conduct. Thinkers here are distinguished between those who emphasize thinking, analysis, and rational calculation and those who highlight the role of impulse, emotions, instincts, or other non-rational drives. Importantly, acknowledging the importance of the non-rational does not require rejecting reason altogether. Indeed, many such theories are advanced in eminently rationalist, even scientific terms. Faith in the power of human reason reached its high point during the Enlightenment, the so-called Age of Reason, in the 17th and 18th centuries. During that period, political thinkers turned away from religious dogmas and instead based their ideas on rationalism, the belief that the workings of the physical and social world can be explained by the exercise of reason alone. In this view, human beings are essentially rational creatures guided by intellect and a process of argument, analysis, and debate. Such an idea was expressed quintessentially in the mind-body dualism advanced by the French philosopher René Descartes, 1596 to 1650. In his famous ontological proof, Cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, Descartes argued that the experience of thought demonstrated to the radical skeptic the truth of existence. In this argument, he portrayed human beings as, at their root, thinking machines with a mind distinct from the body. Rationalism holds that human beings possess the capacity to fashion their own lives and their own worlds. If human beings are reason-driven creatures, they enjoy free will and self-determination. Rationalist theories of human nature therefore tend to underline the importance of individual freedom. In addition, rationalism often underpins radical political doctrines. To the extent that human beings possess the capacity to understand their world, they have the ability to improve it. Reason is thus linked to progress, as discussed in Chapter 2. The earliest rationalist ideas in the Western tradition were developed by ancient Greek philosophers. Plato, see page 49, argued that the best possible form of government would be an enlightened despotism, ruled by an intellectual elite, the philosopher kings. Rationalist ideas were also prominent in 19th-century liberal and socialist thinkers. Liberals, such as J. S. Mill, see page 168, premised their theories on the idea that human beings are rational. Rationality is the basis of Mill's argument for the individual and collective benefits of individual liberty. Guided by reason, individuals can seek self-realization in a way that advances social life. Similarly, rationality was the basis of many early feminist arguments for female education and citizenship. Mary Wollstonecraft, see page 275, argued that like men, women are rational and so should be bearers of civic virtue. In turn, socialist theories are deeply rationalist in their approach to analysis and understanding historical development. Marx and Engels, CPP 263 and 250, developed what the latter referred to as scientific socialism. Rather than indulging in ethical analysis and moral assertion, they strove to uncover the dynamics of history and society through a method of materialist scientific analysis. When they predicted the ultimate demise of capitalism, for example, this was not because of its moral failings in the sense that it deserved to be overthrown, but because its internal contradictions destined it to fall. Rationalism as both a model of humanity and a method of analysis has attracted growing criticism since the late 19th century. The Enlightenment dream of an ordered, rational, and tolerant world was undermined by the persistence of conflict and social deprivation and the emergence of powerful and seemingly non-national forces such as nationalism and racialism. This led to growing interest in the influence that emotion, instinct, and other psychological drives exert on politics. In some respects, this emphasis built on an established tradition found mainly among conservative thinkers who had always disparaged rationalism. Edmund Burke, see page 28, emphasized the intellectual imperfection of human beings, especially when they are confronted by the almost infinite complexity of social life. For him, the world is unfathomable, too intricate for the human mind to unravel. Such a view has conservative implications. If the rationalist theories dreamed up by liberals and socialists are unconvincing, human beings are wise to place their faith in tradition, the known. Revolution and even reform are a journey into the unknown. Thinker. Plato, 427 to 347 BCE. Greek philosopher. Plato was a follower of Socrates, who was the principal figure in his ethical and philosophical dialogues. After Socrates' death in 399 BCE, Plato founded his academy in order to train the new Athenian ruling class and became one of the most influential thinkers in Western philosophy and political theory. Plato taught that the material world consists of imperfect versions of the eternal ideas. His political philosophy, as expounded in the Republic 1955, is an attempt to describe the ideal state in terms of a theory of justice. Plato's just state was decidedly authoritarian and was based on a strict division of labor that supposedly reflected different human attributes. He argued that government should be exercised exclusively by a small collection of philosopher kings, supported by the auxiliaries collectively termed the guardians, whose education and communistic way of life would ensure that they ruled based on wisdom. In his view, knowledge and virtue are one. In the laws, he advocated a system of mixed government but continued to emphasize the subordination of the individual to the state and law. Plato's work exerted wide influence on Christianity and European culture in general. To justify these claims and this anti-rationalism, conservative theorists often emphasized the power of the non-rational. While Thomas Hobbes, see page 73, saw an important role for human reason, for him, human beings are also driven by non-national appetites, aversions, fears, hopes, and desires, the strongest of which is the fear for security. This view of human nature led Hobbes to conclude that only strong, autocratic government can prevent society descending into chaos and disorder, into a war of all against all. Burke also emphasized the degree to which unreasoned sentiments and even prejudice play a role in structuring social life. While what he called naked reason offers little guidance, prejudice, being born of natural instincts, provides people with security and social identity. One of the most influential theories stressing the impact of non-rational drives was the work of Sigmund Freud, 1856 to 1939. Freud distinguished between the conscious mind, which carried out rational judgments, and the unconscious mind, which contained repressed memories and powerful drives. In particular, Freud highlighted the importance of human sexuality, represented by the ID, the most primitive instinct within the unconscious, and libido, psychic energies emanating from the ID and usually associated with sexual desire. While Freud focused on the therapeutic significance, others examined the political significance of these ideas. For example, Freudian thinking was employed by New Left theorists such as Herbert Marcuse, see page 79, and psychoanalytical feminists such as Juliet Mitchell, 1974-2000, and Julia Kristeva, 1982. Competition versus cooperation. The third area of disagreement centers on whether human beings are essentially egoistical or naturally cooperative. This debate is of fundamental political importance because these contrasting theories of human nature support radically different forms of socio-economic organization. If human beings are naturally self-interested, competition is an inevitable and potentially healthy feature of social life. Such a theory of human nature is closely linked to individualist ideas such as natural rights and private property and has often been used as a justification for a market or capitalist economic order, see Chapter 10. While theories that portray human nature as self-interested can be found among the ancient Greeks, particularly the Sophists, they were systematically developed in the early modern period. In political thought, this was reflected in the growth of natural rights theories, which suggested that everyone has been invested by God with a set of inalienable rights. These rights belong to the individual and provide an absolute foundation for assessing political order. Utilitarianism, see page 22, developed in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, attempted to provide an objective, even scientific, explanation of human selfishness. Interestingly, it also developed that account into a moral justification of methodological and normative individualism. Jeremy Bentham, see page 22, painted a picture of human beings as essentially pleasure-seeking creatures. In Bentham's view, happiness is self-evidently good and unhappiness self-evidently bad. Individuals therefore act to maximize pleasure and minimize pain, calculating each. In terms of utility, in its simplest sense, use value. This view of human nature has had considerable impact on both economic and political theories. Economics is based very largely on the model of Homo economicus, economic man, a materially self-interested utility maximizer. They also underpin many political theories, including 17th-century social contract theories, classical liberalism, see page 37, and 20th-century neoliberal political thought. World religions have a very different image of human nature with an important influence on political thought. Monotheistic religions such as Christianity, Islam, and Judaism offer a picture of humankind as the product of divine creation. The human essence is spiritual rather than mental or physical and is represented in Christianity by the soul. The notion that human beings are moral creatures equal in the eyes of God has had considerable influence on socialist doctrines which stress the importance of compassion, natural sympathy, and a common humanity. Eastern religions such as Hinduism and Buddhism lay considerable emphasis on the oneness of all forms of life, also employing the idea of a common humanity as well as a philosophy of nonviolence. In Buddhism, such thinking is closely associated with the doctrine of no-self, see page 54. It is little surprise, therefore, that socialism has often found religious allies in its applications outside the West, see the discussion of liberation theology page 291. It is mistaken, however, to assume that all religious theories have socialist implications. For instance, the Protestant belief in individual salvation and its connection to personal striving, famously dubbed the Protestant ethic by Max Weber, is more conducive to ideas of self-help and the free market. Secular theories have also attempted to draw attention to the social essence of human nature. These have stressed the importance of social being, highlighting how individuals always live collectively as members of a community. Selfishness and competition are in no way natural, rather, they are products of a capitalist society that encourages self-striving. The human essence is sociable, gregarious, and cooperative. This theory clearly lends itself to either the communist goal of collective ownership or the more modest social democratic ideal of a welfare state. Peter Kropotkin, see page 51, went perhaps further in developing a political theory of human nature focused on sociability. He accepted evolutionary ideas but had no sympathy for their libertarian socio-political interpretation. In Mutual Aid, 1897-1988, he challenged social Darwinism, suggesting that what distinguishes humans from less successful species is their highly developed capacity for cooperation or mutual aid. Cooperation is not only an ethical ideal, it is an evolutionary trait that has been responsible for humans' ability to socially progress. On this basis, Kropotkin argued for both a communist society in which wealth would be owned in common by all and a form of anarchism in which human beings could manage their own affairs cooperatively and peacefully. Thinker. Peter Kropotkin, 1842-1921. Russian anarchist and political thinker. From a noble family, he first entered the service of Tsar Alexander II before encountering anarchist ideas. He subsequently became involved in revolutionary activity through the populist movement, leading to imprisonment in St. Petersburg, 1874-6. After a spectacular escape from prison, he remained in exile in Western Europe, returning to Russia after the 1917 revolution. Kropotkin's anarchism was shaped by both his Russian experience with his admiration for the popular self-management in the traditional Russian peasant commune and the desire to ground his theory rationally. His scientific anarchism, outlined in his most famous book Mutual Aid, 1897-1988, reworked the Darwinian theory of evolution to focus on cooperation and social solidarity, rather than competition and struggle, as the principal means of human and animal development. Kropotkin was a powerful advocate of anarcho-communism regarding capitalism and the state as interlinked obstacles to humankind's natural sociability. In works such as Fields, Factories and Workshops 1901, 1912 and The Conquest of Bread 1906, 1926, he envisaged an anarchic society consisting of largely self-sufficient communes, and also addressed problems such as how crime and laziness would be contained within such a society. The individual. The term individual is so common in everyday language that its implications and political significance are often ignored. In the most obvious sense, an individual is a single human being. But the concept suggests more. First, it implies that human beings are best understood as independent, singular entities. They are autonomous creatures whose behavior is determined according to personal choice rather than as members of a social group. Second, individuals are not merely independent, they are also distinct, even unique. This is what is implied by individuality, which refers to what is distinctive about each human being. To see society as a collection of distinct individuals understands human beings in personal terms and judges them according to their particular qualities, such as character, personality, and talents. Each individual has a personal identity. Third, to understand human beings as individuals is a universalism insofar as individuality is fundamental for all human beings everywhere. In that sense, individuals are not defined by social background, race, religion, gender, or any other accident of birth, but by what they share, their moral worth, their personal identity, and their uniqueness. Despite the intuitive nature of individualism in modernity, the concept of the individual has provoked theoretical debate and division. For instance, what does it mean to be committed to individualism? Does individualism generate a distinctive style of political thought, or can it be used to support a wide range of positions? Moreover, no political thinker sees the individual as entirely self-reliant. All acknowledge that some social factors influence the individual. But where does the balance between the individual and the community lie, and where should it lie? Finally, how significant are individuals in political life? Is politics shaped by the actions of separate individuals, or do only social groups, organizations, and institutions matter? Individualism. Individualism is a normative and/or methodological commitment to the primacy of the individual over any collective body. However, like many conceptions of human nature, individualism is not a united tradition but a variable trend. It has manifested in many traditions and contexts, often taking different forms. For example, it has been linked to the classical liberal tradition, see page 37, and ideas such as limited government and the free market, forms of social democracy and modern liberalism, see page 280, to justify state intervention and forms of anarchism as alternative to the centrality of the state in modern societies. As a result, it is difficult to identify a unity to individualism that allows it to be clearly demarcated. While some suggest individualism and collectivism as polar opposites representing the traditional battle lines between capitalism and socialism, others argue that the two are complementary, even inseparable. The problem is that there is no agreement amongst individualisms about the nature of the individual, and so the various manifestations of individualism reflect a range of views about the content of human nature. All individualist doctrines extol the intrinsic value of the individual, emphasizing the dignity, personal worth, even sacredness of each human being. What they disagree over is the source and nature of this value and how it can best be institutionalized politically. Some early modern liberals expressed their individualism in the doctrine of natural rights, which holds that individuals are bearers of pre-political rights and that the purpose of social organization is their protection. Many used social contract theories, page 47, in their arguments to provide grounds to their conception of individuals and their value, and argued that government is subject to the consent of individual citizens. This produced a limited conception of the state confined to the protection of individual rights. However, individualism can extend this anti-statist logic as it has in libertarian and anarchist thought. For example, Henry David Thoreau, 1817-62, believed that no individual should sacrifice their conscience to the judgment of politicians elected or otherwise, denying that government can ever exercise rightful authority over the individual. There is a potential hostility to the state within individualism. This anti-statist individualist tradition is linked to the defense of market capitalism. In some of its forms, such individualism assumes that human beings are essentially self-reliant and self-interested. C. B. McPherson, 1973, termed this possessive individualism, which he defined as a conception of the individual as essentially the proprietor of his own person or capacities, owing nothing to society for them. If individuals are self-owning and entirely autonomous, placing their own interests above others, then individuals require a strong right of private property, the freedom to acquire, use, and exchange property however they choose. As such, individualism became, in the United Kingdom and the United States in particular, a key commitment for advocates of laissez-faire capitalism. Laws that regulate economic life, by affecting property and its exchange through various mechanisms, e.g. minimum wages, the length of the working day, working conditions, or benefits and pensions requirements, are a threat to individualism on this view. Individualism has also been a basis for collectivist arguments. For example, modern liberals, such as T. H. Green, see page 281, and L. T. Hobhouse, 1864-1929, have used individualism to construct arguments in favor of social welfare and state intervention. Individual freedom is only possible within a context of social equality. Freedom must be shared. They thus saw the individual not as narrowly self-interested, but as socially situated. Individuals can only flourish and realize their potential in the context of other individuals doing the same. This transforms individualism from a doctrine of self-regard to a philosophy of self-development, a developmental individualism where the emphasis is on the individual and social benefits of shared freedom. Some socialist thinkers have embraced individualism on a similar logic. If human beings are, as socialists argue, naturally sociable and gregarious, individualism stands not for possessiveness but fraternal cooperation. Hence, the French socialist Jean Jaurès, 1859-1914, claimed, socialism is the logical completion of individualism. So-called third-way thinkers, such as Anthony Giddens, 1998, attempted a similar reconciliation in embracing new individualism, which stressed that autonomous individuals operate within a context of interdependence and reciprocity. So individualism and collectivism are not simple opposites, mutually exclusive and distinct. Rather, they are framing trends that can, in some forms, run parallel to each other, supporting similar political institutions. Individualism is methodologically multifaceted as it has both a normative and a methodological sense. Many theories mix these senses. However, disentangling them can help us understand its often confusingly diverse manifestations. As a normative principle, individualism tells you what is of value, individual humans, and argues that sociopolitical life and institutions should be built to respect that value. Individualism is not, however, only of importance as a normative principle, it is a widely deployed methodological claim. In other words, social or political theories have been constructed on the basis of a pre-established model of the human individual and been used as a basis to make explanatory and descriptive claims about political life. Such methodological individualism was employed in the 17th century to construct social contract theories and in the 20th century for rational choice models of political science. The individualist method underpinned classical and neoclassical economic theories such as that of Friedrich Hayek, see page 261. In each case, conclusions have been drawn from assumptions about a fixed or given human nature, usually highlighting the capacity for rationally self-interested behavior. The drawback of any form of methodological individualism is that it is both asocial and ahistorical. By building political theories on a pre-established model of human nature, individualists ignore how human behavior varies from society to society and from between historical periods. If historical and social factors shape human nature, as advocates of nurture theory suggest, the human individual is a product of society, not the other way around. Beyond the West. The Buddhist doctrine of no-self. The doctrine of no-self, anatman in Sanskrit, is not only the bedrock of Buddhist thought but also what distinguishes Buddhism from all other religions, creeds, and systems of philosophy. The doctrine is a powerful critique of the principle of individualism, which is grounded in the notion of a separate, distinctive, and unified self. Buddhist teaching concludes that no such entity can be found, but only a bundle of phenomena. These are the five skandhas, or heaps, form, the body, feelings, perceptions, impulses, and consciousness. As each of these is temporary and ever-changing, it is empty in that it lacks own being. Buddhists thus treat consciousness, the last of the skandhas, not as a thing in itself, as in the Western notion of mind usually seen as the location of the self, but merely as the mental processes that enable us to be aware of the other four skandhas. In this sense, Buddhists hold that there can be thoughts without a thinker. The doctrine of no-self underpins a wide variety of Buddhist beliefs. For example, the origins of suffering and unhappiness are traced back to the delusion of a separate and substantive self, for this gives rise to cravings that can never be satisfied because they are only replaced by other ambitions. The path to happiness and spiritual enlightenment, very much the same thing in Buddhism, therefore involves the progressive abandonment of attempts to defend, bolster, or enrich the self. Politically, this leads Buddhist thinking to emphasize interdependence. Not only does abandoning the self/other divide imply that the natural relationship between people is caring, a belief that has clear implications for welfare and economic organization, see Buddhist Economics, page 253, but, in suggesting that there is an intrinsic relationship between humankind and the natural world, it also has environmental implications. Individualism and community. While individualism has strongly influenced Western modern political thought, it has also raised difficult questions. Principal among these is the relation between individual and community. In fact, this is one of the central questions of modern Western political thought, fundamentally dividing many traditions and theorists. Should the individual be encouraged to be independent? Or will this make social solidarity impossible and leave individuals isolated? One of the most established traditions emphasizing the former is the Anglo-American tradition U.S. President Herbert Hoover described as rugged individualism. This tradition is an extreme form of individualism with roots in classical liberalism. It sees the individual as almost entirely separate from society and so downgrades the importance of community. It holds not only that individuals possess the capacity for self-reliance and hard work but also that individual effort is the source of moral development. Not only can individuals look after themselves, they should. One of the seminal works of this tradition is Ralph Waldo Emerson's essay, Self-Reliance, 1841-1950. It articulates one of the key themes of Emerson's work, the value of individuals rejecting social conformity and convention by rigorously developing their individual view on all matters. Key here is the claim that individuals are ultimately the true judge of all things social and that the community is not valuable in itself. For Emerson, the great man is he who in the midst of the crowd keeps with perfect sweetness the independence of solitude. Similarly, in the British context, Samuel Smiles's Self-Help, 1859-2008, proclaimed that the spirit of self-help is the root of all genuine growth in the individual. Smiles, 1812-1904, extolled the Victorian virtues of enterprise, application, and perseverance. While self-help promotes the mental and moral development of the individual and through promoting the entrepreneurial spirit benefits the entire nation, help from without, i.e. social welfare, enfeebles the individual by removing. During the 1980s, Reaganism in the United States and Thatcherism in the United Kingdom attacked the dependency culture that welfare support had supposedly created. During the 1980s, Reaganism in the United States and Thatcherism in the United Kingdom attacked the dependency culture that welfare support had supposedly created. The poor, disadvantaged, and unemployed had become welfare junkies, robbed of the desire to work and denied self-respect. The solution was to enact a shift from social responsibility to individual responsibility, encouraging people to stand on their own 2 feet. It is difficult to see how individuals can be held entirely responsible for their circumstances. Down. In Suicide, 1897-1951, Durkheim argued that, since human desires are unlimited, the breakdown of community, weakening social and moral norms about which forms of behavior are acceptable, will lead to greater unhappiness and ultimately more suicides. Once again, community rather than individualism was the basis for social stability and individual happiness. Tradition: Communitarianism. The communitarian tradition originated in the 19th century socialist utopianism of thinkers such as Robert Owen and Peter Kropotkin, see page 51. However, community is one of the enduring themes in modern political thought, expressed variously in the socialist emphasis on fraternity and cooperation, the Marxist, see page 249, belief in a classless society, the conservative, see page 142, view of society as organic, nationalist, see page 227, commitments to an indivisible national community, and the Republican, see page 107, ideal of a unified republic. However, communitarian political theory emerged only in the 1980s and 1990s. It developed as a critique of liberalism, highlighting the damage to public culture done by liberal emphases on individual rights and liberties over questions of the nature of community in modern states. This resulted in the so-called liberal communitarian debate. For communitarians, the central defect of liberalism is its view of the individual as an asocial, atomized, unencumbered self. This view is evident in the utilitarian, see page 22, assumption that human beings are rationally self-seeking creatures. Communitarians emphasize, by contrast, that the self is embedded in the community. Each individual is an embodiment of the society that has shaped his or her desires, values, and purposes. This draws attention not merely to the process of socialization but also to the conceptual impossibility of separating an individual from their social context. The communitarian stance has implications for our understanding of justice. Liberal theories of justice tend to have assumptions about personal choice and individual behavior that, communitarians argue, assume a disembodied subject. Justice requires understanding the self as embedded and intersubjective, a position like that advanced by post-structuralist theories, see page 82. Communitarians argue that their aim is to rectify an imbalance in modern society and political thought in which individuals, unconstrained by social duty and moral responsibility, have been encouraged to consider only their own interests and rights. In this moral vacuum, society, quite literally, disintegrates. The communitarian project attempts to restore society's moral voice and, in a tradition stemming from Aristotle, see page 101, to construct a politics of the common good. Critics of communitarianism allege that it has conservative and authoritarian implications. It is conservative in amounting to a defense of existing social structures and moral codes. Feminists, for example, have criticized communitarianism for bolstering traditional sex roles under the guise of defending the family. It is authoritarian in its tendency to emphasize the duties of the individual over rights. As a position, communitarianism has largely been replaced in contemporary political theory by liberal nationalism and more contextualist liberal approaches. Key figures. Alastair MacIntyre, born 1929, a Scottish-born moral philosopher, MacIntyre developed a neoclassical and anti-liberal communitarian philosophy. In his view, liberalism preaches moral relativism and cannot morally ground social order. He developed a model of the good life that is rooted in Aristotle and the Christian tradition of Augustine, see page 121, and Aquinas, see page 133. MacIntyre's major works include After Virtue, 1981, and Whose Justice? Which Rationality? 1988. Michael Walzer, born 1935, a U.S. political theorist, Walzer has developed a form of communalist and pluralistic liberalism. He rejects the quest for a universal theory of justice, arguing for the principle of complex equality, according to which different rules should apply to the distribution of different social goods, thereby establishing separate spheres of justice. Walzer's major works include Just and Unjust Wars, 1977, Spheres of Justice, 1983, and Interpretation and Social Criticism, 1987. Michael Sandel, born 1953, a U.S. political theorist, Sandel has criticized individualism and the notion of the unencumbered self. He argues for conceptions of moral and social life that are firmly embedded in distinctive communities and emphasizes that individual choice is structured by the moral ties of the community. His most influential works include Liberalism and the Limits of Justice, 1982, and Democracy's Discontent, 1996. See also Charles Taylor, page 315. The Individual in Politics. On the more methodological side, individualism raises key questions about the role of individuals within political life. This is the aforementioned structure-agency issue. Should political analysis focus on the aspirations, convictions, and deeds of leading individuals, or should it rather examine the impersonal forces that structure individual behavior? At the outset, two fundamentally different approaches to this issue can be dismissed. The first stems from individualism in emphasizing agency as the driver of change. This can manifest in different ways. On the one hand, it has led to a conception of political history and political thought as a series of great and influential figures. Histories are made by human individuals who, in effect, impress their own wills on the political process. Such an approach is evident in the emphasis on great men and their deeds. From this perspective, political analysis boils down to biography, the lives of major leaders such as F.D. Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, Mao Zedong, and Nelson Mandela. In political science, this approach led to what is often called elite theory, an approach to understanding power in politics that held that leaders should be the main analytic object to understand political outcomes. In political ideologies, the extreme form is the fascist Führerprinzip or leader principle. Fascists portrayed leaders such as Mussolini and Hitler as supremely gifted individuals, all-powerful and all-knowing. However, to see politics exclusively in terms of leadership and personality is to ignore the wealth of cultural, economic, social, and historical factors that undoubtedly help to shape political developments. Moreover, it implies that the individual comes into the world ready-formed, owing nothing to society for his or her talents, qualities, attributes, etc. On the other hand, methodological individualism can be more diffuse. Rather than focusing on leaders, it can take the nature of the individual itself, e.g. its self-interest or rationality, as explaining political processes and events. Once again, these assumptions have been core to liberal approaches. For example, utilitarianism, see page 22, assumes that social trends will be a product of individual choices over utility. In 20th century political science, these explanatory claims reached their zenith in rational choice theory and its model of the individual. The second approach rejects methodological individualism in favor of structure. History is shaped by social, economic, and other factors, meaning that individual actors are formed and conditioned by larger forces. An extreme example of this approach to politics was found in the crude and mechanical Marxist theories that developed in the Soviet Union and other communist states. This amounted to a belief in economic determinism. Political, legal, intellectual, and cultural life were thought to be determined by the economic mode of production. All of history and every aspect of individual behavior was therefore understood in terms of the developing class struggle. Such theories imply a belief in historical inevitability, a position that leaves little room for agency and contingency. But where does this leave us? If individuals are neither the masters of history nor puppets controlled by it, what scope is left to individual action? In all circumstances, a balance must exist between personal and impersonal factors, between agency and structure. If individuals make politics, they do so under certain conditions: intellectual, institutional, social, and historical. In the first place, there is the relationship between individuals and their cultural inheritance. Political leaders are rarely original thinkers, examples such as V.I. Lenin, see page 250, being the exception. Practical politicians are guided in decision-making, often unknowingly, by what the economist Keynes referred to as academic scribblers. Margaret Thatcher did not invent Thatcherism any more than Ronald Reagan was responsible for Reaganism. In both cases, their ideas relied on the classical economics of Adam Smith, see page 261, and David Ricardo, 1772–1823, as updated by 20th-century economists such as Hayek and Milton Friedman. See page 38. This is not, however, to say that politics is simply shaped by those individuals who dream up ideas. The ideas of thinkers have changed history by inspiring and guiding political action. However, these thinkers were themselves influenced by the intellectual traditions of their time as well as by the reigning historical and social circumstances. Second, there's the relationship between individuals and institutions. It is widely argued in the modern context that the power of political leaders stems from their office rather than personality. Max Weber, 1864–1920, argued that in modern industrial societies legal rational authority had largely displaced charismatic and traditional forms of authority, see Chapter 4. Individual political leaders may therefore be less important than their parties, government institutions, or the presiding constitutional arrangements. On the other hand, it is difficult to deny that institutional powers are to some extent elastic, capable of being stretched by leaders. Determined leaders have effectively redefined their offices, as F.D. Roosevelt did in the 1930s with the U.S. presidency and Margaret Thatcher did in the 1980s with the UK premiership. Other leaders have founded or recast the institutions they lead, as occurred in the case of Lenin and the Bolshevik Party. Third, there is the individual's relationship with society. There is a sense in which no individual can be understood isolated from his or her social environment. Those who, like socialists, emphasize the importance of a social essence are particularly inclined to see individual behavior as representative of social forces. In its extreme form, such a view sees the individual as nothing more than a plaything of impersonal social and historical forces. Although Marx himself did not subscribe to a narrow determinism, he believed that individual action was limited, warning that the tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. 1852. 1978. Society. Alongside the individual in modern political thought, there is equal focus on the concept of society. In debates about human nature, society examines the collective nature of humans. However independent individuals may be, we are fundamentally interrelated in ways with real political import. However, the concept is just as complex as that of the individual. In its general sense, society denotes a collection of people who are interconnected in some way. Not just any group of people, however, constitutes a society. Societies are characterized by regular patterns of social interaction, suggesting the existence of social structure. Moreover, social relationships involve mutual awareness and at least some measure of cooperation. Groups whose only interaction is war do not constitute a society, even though they may live in close proximity and interact regularly. On the other hand, the internationalization of movement and economic life and the spread of transnational cultural exchange has created the idea of a world society, see page 62. Nevertheless, the cooperative interaction that defines social behavior is not necessarily reinforced by a common identity or loyalty. This is what distinguishes society from the stronger notion of community, which requires at least a measure of affinity or social solidarity and identification with the community. Unsurprisingly, the nature of the social sphere has been considerably disputed. As we saw in individualism, this stems from the fact that the concept of society is inevitably tied to both the question of individuality and the broader implications for our understanding of human nature and essence of humanity. Similarly, such questions occur across descriptive, explanatory, and normative dimensions, including claims to what society is and what it should be. For example, descriptively, how should we understand society, which has been theorized in multiple ways, and what are the political implications of different accounts? Is society a human artifact or organic entity? Is it based on consensus or conflict? What is the significance of social divisions such as social class, race or ethnicity, and religion? What are the impact of these social divisions on politics? Normatively, can individualism and collectivism be reconciled, or must the individual and society always be opposed to one another? Collectivism. Perhaps even more than individualism, collectivism is a deeply contested and confused term. Nevertheless, it is possible to point to a common core of collectivist ideas as well as to identify several competing interpretations and traditions. Collectivism in political thought tends to focus on normative questions around the social existence of humans. As such, as a term, it identifies those theories built around an ideal of social cooperation in political life. To ground these claims, collectivists stress the capacity of human beings for collective action, their ability to pursue goals by working together rather than personal striving. All forms of collectivism understand human beings as social animals capable of forming a collective identity. The social group, whatever it might be, is essential to human existence. This form of collectivism is found in many political traditions. For example, in socialism, an emphasis on social identity and the importance of collective action is evident in the notion of class solidarity to highlight the common interests of all working people. Feminism has often embraced collectivist ideas in stressing the shared nature of women's interests and experiences and in arguing for a common political identity to ground collective political action. Similarly, nationalist doctrines draw on a collectivist vision by interpreting humanity in terms of nations or peoples. All forms of collectivism are distinct from the extreme form of individualism that portrays human beings as independent and self-striving creatures. If people are naturally sociable and cooperative, social life is a source of personal fulfillment rather than a denial of individuality. Despite this overlap, contestation remains within collectivism. For some, collectivism refers to state-coordinated action and reached its highest form in the centrally planned economies of orthodox communist states, so-called state collectivism. For others, collectivism refers to a preference for community action rather than self-striving, an idea that has had libertarian, even anarchist, implications, as in the collectivist anarchism of Michael Bakunin. 1814-76. In addition, collectivism is sometimes used pejoratively for socialism by critics highlighting what they see as its statist tendencies, while socialists themselves employ the term to underline their commitment to the shared interests of humanity. The link between collectivism and the state is not accidental, and it illustrates some of the key tensions around the term. The state, see Chapter 5, has often been seen as the agency through which collective action is organized, in which case it represents the collective interests of society rather than those of any individual. Hence, new right theorists tend to portray state intervention in its various forms as evidence of collectivism. The growth of social welfare, the advance of economic management, and the extension of nationalization have been interpreted as the rise of collectivism. Collectivism, in this statist sense, is often regarded as the antithesis of individualism. As the state represents sovereign, compulsory, and coercive authority, it is always the enemy of individual liberty. Where the state commands, individual initiative and freedom of choice are constrained. However, this understands the state in exclusively negative terms. If, on the other hand, the state advances the cause of individual self-development, say, by providing social welfare, collectivism is entirely compatible with individualism if not its fulfillment. Any account or critique of collectivism that links it exclusively to the state is misleading. The state is, at the most, only an agency through which collective action is organized. Further, it is one that some collectivists are deeply skeptical and critical of. If collectivism stands for collective action undertaken by free individuals or a society out of a recognition that they possess common interests or a collective identity, then the danger of the state is that it can substitute itself for the collective, taking decisions and responsibilities away from ordinary citizens. Broader, non-state collectivism is often articulated more through the idea of autonomous management than state control. Autonomous collectivism has been particularly attractive to anarchists and libertarian socialists. Bakunin, for instance, looked towards the creation of a stateless society in which the economy would be organized according to the principles of workers' self-management, and distinguished this collectivist vision from the authoritarianism implicit in Marxist socialism. Needless to say, these collectivist ideas share no similarity whatsoever with styles of individualism that emphasize personal self-reliance and individual self-interest. Theories of society. Beyond normative theories of collectivism, some traditions in social and political thought frame their account of society as descriptive explanatory theories of society. However, as in the case of collectivism, these are accounts of human nature that attempt to explain how best to understand societies as entities, especially in terms of their political import. Thinking globally. World society. The notion of society has long been applied to the study of international politics dating from the Dutch philosopher Hugo Grotius, 1583 to 1645. Modern exponents of the international society tradition have modified the emphasis within realist theories of international relations on power politics by suggesting the existence of a society of states rather than simply a system of states. However, the notion of world society is more inclusive and has radical implications. Marshall McLuhan's 1964 concept of the global village is one of the most influential 20th century versions of this idea. McLuhan highlighted the existence of a single, interconnected world created by rapid developments in communications technology that facilitated the instantaneous flow of information, as well as a massive increase in the scale of human connectedness with more people interacting with more other people. This substantially changed the nature of human connectedness as face-to-face interaction was increasingly superseded by media-based, and particularly internet-based, interaction. This created the phenomenon of time/space compression, where barriers to communication once imposed by time and space have significantly reduced. While some have welcomed this, claiming knowledge flows have greatly increased, widening opportunities for personal and social development, others have warned that this results in thinner levels of social connectedness. The concept of world society has been more explicitly developed by John Burton, 1972. In his view, world society transcends nation-state boundaries and comprises individuals, non-state organizations, and the global population. However, the notion of world society has also attracted criticism. Not only do social bonds and civic allegiances worldwide continue to be orientated around the nation, with nationalism, see page 227, stubbornly refusing to be subdued by cosmopolitanism, see page 235, but the global age may also be characterized less by homogenization and integration and more by polarization and diversity. More deeply, at over 7 billion and counting, the global population may simply be too large to constitute a meaningful society, any sense of global consciousness or globality, see page 33, being so thin that it remains morally and politically irrelevant. Political life is intimately related to social life. Politics is, after all, an attempt to manage the tensions and conflicts within society. However, the interaction between politics, society, and the individual is a matter of deep controversy. What conflicts exist in society? Who are these conflicts between? Can these conflicts be overcome, or are they permanent? Key here is the question of the relation between individual and society, which yet again dominates debates on human nature. Theories of society in modern Western political thought broadly tend to either see society in individualist or organic terms. Individualist conceptions of society assume that society is a human artifice constructed by individuals to serve their interests or purposes. In its extreme form, this can lead to the belief, often associated with Margaret Thatcher but based on the ideas of Jeremy Bentham, see page 22, that there is no such thing as society. All social and political behavior can be understood in terms of the choices made by self-interested individuals without reference to collective entities such as society. In the history of political thought, this belief spawned the social contract tradition, see page 47, that used the idea of the state of nature, a pre-social and pre-political humanity, to theorize, both explain and prescribe, the nature of socio-political life. Largely, social contract theorists conceived of society and government as a contract created amongst individuals with certain benefits and burdens. This intellectual device became foundational for classical liberalism, which used it to argue for the goal of achieving the greatest possible individual freedom. Although a state is needed to guarantee a framework of order, individuals should, as far as possible, be able to pursue their own interests. This has often been described as an atomistic theory of society, in that society is nothing more than a collection of individual units with their own distinct interests, values, and projects. Individualist theories of society do not necessarily ignore the fact that individuals pursue their interests through the formation of groups. The cement that holds this society together, though, is self-interest, the recognition that private interests overlap, making possible the construction of contracts or voluntary agreements. Clearly, this notion of society is founded on a strong belief in consent, the belief that a natural harmony can emerge among competing individuals and groups in society. This was expressed in Adam Smith's idea of an invisible hand operating in the marketplace, later interpreted by Hayek as the spontaneous order of economic life. Although workers and employers seek conflicting goals, the worker wants higher wages and the employer lower costs, they are bound together by the fact that workers need jobs and employers need labor. Such a view of society has very clear political implications. If society can afford individuals the opportunity to pursue self-interest without generating fundamental conflict, surely Thomas Jefferson's motto that government is best which governs least is correct. Instead of being constructed by rational individuals to satisfy personal interests, an organic theory understands social life as an organic whole. This image suggests societies exhibit properties normally associated with living organisms. This is a holistic conception of society as a complex network of relationships that ultimately exist to maintain the unified whole. The whole structures the roles of the individual parts. The organic analogy was first used by ancient Greek thinkers who referred to the body politic. Some anthropologists and sociologists have subscribed to similar ideas in developing functionalist views of society. This assumes that all social activity plays some part in maintaining the basic structures of society and should be primarily understood in terms of its function. The organic view of society has been accepted by a wide range of political thinkers, notably traditional conservatives and fascists, particularly those who have supported corporatism. There is a sense in which organicism tends toward conservative implications by legitimizing the existing moral and social order, implying that its complex structure produces stability. Institutions such as the family, the church, and the aristocracy, as well as traditional values and culture, underpin social stability. Moreover, this view implies that societies are naturally role differentiated if not explicitly hierarchical. The various elements of society, social classes, sexes, economic bodies, political institutions, etc., have specific roles. Equality among them is as absurd as the idea that the heart, liver, stomach, brain, and lungs are equal within the body. They may be equally important but clearly fulfill different purposes. While both individualist and organic theories of society suggest the existence or possibility of social consensus, rival theories highlight conflict. Conflict can be theorized in different ways and with different degrees of intensity. The linking idea is that sociopolitical life is characterized by divides between groups that see themselves as opposed to and in conflict with others. For example, the pluralist theory of society, perhaps the mildest form, highlights conflict between the various interest groups in society. However, pluralists do not see conflict as fundamental because they believe that an open competitive political system is capable of ensuring social balance and preventing unrest. Elite theories of society, on the other hand, highlight the concentration of power in the hands of a small minority and so underline the existence of conflict between the elite and the masses. Elite theorists explain social order in terms of organizational advantage, manipulation, and open coercion rather than consensus. The most influential conflict theory of society, however, has been Marxism. Marx believed that the roots of social conflict lie in the existence of private property, leading to fundamental and irreconcilable class conflict. Quite simply, those who produce wealth in any society, the workers, are systematically exploited by property owners. Marx argued that workers are not paid in accordance with their contribution to the productive process, their surplus value being expropriated. Class conflict, thus, influences every aspect of social existence. Politics, for instance, is not a process through which rival interests are balanced, but a means of perpetuating class exploitation. In the 20th and 21st centuries, these trends have developed into radical democratic and agonist theories of democracy which see conflict as the fundamental condition of both social life and democratic institutions. All of this goes to a divided image of society. Social divisions, class, race, and religion. Most political thinkers recognize the political importance of social groups. The concern has been with the makeup, composition, and dynamics of society. This is reflected in the increasing focus in modern Western political thought on how social divisions structure political life. A social division is a split or divide in society reflecting the diversity of social formations and positions. These divisions are products of some sort of inequality or exclusion in social, economic, or political life. highlighting social divisions in a theory of society and human nature understands social bonds, whether economic, racial, religious, cultural, or sexual, as politically important and treats these groups as political actors with explanatory and normative significance. In this way, the idea of social division politicizes social groups. However, these divisions can be interpreted in different ways, especially as many are different types of groups. Class divides do not operate like racial divides. At the general level, though, they can be understood in different ways. For some, social divisions are fundamental and permanent, rooted either in human nature or the organic structure of society. Others argue that these cleavages are temporary and removable. In the same way, these divisions can be thought of as healthy or as evidence of social injustice. Contemporary political theorists sometimes prefer the language of identity and difference to that of social divisions, focusing on identity politics, see chapters 12 to 13. The concept of social divisions is more long-standing, extends across social and political theory, and is usually associated with the political significance of social class, race, and religion, amongst others. The concept of social class was probably the first social division to receive major attention in political theory, and so is most traditionally associated with politics. Class reflects socio-economic divisions, based on an unequal distribution of wealth, income, or social status. A social class is a group of people who share an economic and social position, and who are united by a common interest. However, political theorists have not agreed on the significance of social class, or how to define it. Marxists, for example, regard class as the most fundamental social division. They understand class in terms of economic power, the ownership of the means of production. Social classes are thus defined by a group's relative position to production. The bourgeoisie is the capitalist class, the owners of capital or productive wealth, while the proletariat, which owns no wealth, is forced to sell its labor power to survive, its members being reduced to wage slaves. In Marx's view, classes are major political and historical actors. The proletariat is destined to be the gravedigger of capitalism, a destiny it will fulfill once it achieves revolutionary class consciousness. However, the Marxist two-class model has been significantly criticized as inattentive to the dynamic nature of capitalism, and by seemingly declining evidence of overt class struggle in advanced capitalist societies. Post-Marxists such as Ernesto Laclau and Chantal Mouffe, 1985, argued that the priority traditionally accorded to social class and the central position of the working class in bringing about social change was no longer sustainable. Racial and ethnic cleavages have also been significant in political thought. The concept of race refers to the supposed identification of fundamental differences, usually biological or physical, e.g. skin or hair color, physique, physiognomy, that supposedly distinguish peoples in socially significant ways. In practice, racial categories are largely based on cultural stereotypes and have little or no foundation in genetics. The idea of race, however, was of growing import in the modern Western period, originally in the natural sciences where, from the 17th to the 19th centuries, it was widely agreed that humanity was divided up into a discrete amount of separate species, usually 4 to 6, with distinct intellectual and physical capacities, i.e. a racial hierarchy. Such ideas had profound consequences on political thought and public debate. In most of the modern period, there has been a profound silence in political theory on race, even as many Western thinkers were increasingly egalitarian and inclusivist. And before the 20th century, when major political thinkers did comment, it was with profoundly racist ideas. For example, in Of National Characters, David Hume commented that he was apt to suspect that all other races were naturally inferior to whites and that this put in question whether justice as an ideal was due to them. Similarly, in multiple essays, Immanuel Kant, 1802-2012, endorsed a theory of race where humanity is at its greatest perfection in the race of the whites. The most grotesque 20th century manifestation of such racialism was found in the race theories of Nazism, which gave rise to the final solution, the attempt to exterminate European Jewry. At the same time, these views also spawned a critical race theory tradition that since the 19th century has been challenging racism within the Western tradition. This is now a core and continuing project for historians of political thought and political theorists. See Chapter 13. The term ethnicity is preferred by many socio-political theorists because it refers to cultural, linguistic, and social differences, not rooted in biology. In this way, it seems to refer to groups whose identification is not part of their subjection. This is because key to ethnicity is a group belief in the reality and identity of the group itself. Most often, this identity is connected to supposedly objective shared features of the group: ancestry, religion, culture, language, values, to name some options. However, ethnicity substantially intersects with race because the political concern with ethnicity is its effect on multi-ethnic and multicultural contexts. As a result, the ethnic component to nationalism and the rise of ethnic identities within Western and non-Western political communities in the 20th century, is a prominent area of focus for political theory. Political theorists in such debates as multiculturalism and multinationalism have attempted to think through the consequences of ethno-cultural diversity for the norms and institutions of liberal democratic states. See Chapter 12. The relation between religion and political life has at various points been a central question in modern political thought. In one sense, this tradition was motivated by the conflicts between religious and secular authority that dominated the late medieval period. The modern view of religion has been dominated, as a result, by liberal theory and its approach to this question. For example, the question of what to do with states that contained multiple Christian denominations led to early discussions of the concept of toleration. See Chapter 9. John Locke, in his A Letter Concerning Toleration, 1689–1963, argued that the proper function of the state is to protect life, liberty, and property. It has no right to meddle in the care of men's souls. Religious truth can only be established by the individual for himself or herself. It cannot be taught and should not be imposed by government. Locke's argument amounts to a restatement of the case for privacy, and for an essential distinction between public and private in liberal democracies. Its influence is that public secularism and private religion has largely been the assumed normative ideal of modern Western states for most thinkers. While this has been problematized in recent decades in debates around post-secularism, this association meant that in the late 20th century religion was generally tied to discussions of diversity, inclusion, and culture, and so part of many of the same debates as those of ethnicity. However, the emergence of new and often more assertive forms of religiosity, the increasing impact of religious movements, and a closer relationship between religion and politics, especially since the 1970s, has confounded the so-called secularization thesis. This holds that modernization is invariably accompanied by the displacement of religion by secular forms of politics. Religious revivalism was most dramatically demonstrated by the 1979 Islamic Revolution in Iran, which brought Ayatollah Khomeini, see page 367, to power. Nevertheless, this has not been an exclusively Islamic development, as fundamentalist movements emerged in Christianity, particularly in the form of the New Christian Right in the United States, within Hinduism and Sikhism in India, and within Buddhism in Sri Lanka, amongst others. Despite modern assumptions, religion as a social force thus remains a key question for political theory today. Conclusion. The topic of human nature has an odd status in contemporary political theory. In one sense, it is a widely criticized concept, difficult to appeal to overtly. That said, all political theories must operate with some explicit or implicit understanding of humanity, individuals, and social groups. These can include ideas of the drives that motivate us: reason, emotion, instinct, the extent to which we change, essence versus evolution, and the dynamics of our group lives: competition, cooperation, conflict. Without some idea of what humans are like, one could not make any explanatory or normative claims about political life. In more contemporary discussions, claims about human nature often come packaged within more contemporary headings, including moral psychology, ontology, capacities, rational actors, affect, and others. Importantly, such different takes on human nature represent different approaches to the topic. As Bhikkhu Parekh notes, some writers take a substantive or thick view, and others a largely formal view of it. Some take a teleological and others a mechanistic view. For some it determines, and for others it only disposes human beings to act in certain ways. Some define it to mean all that characterizes human beings, including what they share in common with animals. For others it only refers to what is distinctive to them and marks them off as a distinct species. Parekh 2000. In this way, debates about human nature are both unavoidable and often at cross purposes, and different schools or traditions in political thought continue to operate with very different accounts of humanity, the individual, and the social. Focusing on the texts. Thomas Hobbes's Leviathan, 1651–1968, point 1 ch. 13 of the natural condition of mankind as concerning their felicity and misery. Hobbes's Leviathan, 1651–1968, is one of the earliest and most influential texts in the tradition of modern Western political thought. It both launched the modern social contract tradition, see page 47, and represents one of the earliest modern theories of the state and government. Specifically, Leviathan is a rationalist text. It sought to lay out a set of rational universal principles to construct political society and institutions that would not be subject to forces of internal degradation. In that work, Hobbes defends absolutist government, the first major modern theory of the state, as the only alternative to anarchy and disorder. To make this argument, he employed the idea of life in a stateless society, the state of nature, to illustrate the effect of government on humanity. This is a situation in which there are no social or political constraints on individual action, only what an individual can and will do. Part of the power of Hobbes' argument was and is the originality of this approach and its deep claim to look inside human nature. He argued that such a condition would be a war of all against all based on the belief that human beings are relatively equal, desiring, and likely to conflict over their aims. From this he concludes that the state of nature as an amoral and lawless state would provide strong rational grounds for absolutist government. Demonstrative quotations. 1. For as to the strength of body, the weakest has strength enough to kill the strongest, either by secret machination or by confederacy with others that are in the same danger with himself. 2. Prom this equality of ability, ariseth equality of hope in the attaining of our ends. And therefore if any two men desire the same thing, which nevertheless they cannot both enjoy, they become enemies, and in the way to their end, which is principally their own conservation and sometimes their delectation only, endeavor to destroy, or subdue one another. 3. Hereby it is manifest, that during the time men live without a common power to keep them all in awe, they are in that condition which is called war, and such a war as is of every man against every man. For war consisteth not in battle only, or the act of fighting, but in attractive time, wherein the will to contend by battle is sufficiently known. 4. To this war of every man against every man, this also is consequent, that nothing can be unjust. The notions of right and wrong, justice and injustice have there no place. Reading questions. 1. How does Hobbes approach theorizing human nature, and what are the strengths and weaknesses of this approach? 2. Why does Hobbes think humans are basically equal, and in what sense? 3. Why does Hobbes characterize the state of nature as a war? Questions for discussion. To what does the concept of human nature refer? Must all political thought be grounded in a concept of human nature? Why or why not? Is human nature plastic, shaped by external forces, or fixed by certain attributes? What are the implications of assuming that human beings are largely driven by non-rational impulses? On what grounds have people been portrayed as naturally cooperative? Is individualism a necessarily anti-status doctrine and collectivism pro-state? Is society based on conflict or consensus? Further reading. Forbes I. and Smith S. eds. Politics and Human Nature, 1993. Still one of the most comprehensive examinations of conceptions of human nature from different major figures, ideologies, and theoretical traditions in political theory. Lukes S. Individualism, 2006. A classic examination of what individualism has meant in different national tradition and provinces of thought, which argues that it has come to play a malign ideological role. Parekh B. Conceptualizing Human Beings in Rethinking Multiculturalism, 2000. A very useful examination of the question of human nature and its role in political thought. Stevenson L. 10 Theories of Human Nature, 1998. An account of competing theories of human nature that considers views ranging from ancient religious traditions to modern scientific theorizing. Part. Modern Political Problems. Chapter 4. The Problem of Power, Authority, and Legitimacy. Introduction. Power. Decision-making, agenda-setting, preference manipulation, a fourth face of power? Authority. Power and authority, kinds of authority, justifying authority. Legitimacy. Legitimacy, consent, and constitutionalism, legitimacy as ideological hegemony conclusion. Introduction. Power is for many the central political concept. The practice of politics is often portrayed as little more than the exercise of power and the academic subject as the study of power. In one sense, this is uncontroversial. All empirical and theoretical approaches to studying politics must be concerned with the past, current, and future distribution of power, who has it, how it is used, and on what basis it is exercised. However, that unity belies two more fundamental controversies in the study of politics over power: 1. How to define it, and 2. What the normative dimensions of power are. Both are key to political theory's use of the concept and so are discussed in turn in the introduction and chapter. The study of politics is structured by deep and recurrent disagreement over how to define power. Some have gone as far as to suggest that there is no single, agreed concept of power but rather a number of competing concepts or theories. Competing conceptions of power will disagree as a result over a series of questions or claims we might put the concept to. What is the distribution of power within modern society? Is power distributed widely and evenly dispersed, or is it concentrated in the hands of the few, a power elite or ruling class? Is power essentially benign, enabling people to achieve their collective goals? Is it a form of oppression or domination, or is it somehow productive and constitutive? The difficulty of the conceptual controversy over power cannot be overstated. When the central concept of a discipline is controversial, there is disagreement not only over how to explain power but also how to normatively assess it. In this way, the centrality of power to political science generally obscures that political theory as a discipline has a more complex relation to the concept. Because political theory blends and links descriptive, explanatory, and normative questions, see Chapter 1. There are not only methodological debates about how to study power but also normative ones over how best to understand the unique nature of legitimate power. For example, understanding power only as a form of domination or control that forces one person to obey another runs into the problem that in political life power is very commonly exercised through the willing obedience of the public. Those in power do not merely possess the ability to enforce compliance but are usually thought to have the right to do so. This highlights both the distinction and the link between power and authority. What is it, however, that transforms power into authority, and on what basis can authority be rightfully exercised? This leads to another key concept in the study of politics, and particularly political theory: legitimacy. The concept of legitimacy attempts to describe a unique normative status that some forms of authority have, rightful or correct authority. Legitimacy concerns those forms of authority and power that we have some sort of obligation to obey. This means it is both about how and why people might perceive something as legitimate, a descriptive question, and why they should see something as legitimate or not, a normative question. Modern Western politics is uniquely tied to the concept of legitimacy, and so also to this normative empirical tension around power. In this way, the concept of power has, and continues, to pose a unique, foundational problem for political thought. This chapter examines this by first examining the major empirical approaches to power within 20th century political science. These offer a background to the normative issues around, in the first instance, authority, and in the second, legitimacy. Power. There are perhaps as many theories of power as there are scholars of politics. This speaks to the centrality of the concept to political theory and political science. Terence Ball has argued that power is arguably the single most organizing concept in social and political theory, 1997. Ball here is arguing not only that power is of central conceptual importance to politics, but that the definition of power significantly affects how one approaches other political concepts and studying politics generally. The essential contestability of concepts, see Chapter 1, means that any definition of power includes a variety of other contested concepts, e.g. authority, sovereignty, legitimacy, politics, etc. This issue is only exacerbated when the concept is so central and controversial in a discipline. In the social sciences, the most general concept of power focuses on the ability to achieve a desired outcome, sometimes referred to as power to. This could include the accomplishment of actions as simple as buying a newspaper. What is key here is that power is something held by an actor, probably consciously, and deployed to an end. In this sense, power is a capacity that allows one to do something. It is instrumental, a means. This is distinguished from what is now, arguably, the dominant language around power. Power is a relationship, the exercise of control by one person over another, power over. The key difference is that power is not primarily known through studying the person who has power. Rather, power is identified in the relation between two individuals or groups. Power is a relation of domination. These two views can be reconciled in seeing power as a capacity to dominate. On this view, power is the capacity to make formal decisions that are in some way binding on others, whether these are made by teachers in the classroom, parents in the family, or by government ministers in relation to the whole of society. At their extremes, though these views seem to repeat the previous emphases in the structure versus agency divide, one holds that power is always an attribute of an identifiable agent, be it an interest group, political party, or major corporation, while the other sees power as generated from relations in a social system. One way to resolve these controversies is to see power as essentially contested, and various theories as highlighting its dimensions. This acknowledges that no settled definition can be developed, even if there are reasons for employing a definition at different times. This is Stephen Lukes's approach in Power, a Radical View, 1975-2004, an iconic text within political theory on larger conceptual debates in political science on power. In what has become known as the Faces of Power debate, Lukes distinguished between three faces, or dimensions, of power prevalent in political thought and science. Importantly, he was reacting to ongoing controversies around whether liberal democratic politics in the 20th century demonstrated a centralized elite model of rule, i.e. where political elites generally had exclusive power, or a distributed model with a wider balance of power, i.e. held by a variety of groups, individuals, and institutions. Lukes also highlighted a key aspect of this controversy: that the question of power was about how to think about power theoretically and how to study it empirically. That is, the Faces of Power was both about how best to define power and how each definition enabled a particular method of studying power that was more or less useful. Methodological, conceptual, and normative issues were thus all at play. The great value of Lukes's analysis is to illustrate that power can be said to have at least three faces. First, it can involve the ability to influence the making of decisions. Second, it may be reflected in the capacity to shape political agendas. And third, it may take the form of controlling people's perceptions and preferences. This section will close with a fourth face of power, power as productive, that has become another contender since Lukes. Thinker. Thomas Hobbes, 1588–1679. English political philosopher. Hobbes was the son of a minor clergyman. He was tutor to the exiled Prince of Wales, Charles Stuart, and lived under the patronage of the Cavendish family. Writing at a time of civil strife, precipitated by the English Revolution, Hobbes developed the first comprehensive theory of human behavior since Aristotle. Hobbes's major work Leviathan, 1651–1968, defended absolutist government as the only alternative to anarchy. He portrayed life in a stateless society, the state of nature, as a war of all against all, based on an account of human beings as essentially power-seeking. In Hobbes's view, citizens have an unqualified obligation towards the state, arguing that limiting the power of government risks descent into the state of nature. Hobbes thus provided a rationalist defense for absolutism, see page 139. However, because he based authority on consent and allowed that sovereign authority may take forms other than monarchy, he upset supporters of the divine right of kings. Hobbes's moral and conflictual view of human nature, and his emphasis on the vital importance of authority, had considerable impact on liberal, see page 280, and conservative thought, see page 142. But his individualist methodology and the use he made of social contract theory prefigured several trends in early liberalism, see page 37. Decision-making. The first face of power dates to Thomas Hobbes's suggestion that power is the ability of an agent to affect the behavior of a patient. This notion is analogous to the idea of physical or mechanical power. Power involves being pulled or pushed against one's will. This view of power has been central to mainstream 20th century Anglo-American political science, which was dominated by the behaviorism of the 1950s and 1960s. Its classic statement is Robert Dahl's A Critique of the Ruling Elite Model, 1958. Dahl, see page 188, deeply criticized the claim, common to conservative elite theory and critical, often Marxist, approaches, that power was concentrated in the hands of a ruling elite. He argued that such theories were largely based on asking where power was believed to be located. In contrast, Dahl treated power as the ability to influence the decision-making process. Determining this was a matter of assessing the intent or preferences of a group and comparing the outcome of any decision-making process. This approach, he believed, was objective and quantifiable. For him, power is a question of who gets their way, how often, and over what issues. Dahl famously summarized this in The Concept of Power with the formula: A has power over B when A can get B to do something that B would not otherwise do, 1957. This is a one-dimensional view of power, as it sees power as a relation of domination when one actor controls the behavior of another to get them to act in a way contrary to the latter's stated preferences. There are 4 theoretical assumptions in this model. First, power is an attribute of individuals used in their relationships with others. In this sense, it is identifiable in their behavior. Second, power is a form of domination, power over, not a capacity, power to. It is not that individuals have to produce an outcome, but something that allows them to dominate others to produce that outcome. Third, power manifests in its effects and is only present there. If it tries to dominate B to some end and fails, no power is present. Fourth, as a result, power is zero-sum. In any interaction, some will have power and some will not. If A gets B to do what they would not otherwise do, A has power and B does not. There are several theoretical advantages to this view. In the first instance, it corresponds to the common-sense notion of power as success, i.e. that it is about outcomes, and the quotidian view that power is about decisions and how they are made. More importantly for political theorists and scientists, this view of power has methodological advantages. As Dahl claimed, it is a clear and parsimonious definition. It can be operationalized in a relatively straightforward way in an empirical study of the distribution of power within any group, community, or society. The method consists in 1. Selecting key decision-making areas, 2. Identifying the actors involved and discovering their preferences, and 3. Analyzing the decisions made and comparing these with the preferences of the actors. On this definition of power, a clear object of analysis can be identified, sites of decision-making, and power is rendered measurable. It is unsurprising that this definition was enthusiastically adopted by political scientists and sociologists, especially in the United States, in the late 1950s and 1960s, and spawned a large number of community power studies. The most famous such study was Dahl's own analysis of the distribution of power in Who Governs, 1963, 2005. Simplicity can also breed disadvantages, as this conception of power has clear limitations. While many criticisms have been made, we focus on 2 that motivate the second and third phases of power. First, by focusing exclusively on decisions, this approach misrecognizes a common instance of power by ignoring how actors prevent decisions from happening. That is, its focus on methodological simplicity and the availability of data means it ends up with too narrow a view of what outcomes power has. This criticism motivates the second phase of power. Second, more expansively, this conception of power is exclusively actor-centered. Power is only an attribute of relationships between concrete individuals and sometimes groups. It cannot manifest in larger cultural, social, or historical structures. This is a very agency-centered approach that has two problematic effects. On the one hand, power relations can exist only when there is an observable conflict of interests between those exercising power and those over whom it is exercised. This means that power cannot exist in a context where the weaker party does not identify themselves as being subjected to power by having an interest or preference they are prevented from pursuing. On the other hand, this view of power assumes that an actor's interests are synonymous with their stated preferences. Like classical liberal theory, individuals are taken to be the best judges of their interests, and there is no attempted differentiation between their real interests and stated preferences. Agenda setting. The second face of power is a relatively minor revision to the first that expands the range of actions and contexts of power. It responds to the first major criticism from the previous discussion of power as decision-making, that the focus on methodological simplicity and the availability of data means that it ends up a limited view of power's outcomes. In their seminal essay, The Two Faces of Power, 1962-1981, P. Bachrach and M. Baratz described non-decision-making as the second face of power. Although Bachrach and Baratz accepted that power is reflected in the decision-making process, they insisted that, to the extent that a person or group consciously or unconsciously creates or reinforces barriers to the public airing of policy conflicts, that person or group has power. To return to Dahl's formula, the neo-elitist reformation of Bachrach and Baratz is: A devotes his energies to creating or reinforcing social and political values and institutional practices that limit the scope of the political process to public considerations of only those issues which are comparatively innocuous to it. This form of power is non-decision-making, a decision that results in the exclusion of discussions that threaten the interests of the decision-maker. As E. Schatznader, 1960, succinctly put it, some issues are organized into politics while others are organized out. Power is the ability to set the political agenda for the decision-making process. This form of power may be more difficult but not impossible to identify, requiring an understanding of the dynamics of non-decision-making. Whereas the decision-making approach focuses attention on the active participation of groups, non-decisions highlight the importance of political organization in blocking the participation of certain groups and views. Schatznader summed this up in his famous assertion that organization is the mobilization of bias. There are at least two important innovations in this view for political theorists and scientists. First, the second face of power expands political power by including the largely informal process of agenda setting that occurs around formal decision-making. In this sense, it is more nuanced and institutionally sophisticated, capable of including a greater range of possible causes. Second, it introduces the possibility of weighting different forces in the overall decision-making process, formal and informal, to assess where power really lies. The result is that non-decision-making can be seen to operate within liberal democratic systems in several ways. For example, although political parties are normally seen as vehicles through which interests are expressed, they can just as easily block views. This can happen either when all major parties implicitly disregard an issue, e.g. because there are costs for each party in raising it with at least some of their supporters, or when parties fundamentally agree, in which case the issue is never raised. For example, climate change and other systemic issues have often encountered barriers to getting on the mainstream political agenda, and, for some, this is because decision-makers see large costs to discussing them. In the largest sense, this understanding of power remains limited. Specifically, by continuing to focus on decision-making, this view retains most of the weaknesses of the previous while adding some of its own. In terms of the former, it retains the anti-systemic and actor-centric model of power that assumes that power relations are observable to actors and that stated interests are real interests. Even though agenda setting may be recognized with decision-making as important faces of power, neither takes account of how power can be wielded through manipulating what people think. Additionally, it threatens to produce a very constrained and ideological account of power. Non-decision-making has often generated elitist rather than pluralist conclusions. Bachrach and Baratz have pointed out that the mobilization of bias in conventional politics normally operates in the interests of what they call status quo defenders, privileged or elite groups. Elitists have, indeed, sometimes portrayed liberal democratic politics as a series of filters through which radical proposals are weeded out and kept off political agendas. However, this only seems to raise the question of why a people might accept such a centralized system. How might power affect what people think? Preference manipulation. The two previous approaches to power, decision-making and non-decision-making, share a basic limitation. Lukes argues they constrain the use of the concept of power to situations with observable, i.e. reported, conflict. This problematically assumes that what individuals and groups want is what they say they want. Indeed, both perspectives agree that it is only when groups have clearly stated preferences that it is possible to say who has power and who does not. There are two problems with such a position: that stated preferences are real preferences for Lukes and others. First, it treats individuals and groups as rational and autonomous actors capable of knowing their own interests, articulating them clearly, and being primarily motivated by them. While many liberal theorists remain committed to the normative importance of this view for moral reflection, many critics have countered that no human being possesses an entirely independent mind. Ideas, opinions, and preferences are shaped by social experience through the influence of family, peer groups, school, the workplace, the mass media, political parties, and so forth. See Chapter 3. Second, this position also assumes perfect information. It assumes that in forming preferences, individuals have enough information, e.g., about the social and political system, to accurately assess their interests. This includes not only information but also the conceptual resources they have to understand how power structures their context. This suggests a third face of power, power as preference manipulation. Rather than overt domination, this form of power is the ability of A to exercise power over B by influencing, shaping, or determining his very wants. For Lukes, this is perhaps the most important form of political power precisely because it is the most difficult to root out, expose, and oppose. As he aptly notes, is it not the most insidious exercise of power to prevent people, to whatever degree, from having grievances by shaping their perceptions, cognitions, and preferences in such a way that they accept their role in the existing order of things, either because they can see or imagine no alternative to it, or because they see it as natural or unchangeable, or because they value it as divinely ordained and beneficial? 1975-2004. This radical view of power, for Lukes, exposes the third face of power that avoids defining it solely through the behavior of the agents involved. This raises the possibility of structural notions of power that take a historical and broad view. If power is taken to shape individual and social perceptions in the ways Lukes suggests, it requires understanding how the unique structure of power operates. However, such a view will likely be controversial because it requires a distinction between truth and falsehood, between subjective or felt, perceived interests and real, objective interests. This conception of power has been influential in a variety of traditions in political thought since the 19th century. In this way, Lukes's third dimension is more a general articulation of a common understanding than a conceptual innovation. For example, this conception of power has been particularly prominent within Marxism. Capitalism, Marxists argue, is a system of class exploitation where economic, social, and political power is monopolized by a ruling class, the bourgeoisie. The power of the bourgeoisie is ideological as well as economic and political. In Marx's view, the dominant ideas, values, and beliefs of any society are the ideas of its ruling class. In the German Ideology, Marx and Engels, 1846-1970, Marx famously claimed, the class which has the means of material production at its disposal has control at the same time over the means of mental production, so that thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. Further, the ruling ideas are usually an idealized vision of the social relations that support the current ruling class. The ruling ideas are nothing more than the ideal expression of the dominant material relationships, grasped as ideas, hence are the relationships which make the one class the ruling one, therefore, the ideas of its dominance. The exploited class, the proletariat, understands socio-economic relations through these ideas and theories and thus suffer from what Engels, see page. The ruling ideas are nothing more than the ideal expression of the dominant material relationships, grasped as ideas, hence are the relationships which make the one class the ruling one, therefore, the ideas of its dominance. The exploited class, the proletariat, understands socio-economic relations through these ideas and theories and thus suffer from what Engels, see page 250, termed false consciousness. In effect, they are prevented from recognizing their own exploitation. In this way, the real interests of the proletariat, which are served only by abolishing capitalism, differ from their felt interests. This broad structure has been central to many Marxist thinkers' view of ideological power, such as that developed by Graham Sy, see page 250, and critical theory, see page 78. Lenin, see page 250, for example, argued that the power of bourgeois ideology was such that, left on its own, the proletariat would be able to achieve only trade union consciousness, the desire to improve their material conditions within the capitalist system. More expansively, in One-Dimensional Man, 1964, Herbert Marcuse, see page 79, argued that the totalitarian character of advanced industrial societies was based not on open force, but on the pervasive manipulation of needs made possible by modern technology. This created what Marcuse called a comfortable, smooth, reasonable, democratic unfreedom. In such circumstances, the absence of conflict in society does not attest to general contentment and a wide dispersal of power. Rather, a society without opposition reveals the success of an insidious process of ideological control. Tradition, critical theory, or the Frankfurt School. While the term can broadly refer to many traditions in modern Western political thought focusing on critical approaches to political thinking, critical theory refers to the work of the Frankfurt School of Social Theory. Originally located at the Institute of Social Research. Established in Frankfurt in 1923, it relocated to the United States in the 1930s and was re-established in Frankfurt in the early 1950s before dissolving in 1969. There are three phases in the development of critical theory. The first is associated with the central figures of the pre-war and early post-war period, notably Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse. The second phase stems from the work of Habermas. The final, current phase has broadened out critical theory under the leadership of Hanoff. Critical theory has never constituted a unified school. However, certain general themes tend to distinguish Frankfurt thinkers. Their original intellectual and political inspiration was Marxism, see page 249. However, critical theorists were concerned by Stalinism, criticized the determinist tendencies in orthodox Marxism, and sought to address Marx's inaccurate predictions about the inevitable collapse of capitalism. Frankfurt thinkers therefore developed a neo-Marxism that focused on analyzing ideology rather than economics and no longer treated the proletariat as the revolutionary agent. They also blended Marxist insights with those of thinkers such as Kant, see page 230, Hegel, see page 18, Weber, and Freud. Critical theory is characterized by the attempt to extend the notion of critique to all social practices by linking substantive social research to philosophy. In so doing, it both exceeds Marxist methodology and blends traditionally discrete disciplines including economics, sociology, philosophy, psychology, and literary criticism. While early Frankfurt thinkers were primarily concerned with analyzing discrete societies, later theorists have focused on international politics. In this respect, critical theorists have an explicit commitment to emancipatory politics, uncovering structures of oppression in global politics to advance individual and collective freedom. Sometimes this has also encouraged them to question the conventional association within political theory between political community and the state, creating the possibility of a cosmopolitan political identity. Critical theory has itself attracted criticism. For example, first-generation Frankfurt thinkers were criticized for advancing a theory of social transformation that was often disengaged from ongoing social struggle. Moreover, they were accused of overemphasizing the capacity of capitalism to absorb oppositional forces and thus of underestimating crisis tendencies within capitalist society. Nonetheless, critical theory has offered important insights through the cross-fertilization of academic disciplines and by straddling Marxism and conventional social theory. It has provided an imaginative perspective to explore the problems and contradictions of existing society. Key figures: Max Horkheimer, 1895–1973, a German philosopher and social psychologist. Horkheimer pioneered the interdisciplinary approach of critical theory. His principal concern was to analyze the psychic and ideological mechanisms through which class societies contain conflict. Horkheimer's major works include Dialectic of Enlightenment with Theodor Adorno, 1944, and The Eclipse of Reason, 1974. Herbert Marcuse, 1898–1979, a German political philosopher and social theorist. Marcuse portrayed advanced industrial society as an all-encompassing system of repression, which subdues argument and debate and absorbs opposition. Against this one-dimensional society, he held up the utopian prospect of personal and sexual liberation. Marcuse's key works include Reason and Revolution, 1941, Eros and Civilization, 1955, 1969, and One-Dimensional Man, 1964. Jürgen Habermas, born 1929, a German philosopher and social theorist. Habermas is the leading exponent of the second generation of the Frankfurt School. Habermas's work ranges over epistemology, the dynamics of advanced capitalism, the nature of rationality, and the relationship between social science and philosophy. Habermas's main works include Towards Rational Society, 1970, and The Theory of Communicative Competence, 1984-1988. Similarly, this structural notion of power has been key to feminist theories of power and the notion of patriarchy. For example, Carol Pateman's The Sexual Contract, 1988, was a deeply influential rereading of the social contract tradition in modern political thought that attempted to illustrate how liberal understandings of contract justified the systematic exclusion of women from social, economic, and political life. She argued that the social contract relied upon an implicit sexual contract between the state and adult men, which made women subordinate to and dependent on individual men. As a result, for her, the gender difference between men and women is constituted through domination. The patriarchal construction of the difference between masculinity and femininity is the political difference between freedom and subjection. Such notions of patriarchy have raised very difficult questions for feminists. Simone de Beauvoir, in her The Second Sex, 1949-2010, confronted the question of bad faith women's complicity in the patriarchal structure. For her, part of the invidious nature of the domination of women is how it encourages complicity. Hence, woman makes no claim for herself as subject because she lacks the concrete means, because she senses the necessary link connecting her to man without positing its reciprocity, and because she often derives satisfaction from her role as the other. De Beauvoir, 1949-2010, 10. For de Beauvoir, dependence and subjection can produce a sort of happiness at not having to be responsible for oneself, for not having to make difficult choices. Finally, post-colonial theorists, see Chapter 13, have argued that understanding Colonialism as a structure of domination requires addressing its complex legacy and effects. While these effects are material and economic, many post-colonial thinkers have highlighted that they are also cultural and psychological. For example, in Orientalism 1978, Edward Said argued that European colonization of the Middle East had also had a fundamental effect on knowledge itself. It constructed the idea of an Orient with certain values, tendencies and pathologies that the West knew something about. The relationship between Occident and Orient is a relationship of power, of domination, of varying degrees of a complex hegemony. The Orient was Orientalized not only because it was discovered to be Oriental in all those ways considered commonplace by an average 19th century European, but also because it could be, that is, submitted to being made Oriental. Such colonizing images produced by the West about colonial subjects have been absorbed and internalized by formerly colonized peoples with effects on their cultural systems of values and understanding. These issues undermine the idea that colonialism is an event with a discernible end. How post is colonialism? Despite this great variety of critical work in the radical view of power, there are limitations. Principally, to argue that people's perceptions are a delusion, that their felt needs are not their real needs, requires a standard of truth against which to judge them. If stated preferences are unreliable, how can we ascertain their real interests? For example, if class antagonisms are obscured by bourgeois ideology, how can the Marxist notion of a ruling class be tested? Marxism has sometimes relied on claiming a scientific approach to answer this charge. However, this basis was abandoned by many Marxists and post-Marxists as discussions of foundationalism and anti-foundationalism became central to political thought in the 1970s, see Chapter 1. Amongst other issues, these perspectives ask if knowledge is socially determined and contaminated with power, whether all claims to truth are relative. This would compromise not only the status of scientific theories but all social scientific work. It also suggests that any distinction between real and felt interests will rely on a contestable theory of human nature, of what people need for fulfilling lives, which cannot be definitively proved or critiqued. At least one further difficulty for power as preference manipulation results. In a sense, this applies to all three faces of power. However, it is most acute in this conception because of its critical lineage and attempt to offer a broad, structural approach. This is the fact that power in this third dimension is understood only negatively. Power deludes and obscures. Power is domination. In contrast, some theorists have wanted to argue that power produces a fourth dimension of power. The fourth dimension of power, which Lukes does not discuss, stems from the increasing prominence of post-structuralist conceptions of power in political theory. This approach, influenced by the writings of Michel Foucault, see page 83, significantly overlaps with power as preference manipulation. However, there is a key difference. The third face of power understands power as negative. It is identified in structural relations of domination with a clear division between oppressor and oppressed. Further, the latter's preferences, and potentially their wider sociocultural values, are systematically distorted to serve the interests of the oppressor. As a result, Marxism, the original and most quintessential form, argues that the political power of capitalism is at least partly found in how capitalistic social relations are systematically distorted by ideology. In essence, the language of social, economic, and political freedom in modern liberal democracies serves to prevent revolutionary consciousness in the proletariat. In contrast, post-structuralist theorists see power as ubiquitous and argue that all systems of knowledge should be understood as manifestations of power. This approach is focused on the way in which language and broader systems of thought contain power relations. Foucault, for example, focused his analysis on the idea of a discourse of power. A discourse is a system of social relations, practices and ideas that assign meaning, and therefore identities, to those within it. Anything from institutionalized psychiatry and the prison service, as in Foucault's case, to settler colonialism and religious worldviews can be regarded as discourses. Discourses are a form of power in that they set up antagonisms and structure relations between people, who are defined as subjects or objects, as insiders or outsiders. These identities are internalized, negotiated and contested through the politics of power. For many, this is a complex and difficult conception of power. Foucault clarified what he meant in a later essay called The Subject and Power, 1982. He clarifies that his notion of power is focused on how larger normative cultural practical structures, e.g. gender, constrain, produce, enable, and limit individuality. This form of power applies itself to immediate everyday life, which categorizes the individual, marks him by his own individuality, attaches him to his own identity, imposes a law of truth on him which he must recognize and which others have to recognize in him. It is a form of power which makes individuals subjects. Power is not a simple relation between two individuals or groups, an oppressor and oppressed. Instead, Power is the systematic shaping of society that pushes individuals to act in one way and not another, to encourage conformity and discourage deviance. Power is a total structure of actions brought to bear upon possible actions. It incites, it induces, it seduces, it makes easier or more difficult. This leads to a distinctive definition of government. Rather than a formal set of coordinating institutions, liberal, or an institution reinforcing ruling class dominance, Marxist, government for Foucault is about guiding conduct toward predetermined pathways. The exercise of power consists in guiding the possibility of conduct and putting in order the possible outcome. Basically, power is less a confrontation between two adversaries or the linking of one to the other than a question of government. Whatever one thinks of this notion of power, and critics and supporters abound, it is a distinctive perspective on power. Unlike the other faces of power, power here is neither negative, in being solely about domination, nor constrained to individual or even group actors. Regarding the former, power is not only domination. Power also produces. Without power relations, we would have no meanings or identity. Regarding the latter, power is identified at a very wide level of practical normative systems of constraint such as binary conceptions of gender or Judeo-Christian morality. On the critical side, it is exactly this positive and wide sense of power that has been the focus of many critics. For example, Jürgen Habermas, in what is known as the Habermas-Foucault debate, argued that such a wide conception of power robbed the concept of any critical ability to distinguish between legitimate and illegitimate forms of power. Nancy Fraser, 1981, summed up this critical position well, saying Foucault's work was a mix of empirical insights and normative confusions. This question of the relation between the empirical and normative dimensions of power illustrates its important link to authority and legitimacy. Tradition, post-structuralism/postmodernism. Postmodernism is a controversial term first used to describe experimental movements in Western architecture and cultural development in general. Postmodern philosophical and political thought originated principally in continental Europe, especially France, and constitutes a challenge to the political theory that dominated the Anglo-American world. However, the term, which was used very briefly, has largely been replaced by post-structuralism and continental political theory to indicate a broad tradition that, while now established in Anglo-American political thought, originates in Europe, particularly France. The internally contested nature of post-structuralism makes generalizations difficult. What is common is an emphasis on language and meaning in politics, and a highlighting of contingency, instability, tension, and conflict within language. For post-structuralist thinkers, politics is a linguistic activity of making meaning with other human language users, and there are no standards that do not have a linguistic origin. This means that concepts, norms, and ideals only have validity within a given linguistic context, and there are no overarching or universal standards to decide differences between frameworks. There are only relations of tension, conflict, and power. Post-structuralist thinkers have been notable for deploying this critical view of language against Western modernity and its universal approach to justification. Modernity, as we have seen, stemmed largely from Enlightenment ideas and theories, and was expressed politically in ideological traditions that offer rival conceptions of the good life. Liberalism, see page 37, 280, and Marxism, see page 249, are the clearest examples of such meta-narratives. Modern political thought is characterized by foundationalism, the belief that it is possible to establish objective truths and universal values. By contrast, post-structuralists argue there is no such thing as certainty. The idea of universal truth should be discarded as imperialistic. Although post-structuralism does not constitute a unified body of thought, its critical attitude to truth claims stems from the assumption that all knowledge is local, a view it shares with some communitarian thinkers, see page 57. It emphasizes that all ideas and concepts are expressed in language and are enmeshed in relations of power. Political theory does not stand above these relations and bestow dispassionate understanding. It is a part of the power it analyses. Post-structuralist thought has been criticized from at least two angles. First, it has been accused of relativism, in that it holds that different modes of knowing are equally valid and thus rejects the idea that one can distinguish between truth and falsehood. Second, it has been charged with conservatism. An anti-foundationalist political stance offers no perspective from which the existing order may be criticized and no basis for constructing an alternative social order. Nevertheless, its remorseless questioning of accepted beliefs has made it a powerful critical tool in recent decades in political theory. Its general emphasis on discourse, debate, and democracy reflects the fact that to reject hierarchies of ideas is also to reject any political hierarchies. Martin Heidegger, 1889 to 1976, a German philosopher and precursor. Authority. While the fourth dimension of power complicates the predominantly negative image in the history of political science and thought, a more fundamental issue defines political theory's concern with power, its normative dimension. Two concepts have structured this discussion: authority and legitimacy, the former of which is the subject of this section, the latter the next. In its simplest sense, authority is a form of power. It is a means through which one person can influence the behavior of another. However, analytically, power and authority are often distinguished from one another as different ways compliance is achieved. Whereas power can be defined as actually influencing another's behavior, authority can be understood as the right to do so. Power creates compliance through domination, pressure, threats, coercion, or violence. Authority is based on a perceived right to rule and achieves compliance through a claim to a moral obligation to obey. Although the basis of political authority is disputed, political thinkers tend to agree that it always has a moral character. This means there is a dimension of the authority question that is concerned not with whether authority is obeyed but whether it should be obeyed. That is, how do we justify some individuals, groups, and institutions having authority over others in modern political societies? As we will see, several different justifications of authority, often discussed under ideas of political obligation, see also Chapter 6, have dominated modern and contemporary political thought. Nonetheless, authority is not only normative and has not only been approached that way in social and political theory. Empirically, debates in the social sciences have provided important conceptual discussions on this concept. For example, the German sociologist Max Weber, 1864–1920, approached authority as a question of why and how people accept the exercise of power as rightful or legitimate. In other words, he defined authority as people's subjective belief about its rightfulness, regardless of whether it is morally justified. Weber's approach treats authority as a form of power, highlighting their interconnection. Authority is legitimate power, power cloaked in legitimacy. The empirical and normative questions surrounding the concept of authority and its relation to power explain why the concept is so central to political theory. As modern political cultures have been increasingly impacted by ideas of rights and democracy, the normative justification of power and authority has grown in significance. Equally, the complex and pluralistic nature of modern political societies means that the operation of power and authority has been of continuing concern. Consequently, the concept of authority is both complex and controversial. For example, although power and authority can be distinguished analytically, in practice the two tend to overlap and be confused with one another. Furthermore, since authority is obeyed for a variety of reasons and in contrasting circumstances, it is important to distinguish between the different forms it can take. Finally, authority is by no means the subject of universal approval. While many have regarded authority as an essential guarantee of order, others have warned that authority creates authoritarianism, the enemy of liberty and democracy. Power and authority. Before introducing empirical and normative debates, it is worth highlighting the ambiguous relationship between power and authority. While there is an important sense in which these concepts are distinguishable, they are also inextricably interwoven. Authority can be understood as a means of gaining compliance that avoids both persuasion, on the one hand, and coercion on the other. Persuasion is a means of influencing the behavior of another that does not require authority. It can take the form of rational argument that attempts to show why a policy or behavior makes sense, or appeals to self-interests that demonstrate a benefit. Much of electoral politics can be seen as persuasion. Similarly, authority can be distinguished from power. If authority involves the right to compel others, while power refers to exercising this in domination, power always draws on resources. In other words, power involves either reward or punishment. This applies whether power takes the form of pressure, intimidation, coercion, or violence. Because it is based on an acknowledged duty to obey, authority manifests in automatic obedience. Since it is based on force, coercion is the antithesis of authority. When government exercises authority, its citizens obey the law willingly. When obedience is not willingly offered, government is forced to compel it. Although the concepts of power and authority can be distinguished analytically, the exercise of power and the exercise of authority often overlap. Authority is seldom exercised in the absence of power, and power usually involves claims to a limited form of authority. For example, political leadership almost always blends authority and power. A prime minister or president may enjoy support from cabinet colleagues out of party loyalty, respect for the office held, or the leader's personal qualities. In such cases, the leader has authority. However, political leadership never rests on authority alone. The support also reflects the power they command, exercised, for example, in their ability to reward colleagues by promoting them or to punish colleagues by firing them. A final difficulty in the meaning of authority arises from the contrasting uses of the term. For example, people can be either in authority or an authority. To describe a person as being in authority refers to his or her position within an institutional hierarchy. A teacher, policeman, civil servant, judge, or minister exercises authority in this sense. They are office holders whose authority is based on the formal powers of their post or position. By contrast, to be described as an authority recognizes someone as possessing expertise and their views as having a special status. People as varied as scientists, doctors, teachers, lawyers, and academics may be authorities. This is what is usually described as expert authority. Some commentators have argued that this distinction highlights two contrasting types of authority. To be an authority implies the right to command obedience. To be an authority implies that a person's views will be treated with special consideration without suggesting they will be automatically obeyed. Kinds of authority. The empirical debate on authority has provided key ideas for larger conceptual discussions. Max Weber's influential categorization of authority was concerned with categorizing particular systems of domination and with highlighting in each the grounds of obedience. He did this by constructing three ideal types, conceptual models highlighting common but not necessarily required aspects of a phenomenon. These ideal types were traditional authority, charismatic authority, and legal rational authority, each of which legitimized authority differently. In identifying these models of political authority, Weber attempted to understand how authority changes over time. He contrasted the system of domination in relatively simple, traditional societies with those in industrialized, bureaucratic, and modern ones. For Weber, in traditional societies, authority is based on respect for customs and traditions. Traditional authority is regarded as legitimate because it has always existed and was accepted by earlier generations. In practice, it operates through a hierarchical system of social status. Such authority is constrained by a body of concrete rules, fixed and unquestioned customs. The most obvious examples of traditional authority are found among tribes or small groups in the form of patriarchalism, the domination of the father within the family or the master over servants, and gerontocracy, the rule of the aged, normally reflected in the authority of village elders. Traditional authority is thus closely tied up with hereditary systems of power and is not prevalent in modern industrial societies because of both the pace of social change and how hereditary status contradicts modern democratic government. Nevertheless, vestiges of traditional authority are found in the survival of institutional monarchy in some industrial societies, e.g. the UK, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Spain. Some have compared the idea of traditional authority and Confucian thinking on the subject, see page 86, however the latter is deeply rooted in the notion of moral excellence. Charismatic authority, Weber's second ideal type, is based on the power of an individual's personality, his or her charisma. The word is derived from Christian theology and refers to divinely bestowed power, a gift of grace reflected in the power Jesus exerted over his disciples. Charismatic authority owes nothing to a person's status, position, or office, and everything to their personal qualities and ability to persuade others. This form of authority is always present in political life to some degree because leadership requires motivating loyalty. In some cases, political leadership is constructed almost entirely based on charismatic authority, as in the case of fascist leaders such as Mussolini and Hitler, who sought unrestricted power free of constitutionally defined notions of leadership. Political leaders often try to manufacture charisma either by cultivating their media image and sharpening their oratorical skills or, in cases such as Mussolini, Stalin, Hitler, and Mao Zedong, by orchestrating an elaborate cult of personality through propaganda. Cultivation, and small men, the mass of society, who have little concern for morality but will diligently follow the exemplary ruler. However, although this hierarchical model reflects the conservative idea that moral responsibility increases with social status, it is strictly meritocratic. Confucius believed that people are equal at birth and advocated a system of education open to all. People thus rise or fall in society based on their inner qualities, wealth or family background being irrelevant. Moreover, in the Confucian view, authority is essentially benevolent. As a ruling group, the gentlemen are distinguished by a sincere concern for the welfare of others that engenders political stability. If you desire good, the people will be good. Increasingly, Confucianism has been compared with Western theories in the field of comparative political theory. Legal rational authority, the third ideal type, was the most important kind of authority since, in Weber's view, it had almost entirely displaced traditional authority as the dominant mode of organization within modern industrial societies. It is characteristic of the large-scale, bureaucratic organizations of modern society and operates through the existence of a body of clearly defined rules. In effect, legal rational authority attaches authority to the office and its formal powers, not the office holder. As such, it is clearly distinct from both charismatic authority and traditional authority, having a clearly defined bureaucratic role rather than broader notions of status or personality. Legal rational authority arises out of respect for the rule of law, see Chapter 6. The idea of the supremacy of law in that power is always legally defined, ensuring that those who exercise power do so within a framework of law. The power of a president, prime minister, or other government officer is prescribed by formal, constitutional rules which constrain what an office holder can do. For Weber, this form of authority is preferable to the others. In the first place, in clearly defining the realm of authority and attaching it to an office rather than a person, bureaucratic authority is less likely to be abused or produce injustice. In being based on the principles of efficiency and a rational division of labor, the misuse of political power by any one official is constrained. However, he recognized this created a new threat. The price of greater efficiency was a more depersonalized social environment, typified by the relentless spread of bureaucratic organization. Justifying authority. The concept of authority is not only complex but also controversial. Its normative dimension, where authority is a question of who should have authority, leads to a series of debates in political thought about whether authority is a morally desirable relation and, if it can be, under what conditions. Such questions go to the very heart of political theory, also overlapping with the debate about politics in Chapter 5. While these modern and contemporary debates are complex, three spheres of positions can be identified. 1. A limited and constrained notion of authority based on consent. 2. A broad justification of authority based on need, and 3. A critical account of authority based on deeply perverse social consequences. Together these provide important context for the discussion of legitimacy, which develops these normative issues discussed in the next section. There is a body of theories that justify a limited conception of authority. This could be described as the majority position in the history of Western political thought, shared amongst many classical, modern, and contemporary liberals, some conservatives, and pockets within radical traditions. Social contract theory provides the classic justification for this view of authority. As discussed in Chapter 3, these theories rooted their arguments in an image of a society without an established system of authority, or society and government, a so-called state of nature. Importantly, the key contributors to this tradition, Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau, all describe the state differently. For example, for Hobbes, the state of nature is a lawless context of insecurity and the perpetual threat of violence, where individuals can and will conflict with another to achieve their ends. On the other hand, for Locke, even the state of nature has a natural law to it that constrains individuals. Despite these differences, most thinkers in this tradition share an ambivalent attitude towards authority that has been inherited in many liberal theorists. This is for the simple reason that for most social contract theorists, individuals only agree to enter society and the state, i.e. creating authority, to incur certain advantages there, and that this necessitates a loss of natural liberty. This suggests that the need for authority is recognizable by all rational individuals who respect authority both because it establishes advantages, often order and stability. However, it is a loss of something important to individuals, a form of liberty that only exists without authority. As a result, liberals especially emphasize that justified authority arises from below. It is based on the consent of the governed. Authority necessarily constrains liberty and has the capacity to become oppressive. As a result, liberals insist that authority be constrained, preferring legal rational forms of authority that operate within clearly defined legal constitutional boundaries. We return to this argument around consent in the discussion of legitimacy. A second group of positions reassert authority, arguing for its more central need in human society. While prominent in many conservative political discourses in Western modernity, this is a comparatively minority intellectual tradition associated primarily with conservative political thought. In their view, authority is seldom based on consent but arises out of what Roger Scruton, 2001, called natural necessity. Authority is an essential feature of all social institutions, a basic need for leadership, guidance, and support. For example, conservatives observe that the authority of parents is in no meaningful sense based on consent. Parental authority arises from the desire of parents to nurture, care for, and love their children. It is exercised from above for the benefit of those below. From the conservative perspective, authority promotes social cohesion and strengthens the fabric of society. It is the basis of genuine community. Hence, neoconservatives have been fiercely critical of the spread of permissiveness, believing that undermining the authority of established social roles, e.g. parents, teachers, and the police, increases crime and delinquency. Focused on the goods of authority in this way, this justification does not seem to necessarily place limits on authority. The argument from need is not necessarily tied to conservatism, and there are some authors who make this argument from within other traditions. The commonality is a focus on the good of political order. For example, from a Republican perspective, Hannah Arendt, see page 89, suggested that the erosion of authority can precipitate totalitarian rule. She argued that society is held together by respect for traditional authority. Strong traditional norms reflected in standards of moral and social behavior act as a cement binding society. The virtue of authority is that it provides individuals with a social identity, stability, and reassurance. The collapse of authority leaves them disorientated, prey to demagogues, and would-be dictators. In The Origins of Totalitarianism, 1951, Arendt suggested that the decline of traditional values and hierarchies was one factor that explained the advent of Nazism and Stalinism. In recent political theory, some liberals and critical theorists have criticized the overly moral focus of contemporary political theory. Thinkers such as Bernard Williams and Raymond Just have argued that stability, not justice as John Rawls argued, is the primary political good and that such stability flows from settled centers of authority. Some of these views return in the discussion of law and order in Chapter 6. Thinker. Hannah Arendt, 1906–75. German political theorist and philosopher. Arendt was brought up in a middle-class Jewish family. She fled Germany in 1933 to escape Nazism and settled in the United States, where her major work was produced. Arendt's wide-ranging, even idiosyncratic, writing was influenced by the existentialism of Heidegger, see page 82, and Jaspers, 1883–1969. In The Origins of Totalitarianism, 1951, which examined the nature of Nazism and Stalinism, she developed a critique of modern mass society, pointing out the link between its tendency to alienation, caused by the breakdown of traditional norms, and the rise of totalitarian movements. Her most important philosophical work, The Human Condition, 1958, develops Aristotle's thought, see page 101, in arguing that political action is the central part of a proper human life. She portrayed the public sphere as the realm in which freedom is expressed and meaning is given to private endeavors. She analyzed the American and French revolutions in On Revolution, 1963b, arguing that each had abandoned the lost treasure of the revolutionary tradition, the former by leaving the mass of citizens outside the political arena, the latter by its concentration on the social question rather than freedom. In Eichmann in Jerusalem, 1963a, Arendt used the fate of the Nazi war criminal Adolf Eichmann to discuss the banality of evil. The final group of positions reject authority as oppressive. This radical critique overlaps between some anarchists, libertarian, and socialist thinkers. The central theme is that authority is the enemy of liberty, often conceived of as autonomy. All forms of authority which put some in power over others are a threat to liberty/autonomy as they create inequality and hence oppression. In this sense, there is necessarily zero-sum relations between authority and liberty/autonomy. As the sphere of authority expands, liberty is constrained. In these theories, liberty/autonomy is often the base of social development and individual fulfillment. Authority in any form inhibits those goods and creates perverse social relationships of domination. The more libertarian forms, e.g. in Stirner page 261 or Thoreau page 151, of this criticism base this argument on an extreme form of individualism that understands any The more libertarian forms, e.g. in Stirner page 261 or Thoreau page 151, of this criticism base this argument on an extreme form of individualism that understands any imposition, no matter its source, nature, or intention, on the individual as a violation. The more socialist and anarchist forms of this criticism stem from Hegel's famous account of the master-slave dialect. For Hegel, any social conflict for recognition can descend into a struggle to the death, which results in a totally empowered master and a dejected slave. For Hegel, the result of this total power imbalance is non-recognition and alienation for both parties. Beyond deep social pathologies, this critical account sees authority as a threat to modern reason. Authority demands unconditional, unquestioning obedience and engenders deference and an abdication of responsibility. Mikhail Bakunin, 1970, summed up this point well: does it follow that I reject all authority? Perish the thought. In the matter of boots, I defer to the authority of the bootmaker. But I allow neither the bootmaker nor the architect nor the savant to impose his authority on me. I recognize no infallible authority. Such a faith would be fatal to my reason, to my liberty, and even to the success of my undertakings. It would immediately transform me into a stupid slave, the tool of other people's will and interests. Authority, on this account, is the enemy of reason. In contemporary debates, some critics have suggested this outright hostility to authority implicitly informs much of continental and post-structuralist political theory. In What is Enlightenment?, Foucault reacts to Immanuel Kant's argument that Enlightenment modern rational culture is defined by distinguishing the realm of obedience, which depends on authority, from the public use of reason, which is the right to reason as a member of the human community. In contrast, Foucault posits Enlightenment as a radical, critical project of permanently criticizing the power relations that structure political discourses. This is the principle of a critique and a permanent creation of ourselves in our autonomy. That is a principle that is at the heart of the historical consciousness that the Enlightenment has of itself. Foucault, 1984. Bernard Yack has called this totalization of Enlightenment reason and seeming rejection of all authority the longing for total revolution, 1992. Legitimacy. The concept of legitimacy is central to the normative dimensions of power and authority. Legitimacy is usually defined as rightfulness. As such, it is crucial to the distinction between power and authority. Legitimacy is the quality that transforms power as domination into rightful authority. It confers a binding character on a law, institution, or government, ensuring that it is obeyed out of moral duty rather than coercion. Clearly, there is a close relationship between legitimacy and authority. The two terms are often used synonymously. However, in political science and theory, authority tends to be a quality ascribed to specific people or offices, whereas legitimacy is ascribed to institutions or political systems in general, e.g. the state. Indeed, much of modern Western political theory amounts to a discussion of when a state can command legitimacy. It is perhaps the central question of modern political thought in the West. This question is so vital because, as noted earlier, in the absence of legitimacy, government is sustained by force. As Rousseau, see page 205-210, noted in The Social Contract, 1762-1969, the strongest is never strong enough to be always the master unless he transforms strength into right and obedience into duty. Without legitimacy, a state is always at risk. Despite this shared focus on legitimacy and the state, there is considerable variation in political thought surrounding the concept of legitimacy. For some, legitimacy is primarily a normative question of the right standards a state should meet to be legitimate. For others, legitimacy is an explanatory question of how and with what consequences people come to think a state legitimate. Most political philosophers who take normative approaches have focused on identifying a moral or rational basis for legitimacy, demarcating legitimate from illegitimate forms of rule. Aristotle, see page 101, for instance, argued that rule was legitimate only when it benefited all political society, the one, the many and the few, rather than the interests of the rulers. Locke, in contrast, argued that the state was legitimate when it maintained individuals' basic natural rights to life, liberty, and property. And Rousseau argued that government was legitimate if it was based on a deliberatively formed general will, a conception of the common good. All of these are normative standards for legitimacy. In this sense, the normative approach to legitimacy is about setting out a series of conditions for states to be considered legitimate. On the other hand, political thinkers with explanatory and critical approaches have approached legitimacy as an objective phenomenon to be explained. Here, the most influential understanding of legitimacy comes, once again, from Weber. Weber understood legitimacy as a subjective belief in the right to rule, a belief in legitimacy. In other words, legitimacy is a product of a people's belief and willingness to comply. However, this is quite limited. In The Legitimation of Power, 2013, David Beetham developed a social scientific concept of legitimacy that goes beyond Weber's. For Beetham, defining legitimacy as a belief in legitimacy ignores how it is created. It ignores how powerful groups may manufacture rightfulness through public relations campaigns and other mechanisms. He proposed that power is only legitimate in modern states if three conditions are fulfilled. 1. Power must be exercised according to established rules, whether embodied in formal legal codes or informal conventions. 2. These rules must be justified in terms of the shared beliefs of the government and the governed. And 3. Legitimacy must be demonstrated by the expression of consent on the part of the governed. Beetham argues that legitimacy is a process of achieving a status, the legitimation process. His conditions, which seem to flow from liberal arguments, contend that legitimacy emerges when power is exercised through the right procedure. Legitimacy thus arises, in a sense, from below in modern states. However, radical theorists, particularly those influenced by Marxist thinking, see page 249, have tended to argue that legitimacy arises from above. Regimes seek to manufacture legitimacy by manipulating what their citizens know, think, or believe. In effect, legitimacy may simply be a form of ideological hegemony or dominance. This raises further questions about when, how, and why political systems lose their legitimacy and suffer what are called legitimation crises. A legitimation crisis is particularly serious since it casts doubt on the very survival of the regime or political system. No regime has so far endured permanently through the exercise of coercion alone. This section highlights these various conceptions of legitimacy. It tackles first normative debates in the history of political thought, centered on constitutionalism and consent. Second, it addresses critical accounts of legitimacy as ideological hegemony. Finally, it briefly questions the issue of legitimation crises and new issues for political thinking. Legitimacy, consent, and constitutionalism. Liberal and Republican theory have offered the most intellectually, popularly, and institutionally influential conceptions of political legitimacy in the Western tradition. While these involve diverse debates over several centuries of rich inquiry, they have focused on several key issues, specifically consent, benefit, and public justification. Of these, as we will see, consent has been the dominant way of framing legitimacy. On the other hand, constitutions and constitutionalism have been the dominant framework in political theory addressing how to institutionalize legitimacy. Interestingly, while related to consent, benefit, and public justification, constitutionalism is an approach to legitimacy that localizes it within the procedures and rules of a political society. Since the 17th century, consent has been the dominant idea of political legitimacy in the West. Consent arose out of social contract theory and the belief that government had arises out of a voluntary agreement undertaken by free individuals. Thinkers such as Hobbes, Hugo Grotius, and Samuel Pufendorf all used the idea of a contract to highlight this claim. However, with Locke, see page 217, consent became the case for political legitimacy. In the two treatises on government, he argued no one can be put out of this estate and subjected to the political power of another without his own consent, 1690, 1965. Consent, either given tacitly or explicitly, is required for a state to be legitimate. Important here is his notion of tacit consent and implied agreement among citizens to obey the law and respect government. See chapters 6 and 7 for the associated idea of obligation. That is, for law, consent as a standard is assumed until it is withdrawn. When citizens reject the legitimacy of the state, they withdraw their consent and regain their natural liberty. While this idea has been heavily criticized along many lines, e.g. that most citizens do not or cannot consent to a state, its influence can be seen in constitutionalism below. A key competitor to consent has been utilitarian, see page 22, arguments for benefit. Conceptions of legitimacy that rely on benefit as a standard suggest that a state and its individual laws are legitimate only when they meet the standard of utility. Utility argues that consequences or outcomes are morally justified only when they maximize happiness, leading to the greatest happiness for the greatest number. Jeremy Bentham, who rejected social contract theory, claimed a law is legitimate only if it overall benefits all individuals. While again this standard has proven controversial as it could justify significant limits on individual rights for benefit, it has been deeply influential as it has attempted to offer an objective moral standard for legitimacy. While again this standard has proven controversial, as it could justify significant limits on individual rights for benefit, it has been deeply influential as it has attempted to offer an objective moral standard for legitimacy outside the beliefs or feelings of individuals, e.g. consent. In other debates, these arguments proved fundamental to theoretical debates around the welfare state and its role in promoting overall well-being, see chapter 11. The standard of public justification, or public reason, has been a key inheritor of consent theory and one of the most influential options in late 20th and 21st century liberal theory. This view can take a few forms. Theorists such as John Rawls, see page 283, argue that legitimacy cannot and does not need to rely on actual consent. Rather, a state or law is legitimate if it can be supported with reasons that all reasonable citizens could, in principle, share. The in principle point is key. These reasons must avoid controversial premises, say a religious view that is not shared by all citizens, and are thus available to everyone and likely to be the product of a public justification process. This argument, which became central to deliberative democratic theory, see page 187, and was also articulated by Jürgen Habermas, see page 209, highlights a key connection to democracy and the work of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau argued that tacit and actual consent is meaningless unless citizens actively participate in processes of discussion that lead to the state, in the first instance, and every law. For him, and many Republicans, legitimacy is the product of democratic discussions that lead to a shared or general will. Political constitutions have been a central means to establishing popular legitimacy, and constitutionalism, the body of intellectual thought on constitutions, has played a central role in both liberal and Republican thought, see page 107. Historically, the demand for constitutional government arose when the earlier claim that legitimacy was based on the will of God, the divine right of kings, was called into question. As a tradition, it can be defined as the argument that legitimate states are limited in scope and action by a constitution which, in its simplest sense, is the rules that govern the government. It is a theory of the limited state. Constitutionalism can therefore be said to exist whenever government institutions and political processes are effectively constrained by a body of rules that juridically explain and define the nature of state structures. They lay out what powers a state has and how it can employ them. Central here is the role of law, which has extreme importance in the constitutional tradition. Law, rather than a person or moral standard, is the source of legitimacy, as being in accordance with law becomes the standard. Constitutions confer legitimacy on regimes by making government a rule-bound activity. Constitutional governments therefore exercise legal rational authority. For example, the idea of the rule of law, see chapter 6, which lays out the superiority of law and the equality of all citizens before the law, is a central constitutional principle. More practically, constitutionalism refers to a set of political values and devices that fragment or diversify power, thereby creating a network of checks and balances within government. Examples of such devices include bills of rights, the separation of powers, bicameralism, and federalism. However, constitutional systems take a variety of different forms. In most countries, and most, though not all, liberal democracies, so-called written or codified constitutions exist. These draw together major constitutional rules in a single authoritative document, the Constitution, which constitutes higher or supreme law. In this way, normative approaches to legitimacy have largely focused on offering standards for justifying the legitimacy of modern states, usually in a broadly constitutional liberal democratic form, such as consent, benefit, and public justification. While all these themes are still present, public justification theories of legitimacy have a strong contemporary focus because of their connection to democratic theory, see chapter 8. The latter has framed liberal and democratic legitimacy as needing to respond to the pluralistic nature of contemporary Western states. Given this intense cultural, social, and normative diversity, It has used democratic procedures to offer ways of creating legitimacy in diverse contexts. Legitimacy as ideological hegemony. Despite these normative conceptions of legitimacy, which incidentally do largely justify contemporary liberal democratic states, critical perspectives suggest that constitutionalism is a facade concealing the domination of an elite. For example, neo-Marxists such as Ralph Miliband 1982 argue liberal democracy is a capitalist democracy, suggesting that within it there are biases which serve the interests of private property and ensure the long-term stability of capitalism. Since the capitalist system is based on unequal class power, Marxists have rejected the claim that the legitimacy of such regimes is based on willing obedience and rational consent. As a result, they have adopted a more critical approach to the concept, one that emphasizes the degree to which legitimacy is produced by ideological manipulation and indoctrination. Many approaches in the social sciences argue that ideological control can be used to maintain stability and build legitimacy. Lux's radical view of power, discussed earlier, argued power was just this capacity to manipulate human needs. However, the Marxist contribution is once again definitive, particularly its development and analysis of the concept of ideology. Ideology has had a checkered history, not least because it has had very different meanings. The term was coined by Antoine de Tracy in 1796 to describe a new science of ideas. This meaning did not survive long, and the term was only taken up subsequently in the 19th century in the writings of Karl Marx. See page 263. For Marx, ideology denotes sets of ideas that conceal the contradictions of class-based societies. Ideologies therefore propagate falsehood, delusion, and mystification that hide class conflict and interests. In this, they serve a powerful social function, stabilizing and consolidating the class system by naturalizing exploitation. Ideology thus operates in the interests of a ruling class, which controls the process of intellectual production just as it controls the process of material production. In a capitalist society, for example, the bourgeoisie dominates educational, cultural, intellectual, and artistic life and produces a bourgeois ideology. As Marx and Engels put it in the German Ideology, 1846, 1970, the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas. Importantly, ideology does not preclude contestation. Indeed, 20th century Marxists have emphasized that cultural, ideological, and political competition exists, while stressing that this competition is unequal. The ideas and views that uphold the capitalist order enjoy a structural advantage over those challenging it. Such indoctrination may, in fact, be far more successful precisely because it operates within the context of formally free speech, open competition, and political pluralism. Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci, 1929–35–1971, drew attention to the degree to which the class system was upheld by what he termed bourgeois hegemony, the structural dominance of bourgeois ideas in all socio-political institutions of the public sphere. This structural dominance misrepresents real social relationships and the exploitation they are built on, and inhibits the development of class consciousness and the revolutionary potential of the working class. It would remain a class in itself, and never become what Marx called a class for itself. The concept of hegemony has also been applied to international or world politics, in the form of the idea of global hegemony. See page 94. Thinking globally. Global hegemony. Hegemony, in its simplest sense, is the leadership or domination of one element of a system over others. Gramsci, see page 250, used the term to refer to the ideological dimension of the bourgeoisie's domination over subordinate classes. Although the term global hegemony has only been widely used since the 1980s, it may refer to a phenomenon that long predates the contemporary phase of globalization. Global hegemony, nevertheless, is used in at least three different ways. Each of the first two conceptions of global hegemony is state-centric, in that it treats hegemony as an attribute specifically of a state, a hegemon being the leading state within a collection of states. Hegemony thus exists when there is but a single great power, the clearest examples being the United Kingdom in the 19th century and the United States since 1945, but especially after 1991, when the fall of the Soviet Union left the United States as the world's sole superpower. From a realist perspective, hegemony has both malign and benign implications. It is malign in that unipolarity generates structural tensions within the international system, promoting power-seeking behavior on the part of the hegemon as well as fear, resentment, and hostility among other actors. Hegemony may nevertheless be benign in that only a dominant military and economic power is able to guarantee stability and prosperity within a liberal world economy. By contrast, radical theorists such as Noam Chomsky, 2003, have viewed global hegemony in entirely negative terms, arguing that the more powerful the state, the greater will be its tendency towards tyranny and oppression. Such an analysis has often focused on the dangers represented by the American empire, which, through the growth of corporate power and the spread of neocolonialism as well as by large and small-scale military intervention, has extended its influence across the globe. The United States has thus been portrayed as a rogue superpower. The third model of global hegemony emerged out of neo-Marxist theory and draws significantly on Gramscian thinking. It differs from the state-centric model in two respects. First, it treats hegemony not as an attribute of a state but as a feature of the global capitalist system. As such, it is more concerned with the process of economic exploitation and the dynamics of the global class system than it is with the politico-military dominance of a single state. Cox, 1987. Second, global hegemony highlights the interplay in international affairs between economic, political, military, and ideological forces. In the neo-Marxist view, global hegemony largely operates through the near-worldwide ascendancy of neoliberal economic thinking, which helps to legitimize the global capitalist system, see page 256. And the structural injustices and inequalities that flow from it. Louis Althusser significantly developed the Marxist idea of ideology, bringing it into mid-20th century French debates in his notion of ideological interpolation. In Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses 1970-2020, he asked how capitalist ideology participated in forming individuals as individuals. The radical idea is that capitalist social relations and ideology might be part of creating particular sorts of individuals or subjects conditioned to think and act in certain ways. Althusser argued that key to capitalist domination was its ability to maintain itself by creating types of people who understand their role in the social structure to be natural. Ideology is our background assumptions about how the world works, how we exist in it, and what is possible. It is institutionalized through ideological state apparatuses such as the family, religious associations, churches, local groups, etc. With Althusser, we get an image of ideological penetration that goes deep into individuals' thinking and behavior. The concept of ideology has radical implications for any notion of legitimacy, since it implies that individuals cannot be regarded simply as independent and rational actors, capable of distinguishing legitimate from non-legitimate rule. In short, legitimacy is always a result of socio-economic, political, and wider intellectual structures. The significance of this way of framing legitimacy cannot be overemphasized. As David Leopold has argued, the notion of ideology uniquely embodies the explanatory and normative aims of radical, critical thought, Leopold and Steers, 2008. On the explanatory side, it attempts to identify the social forces obstructing and preventing an understanding of contemporary power. On the normative side, it seeks to cure or remove that obstruction through its identification. The power of this approach to legitimacy is the capacity it offers to critique, challenge, and rethink existing legitimacy. Currently, critical approaches to legitimacy in political theory are contested. As discussed, this tradition has depended on understanding legitimacy as a product of structural obfuscation. However, the concept of ideology has received significant internal and external criticisms in the 20th century focused on similar issues to Lux's third dimension of power. These criticisms had several effects. First, they led to what we might call non-critical approaches to ideology, which understand them not as obfuscations of social reality but as webs of political concepts necessary to organizing complex political behavior and contexts. Associated with the work of Clifford Geertz and Michael Friedan, these frame ideologies as necessary and ubiquitous ideational frameworks required for political action. Second, critical, primarily Marxist, approaches have been challenged through two developments inside that tradition. On the one hand, the move in the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory to Habermas's model of communicative action and democratic legitimacy brought critical theorists much closer to liberal emphases on the procedural virtues of democratic institutions. Habermas himself rejected the idea of ideology in his early work. On the other hand, the shift in some continental Marxist thought away from Althusser's model of ideology to post-Marxist conceptions of discourse brought Foucauldian, fourth dimension, understandings of power, not as preference manipulation but productive constitution, into critical traditions. The latter, also rejecting ideology as depending on an objective claims to truth, has framed legitimacy in quasi-democratic terms. Post-Marxists such as Ernesto Laclau and Chantal Mouffe, 1985, focus on the capacity for contestation and pluralism within a democratic context as legitimizing. Once again, this seems to bring the concept of legitimacy closer rather than further away to liberal understandings. Conclusion. As we have seen, understandings of power in political science and thought have focused on how to conceive and measure power. The one- and two-dimensional understandings of power that dominated Anglo-American political science are simple understandings of power that can be operationalized in empirical study. These have produced conceptualizations of power as relational forms of domination where one actor controls another to pursue certain ends, either to enact a certain decision-making, or control the background decision-making process. Agenda setting. These approaches have largely been reflected in the major assumptions of normative political theory in the modern and contemporary periods, especially that in the dominant liberal tradition. On this view, power is coercive and localized in formal institutions. In this way, power as a concept is more assumed than investigated by political theorists, the main exception being critical and post-structuralist thinkers' use of the third, preference manipulation, and fourth, productive, dimensions of power. Debates around authority have repeated this model. Typologies of authority, particularly Weber's, have been deeply influential in understanding how authority, as the normative dimension of power, occurs in contemporary liberal democracies. However, justifications of authority occupy a key concern for political theorists who have focused on assessing relationships of authority to determine when, if ever, they are justified. Authority as only justified when limited, necessary for human flourishing, and necessarily oppressive dominated these debates. All of this is key context for legitimacy, which perhaps more than the other two is key to contemporary debates. As ever, there is a significant division between normative and critical approaches, though also surprising convergence on the value of democracy. Whether legitimacy is conferred by consent or manufactured by ideology, it is essential for the maintenance of any system of political rule. In this sense, the concept has proven of fundamental importance for contemporary political theory and its considerations of the problem of power. Focusing on the texts. Max Weber's The Profession and Politics as a Vocation, 1919-1948. Max Weber's The Profession and Politics as a Vocation, 1919-1948, often translated simply as The Vocation of Politics or Politics as a Vocation, is Weber's most well-known contribution to political science and theory. Its original form was as the second in a set of lectures Weber gave to the Free Students' Union of Bavaria. The first lecture is his equally influential Science as a Vocation on the social scientific enterprise. It is important to note two things about the lecture. It occurred in the immediate aftermath of the German loss of the First World War, when deep political instability and a variety of contending ideological and political forces were running rampant in the country, and Weber at the time was perhaps the most well-known living German political thinker. The lasting significance of Weber's essay for political theory as well as the social sciences generally cannot be overstated. It deals with some of the largest and most foundational questions in the discipline and continues to be returned to for these discussions. These include the nature of politics, the institution of the state, the activity of politicians, and the concepts of authority and legitimacy. Perhaps most well-known, though, is his famous definition of the state as a human community that successfully claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. As discussed in this chapter, this exposes the fundamental relation between normative and empirical aspects of political power and authority in modern institutions and thought. Demonstrative quotations. 1. What do we understand by politics? The concept is extremely broad and comprises any kind of independent leadership in action. We wish to understand by politics only the leadership or the influencing of the leadership of a political association, hence today, of a state. 2. Today, however, we have to say that a state is a human community that successfully claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. 3. Like the political institutions historically preceding it, the state is a relation of men dominating men, a relation supported by means of legitimate, i.e. considered to be legitimate violence. If the state is to exist, the dominated must obey the authority claimed by the powers that be. When and why do men obey? Upon what inner justifications and upon what external means does this domination rest? 4. I state only the purely conceptual aspect for our consideration. The modern state is a compulsory association which organizes domination. It has been successful in seeking to monopolize the legitimate use of physical force as a means of domination within a territory. To this end, the state has combined the material means of organization in the hands of its leaders, and it has expropriated all autonomous functionaries of estates who formerly controlled these means in their own right. Reading questions. 1. How does Weber define politics? What is he including and what is he excluding? 2. What is the nature of the state for Weber? 3. How does the nature of politics and the definition of the state lead to a set of leadership models for Weber? Questions for discussion. What are the limitations of the view of power as the ability to affect decision-making? Why does power as non-decision-making have elitist implications? What is the difference between the third and fourth phases of power? How does authority differ from power? What is the relation between different types of authority and contemporary states? On what grounds has authority been defended? How has legitimacy been construed? Why and how has legitimacy been linked to constitutionalism? Does legitimacy serve the interests of the rulers rather than the ruled? Further reading. Beetham, D. The Legitimation of Power, 2013. A comprehensive and influential introduction to the concept of legitimacy as applied to political systems, which now also considers the issue of legitimacy beyond the state. Ferretti, F. Authority, A Sociological History, 2013. a study of the notion of authority throughout the history of social and political thought, which examines successive and always contested attempts to establish foundations for authority. Hearn, J., Theorizing Power, 2012. A clear and critical evaluation of how power is defined, conceptualized, and theorized, which highlights the significance of power across all areas of social life, including gender, religion, morality, and identity. Lukes, S., Power, A Radical View, 1975, 2004. In this expanded version of a classic text on power, the author reconsiders his three-dimensional theory of power in the light of recent debates and criticisms of his original argument. Chapter 5. The Problem of Politics, the State, and Sovereignty. Introduction. Politics. Politics is government, public affairs, power, and conflict. The state. From government to the state, theories of the state, classical and 20th century global forms of the state. Sovereignty. Legal and political sovereignty, internal and external sovereignty. Conclusion. Introduction. One of the most profound debates in any academic discipline is inevitably over defining its central term. In the social sciences and humanities, this tendency is exacerbated by the essential contestability of concepts and the way in which inquiry crosses over descriptive, normative, and critical approaches. History, economics, society, and, indeed, politics are all deeply contested. Though central to their disciplines and others, debates are fractured by fundamentally different understandings of the object of inquiries, i.e. its nature, and what we can know about it, i.e. knowledge. These tensions characterize the concept of politics, central to political thought and science. There is significant disagreement over politics in two senses. First, thinkers disagree over the nature, or essence, of politics. This is a question of its fundamental dynamics. Is politics an activity defined by the seeking of agreement or cooperation? Or is it the expression of power and dominance? Is politics a corrupting activity to be confined to the necessary? Or is it an ennobling one? Second, thinkers disagree over the extent of politics, or the domain of the political. Political scientists and thinkers must decide where politics ends. What is the non-political? For example, is politics confined to what goes on within the state, or does it occur in all areas of shared life? Does politics, in other words, take place within families, schools, colleges, and in the workplace? These debates have tended to be characterized by a continual expansion of the concept of politics. The attempt to define politics has involved several other key political concepts: government, the state, and sovereignty. One cannot overemphasize their centrality to the modern tradition. Modern conceptions of politics have tended to emphasize government as the central activity of politics. While the concept of government has been contested as necessary or not, oppressive or enabling, it has generally meant that the institution understood to be the locus of government, the state, has been the central institutional preoccupation of scholars of politics. While similarly the subject of disagreement, the state is perhaps the central preoccupation of modern political thought, and its unique attribute, sovereignty, thus has an equally central place in debates about politics. As we will see, many of the debates around politics coming into the contemporary phase of Western political thought stem from this linking of the idea of politics to the idea of the state as the sovereign expression of political power. Politics. The concept of politics has been contested around both its essence and extent. In terms of the former essence question, politics has been portrayed as the exercise of power or authority, as a process of collective decision-making, as the allocation of scarce resources, and as a procedure of negotiation between diverse interests or groups, amongst others. In terms of the extent question, politics has often been confined to the political institutions of government, or extended to all wider spheres where formal leadership or power relations occur. These two dimensions are not mutually exclusive, i.e. definitions of politics employ both, but many views prioritize one or the other of these dimensions when defining politics. For example, Adrian Leftwich has argued in What is Politics? 2004 that most definitions fall into either an arena or a process view of politics. They either portray politics in its essence as a process or set of relations that occur between actors and groups, and so in principle can occur anywhere in social life, or as an arena, a confined sphere within social life with some sort of border, e.g. the state, where the political is different from the social or economic. For brevity, we focus on the major contending conceptions of politics in the modern tradition. First, politics has long been associated with the formal institutions of government and the activities that take place therein. Second, politics is commonly linked to public life and public activities, in contrast to what is private or personal. Together, these two conceptions are the dominant thematics of politics in the modern Western tradition. Third, since the 19th and 20th centuries, politics has been related to the distribution of power, wealth, and resources, something that takes place within all institutions in social existence. All of these, which are not necessarily mutually exclusive but often complementary emphases, have characterized a variety of theories of politics and strongly overlap with our common-sense uses of the term. Politics is government. Otto von Bismarck declared that politics is not a science, but an art. The art in forms of rule in which respectively a single person, a small group, and the masses govern in their own interests. By contrast, monarchy, aristocracy, and polity are preferred because the single person, small group, or the masses govern in the interests of all. Instead of preferring any one form of the latter, he advocated a mixed constitution that would leave government in the hands of the middle classes, those who were neither rich nor poor. Thinker. Aristotle, 384 to 322 BCE. Classical Greek philosopher and political thinker. Aristotle was a student of Plato and the tutor of the young Alexander the Great. He established his own school of philosophy in Athens in 335 BCE. Aristotle's 22 surviving treatises were compiled as lecture notes and range over logic, physics, metaphysics, astronomy, meteorology, biology, ethics, and politics. His best-known political work is Politics, 2000, a comprehensive study of the nature of political life and the forms it may take. In describing politics as the master science, he emphasized that it is in the public, not private, domain that human beings strive for justice and live the good life. Aristotle's taxonomy of government led him to prefer those that aim at the common good over those that benefit sectional interests, and to recommend a mixture of democracy and oligarchy in the form of what he called polity. The Communitarianism, see page 57, of Politics, in which the citizen is portrayed as strictly part of the political community, is qualified by an insistence on choice and autonomy in works such as Nicomachean Ethics. In the Middle Ages, Aristotle's work became the foundation of Islamic philosophy, and it was later incorporated into Christian theology. However, the focus on politics as the formal institutions of government is a mainly modern idea in the Western tradition. It emerges out of late medieval debates around the appropriate distribution of duties between the secular, i.e. political, and religious realms, evolving into two distinct debates. Theoretical empirical attempts to understand politics as a distinctively autonomous activity from other spheres, and normative debates around the appropriate purview of the state, especially in contrast to the individual. The modern attempt to understand the autonomous nature of politics is often associated with the work of Niccolò Machiavelli. In The Prince, 1531-1961, Machiavelli developed a realistic and empirical account of politics as the pursuit and exercise of power, devoid of religious and moral content. Writing in the tradition of Mirror for Princes, he balked at many of the conventions of this prominent genre, which reflected on the principles of leadership, the conduct of rulers, and the appropriate bounds of secular power. It often used the method of describing an ideal ruler or society, was deeply moral in tone and method, and overtly related to Christian theology. Machiavelli completely shirked this project, rejecting the idea that a prince-ruler should be guided by Christian moral ideals. Rather, religion is portrayed instrumentally as something a prince can use to the end of political stability. Many commentators have pointed out that Machiavelli portrays his approach in both quasi-empirical and quasi-realist terms. This point can be overstated and has been. Machiavelli is no political scientist. He mixes his arguments with normative prescriptions and outright prejudice. That said, he clearly saw himself as innovating. Consider. Since my intention is to say something that will prove of practical use to the inquirer, I have thought it proper to represent things as they are in real truth, rather than as they are imagined. Many have dreamed up republics and principalities which have never in truth been known to exist. The gulf between how one should live and how one does live is so wide that a man who neglects what is actually done for what should be done learns the way to self-destruction rather than self-preservation. Machiavelli, 1531-1961. As a result, Machiavelli turns to forms of knowledge he considers a stronger basis. His arguments are rooted in deep historical accounts of recent and classical politics, a complex argument about human psychology, and a theoretical argument about the primacy of the good of security in politics over other goods. While this series of topics is complex, it notably leads to an amoral conception of politics as leadership that is subject to a distinct form of rationality and morality that justifies the explicit use of force and fraud. Politics, different from other spheres, is about leading and providing stability. Max Weber's essay Politics as a Vocation, 1919-1948, is arguably the central articulation of this institutional conception of politics. Importantly, it develops this by linking an analysis of politics with reflections on political leadership and the role of violence in the use of political power with an account of the state. Politics for Weber is the leadership or the influencing of the leadership of a political association, hence today, of a state. Politics is about leadership and direction of political association. As discussed in Chapter 4 and developed below in the discussion of the state, Weber famously saw the state as defined by its unique ability to use legitimate force. That is, in modern political life, only the state can deploy a form of violence with authority. Politics is the activity that directs and controls this force and institution. As a result, Weber was deeply interested in the forms of leadership that tended to occur in modern states and in how leaders related to the rationalized bureaucratic structures that define modern states. In the 20th century, Weber and others' focus on politics as institutionalized leadership deeply connected the concepts of government and state and led to a considerable institutional focus in Anglo-American political thought and science. In the latter, the dominant schools of institutionalism, elite theory, pluralism, and, more recently, neo-institutionalism have carried on this largely descriptive tradition defined by the attempt to take a dispassionate view of politics. Key here is the focused and narrow conception that limited politics to formal institutions and the activity of those that direct them. In modern political thought, normative approaches to political theory have similarly focused on government as the defining activity of politics. However, rather than examining what government is, their concern has been justifying or criticizing government as an appropriate locus of political power. Normative approaches have been concerned to delineate under what conditions government is justified, while more critical approaches have focused on why government as an activity is oppressive. The classic argument in favor of government is found in social contract theories, see page 47, first proposed by 17th-century philosophers such as Thomas Hobbes, see page 73, and John Locke, see page 217. In Leviathan, 1651, 1968, Hobbes argued that rational human beings were obliged to obey their government because without it society would descend into a civil war of every man against every man. Social contract theorists develop their argument with reference to a hypothetical situation without government, a state of nature. Hobbes described life in the state of nature as being solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. In his view, human beings were essentially power-seeking and fearful creatures who would, if unrestrained by law, seek to advance their own interests at the expense of fellow humans. Even the strongest would never be strong enough to live in security, and without fear, the weak would unite against them before turning on one another. Quite simply, without government to restrain desire, stability would be impossible. Hobbes suggested that, recognizing this, rational individuals would seek to escape from chaos and disorder by entering into an agreement with one another, a social contract, through which a system of government, i.e. leadership, could be established. Thus, for him, government is a necessary defense against insecurity and conflict, which humans are prone to given their existential situation. Importantly, while many other social contract theorists disagree with the details, they do tend to argue with Hobbes that given human nature and given the nature of government as centralized leadership, the latter is necessary to provide the goods of stability and freedom. An alternative tradition exists, however, which justifies government as the means of promoting political goods. This can be seen in the writings of Aristotle, whose philosophy had a profound effect on medieval theologians such as Thomas Aquinas, see page 133. In the Treatise of Law, part of Summa Theologiae 1265, 1963, Aquinas portrayed the state as the perfect community and argued that the proper effect of law was to make its subjects good. He was clear, for instance, that government and law would be necessary for human beings even in the absence of original sin. This benign view of government as an instrument that enables people to cooperate for mutual benefit has continued in modern politics in the social democratic tradition, see page 194. It also arises in the work of Hegel and the development of ethical views of the state discussed in this chapter, and in the welfare state tradition, chapter 10. Thinker. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527. Italian statesman and author. The son of a civil lawyer, Machiavelli's knowledge of public life was gained from a precarious existence in politically unstable Florence. He served as second chancellor, 1498–1512, and was dispatched on missions to France, Germany, and throughout Italy. After a brief period of imprisonment and the restoration of Medici rule, Machiavelli embarked on a literary career. Machiavelli's major work, The Prince, written in 1513 and published in 1531, was intended to provide guidance for the ruler of a future united Italy, and drew heavily on his first-hand observations of the statecraft of Cesare Borgia and the power politics that dominated his period. His scientific method portrayed politics in strictly realistic terms and highlighted the use by the political leaders of a variety of political strategies, including cunning, cruelty, and manipulation. This emphasis and attacks on him that led to his excommunication meant that the term Machiavellian subsequently came to mean scheming and duplicitous in European public culture. His discourses, 1531–2008, written in 1513–17 and published in 1531, provides a fuller account of Machiavelli's political republicanism. For many years, scholars have struggled to reconcile the two. Largely now they are seen as part of Machiavelli's pragmatic approach to politics. At different times, republicanism and strong leadership may be required. Critical accounts of government in the modern tradition tend to focus on its essentially oppressive nature. In the anarchist view, government and all forms of political authority are not only evil but also unnecessary. They argue this against the social contract tradition with its emphasis on rivalry, competition, and open conflict, instead stressing the capacity for rational understanding, compassion, and cooperation. As William Godwin, whose An Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, 1793–1976, gave the first clear statement of anarchist principles, declared, man is perfectible, or in other words susceptible of perpetual improvement, in the state. Of nature, a natural order will therefore prevail, making a political order quite unnecessary. Social harmony will spontaneously develop as individuals recognize their common interests bind them more strongly than selfish interests that divide them. Disagreements can be resolved peacefully through rational discussion. Indeed, for anarchists, government is not a safeguard against disorder but the cause of conflict. By ruling from above, government represses freedom. Breeding resentment and promoting inequality. Anarchists have often supported their arguments with historical examples such as the medieval city-states revered by Peter Kropotkin, see page 51, or the Russian peasant communes admired by Leo Tolstoy, 1828–1910. In these, social order was supposedly maintained by rational agreement and mutual sympathy. They also look to traditional societies in which stability exists despite the absence of government. Similarly, they point towards the development of certain institutional harmonies, such as the modern rail system in Europe, which seemingly developed in the absence of top-down leadership. In this way, their arguments stem from a different set of views of human nature and a different set of historical examples than social contract theorists. The conception of politics as government is thus central to modern and contemporary political thought. On its descriptive side, it has produced an institutional account of politics that dominates empirical debates and the everyday understanding of politics. Normative and critical debates, on the other hand, have focused more on justifying or criticizing top-down government to outline theories of human nature, the state, and political life. Public affairs. The second, broader conception of politics focuses on public life or public affairs. In other words, the arena of politics is an essentially public sphere of life separated from a private. The usual source for this view is ancient Greece. The English word politics is derived from polis, which literally means city-state. Ancient Greece was divided into a collection of independent city-states, each of which possessed its own political system. The largest and most influential of these was Athens, often portrayed as the model of classical democracy. Athenian politics contained a robust public sphere and a high degree of political participation amongst citizens, though that status excluded the overwhelming majority, women, slaves, and foreign residents. Aristotle's, see page 101, Politics, written between 335 and 323 BCE, is one of the most influential accounts of this public sphere. He argued that man is by nature a political animal. It is only within a political community of broad public participation that human beings can live the good life. Politics is therefore the master science, an ethical activity aimed at creating a just society. According to this view, politics occurs within public bodies such as government itself and the broad public forums citizens engage. Politics as the public assumes, on the other hand, a non-political, private domain. Politics does not take place within the private domain of, say, economic activity, the home, family life, and personal relationships. The traditional distinction between the public and private realms established in the Greek conception and deeply influential in modern life broadly conforms to the division between state and society. The state is in the final section of this chapter. Presently, it can be defined as a political association that exercises sovereign power within a defined territorial area. In everyday language, the state refers to a cluster of institutions centering on the apparatus of government but also including the judiciary, the police, the army, nationalized industries, the social security system, and so forth. These institutions can be viewed as public as they are responsible for the collective organization of community life and are thus funded at the public's expense. By contrast, society consists of autonomous groups and associations embracing family and kinship groups, private businesses, trade unions, clubs, community groups, etc. Such institutions are private, in that they are administered by individual citizens to satisfy their own projects rather than larger societies. Based on this public/private dichotomy, politics is restricted to the activities of the state itself and the responsibilities exercised by public bodies. Those areas of life in which individuals self-organize, economic, social, domestic, personal, cultural, artistic, and so forth, are non-political on this usage. In political thought, the public-private divide can also refer to a subtle distinction between the political and the personal. Although society can be distinguished from the state, it nevertheless contains a range of institutions that may be public in that they are open, operating amongst individuals and groups to which the public has access. This encouraged thinkers such as Hegel, see page 18, for example, to use the more specific term, civil society, to refer to an intermediate socio-economic realm distinct from the state on one hand and the family on the other. While the term has been employed in quite different ways, it is characterized by delineating a sphere beneath the state but which is also different from individual, personal, or family life. For example, for many thinkers, by comparison with domestic life, things like private businesses and trade unions have a public character. The idea of civil society identifies a realm of group life that, while outside the formal character of the state, is deeply relevant to politics and so is political. Importantly, the public-private division and associated concepts such as civil society have generated significant debate in the Western tradition as they require drawing an exact line between public and private and justifying it. The stakes here are high. Whatever is public is subject to authority. Whatever is private usually is not. The public-private divide has been important for both conservative and liberal thinkers. Conservatives such as Michael Oakeshott, see page 142, argued that politics be regarded as a limited activity focused on the maintenance of order and the regulation of public life. In Rationalism in Politics, 1962-1991, Oakeshott advanced an essentially non-political view of human nature which emphasizes that most people are security-seeking, cautious, and dependent creatures. From this perspective, the inner core of human existence is a private world of family, home, domesticity, and personal relationships. For Oakeshott, political life is inhospitable, even intimidating. For many liberal theorists, the maintenance of the public-private distinction is vital to the preservation of individual liberty, typically understood as a form of privacy or non-interference. If politics is an essentially public activity centered on the state, it always has a coercive character. The state has the power to compel obedience. On the other hand, private life is a voluntary realm of choice, freedom, and individual responsibility. Liberals therefore have a clear preference for society over the state, for the private over the public, and fear the encroachment of politics on the individual. Not all political thinkers have had such a clear preference for society. Republicans, page 107, and modern liberals, page 280, often portray politics and the public as the realm of freedom and collective fulfillment. Dating back to Aristotle, this tradition has persisted in writers such as Hannah Arendt, see page 89. In The Human Condition, 1958, Arendt placed action above both labor and work in a hierarchy of worldly activities. She argued that politics is the most important form of human activity because it involves interaction among free and equal citizens and so gives meaning to life and affirms the uniqueness of individuals. Advocates of participatory democracy have also portrayed politics as a moral, healthy, and even noble activity. For Jean-Jacques Rousseau, see page 205, political participation is essential for freedom and autonomy. Only through the direct and continuous participation of all citizens in political life can the state pursue the common good, or what Rousseau called the general will. John Stuart Mill, see page 168, in a liberal vein, argued that political participation and involvement in public affairs is educational, promoting the personal, moral, and intellectual development of the individual. Rather than inhibiting individual freedom, political activity is the condition of social development and collective autonomy. Tradition, Republicanism. Republican political thought is often traced back to the ancient Roman Republic and Cicero's defense of mixed government developed in the Republic. That said, there are elements of this position in Aristotle's Politics as well. The tradition began to take its modern form in Renaissance Italy as a model for the organization of Italian city-states that aimed to balance civic freedom and political stability. Further forms of republicanism surrounded the English, American, and French revolutions. Although Republican ideas were subsequently overshadowed by the dominance of liberal theory and the emphasis on freedom as non-interference, there has been growing interest in political theory in civic republicanism since the 1960s, particularly amongst thinkers influenced by Communitarian, see page 57, and neo-Republican thought. Republicanism is fundamentally anti-monarchy. However, the term republic suggests not merely the absence of a monarch but, in the light of its Latin root residential publica, that the people, populace, giving the adjective publicus, should in some way control the public realm. The central theme of Republican political theory is a concern with freedom. In the view of Philip Pettit, 1999, Republican freedom, or freedom as non-domination, combines liberty in the sense of protection against arbitrary or tyrannical government with full and active participation in public and political life. Republican thinkers have discussed this view of freedom in relation to either moral precepts or constitutional structures. In moral theory, republicanism is committed to civic virtue, which includes public spiritedness, honor, and patriotism. Above all, it stresses public over private activity. Republicanism's constitutional focus has shifted its emphasis over time. Whereas classical republicanism was associated with a mixed constitution, which combined monarchical, aristocratic, and democratic elements, the American and French revolutions applied republicanism to whole nations and considered the implications of modern democratic government. In modern political thought, Republican theory has offered one of the most significant alternatives to individualistic liberalism. In espousing a form of civic humanism, it attempts to re-establish the public domain as the source of personal fulfillment, and resists the marketization of politics as encouraged by classical liberal theory, see page 37. Critics have argued it subscribes to an essentially positive theory of freedom, which is the characteristic position of civic republicanism, or a problematic attempt to straddle the negative/positive freedom divide. Politically, republicanism has influenced a wide variety of political forms, including Westminster-style parliamentary government within a constitutional monarchy. the overtly republican democracy of the French model, and the divided government of the U.S. model, which incorporates the principles of federalism, bicameralism, and the separation of powers. Key figures. Charles Louis II at Montesquieu, 1689–1755, a French political philosopher. Montesquieu championed a form of parliamentary liberalism based on the writings of Locke, see page 217, and, to some extent, a reading of English political experience. Montesquieu's masterpiece, The Spirit of Laws, 1750–1989, is an extended examination of legal and political issues, which famously argues for fragmenting government power through the separation of powers, to create a balance between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. Thomas Paine, 1737–1809, a British-born writer and revolutionary, Paine was a fierce opponent of the monarchical system and a fervent supporter of republican politics. He developed a radical strand within liberal thought that fused individual rights with popular sovereignty. Paine's most important writings include Common Sense, 1776, The Rights of Man, 1791–2, and Age of Reason, 1794. Benjamin Constant, 1767–1830, a French politician and writer, Constant is best known for his defense of constitutionalism and his analysis of liberty. He distinguished between the liberty of the ancients and the liberty of the moderns, identifying the former with the ideas of direct participation and self-government, and the latter with non-interference and private rights. Constant's main work is Principles of Politics, 1815. See also Niccolò Machiavelli, page 104, 125, James Madison, page 197, Hannah Arendt, page 89, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, page 205. Some accounts of politics as the public stem from a different normative account of the state as an ideal form of community. Key here is Hegel, who portrayed the state as an ethical idea, morally superior to civil society. In The Philosophy of Right, 1821–1942, he argues that the state, as a form of political association, is the culmination of centuries of cognitive and social development. Built on the wide inclusion of all citizens, it a universal form of political community that governs in a general interest, rather than the particular interest of some group. In contrast, civil society is dominated by narrow self-interest. Although such thinking helped to encourage modern liberals such as T.H. Green, see page 280, and other welfare state theorists to adopt a more expansive set of social roles for the state, it has also been criticized as justifying a totalitarian state. For example, it seems to flow into the conception of the state held by fascists such as Benito Mussolini, who used the work of the Italian idealist philosopher Giovanni Gentile, 1875–1944. Mussolini is often famously quoted as having said, "Everything for the state, nothing against the state, nothing outside the state." This sought nothing less than the politicization of every aspect of social existence, literally the abolition of the private. Power and conflict. Both previous conceptions of politics are arena conceptions that see it as intrinsically related to a particular set of institutions or place in the social world. The third definition of politics regards it as a distinctive form of social activity or process, which pervades every aspect of human existence. In this, it is the broadest conception of politics. As Leftwich 2004 insists, politics is at the heart of all collective social activity, formal and informal, public and private, in all human groups, institutions, and societies. For one particularly influential version of this account, this notion of the political is linked to the production, distribution, and use of resources. Politics thus arises out of the existence of scarcity, out of the simple fact that while human needs and desires are infinite, the resources available to satisfy them are limited. It therefore comprises any activity involving conflict. About resource allocation. Harold Lasswell neatly summed up this aspect of politics in the title of his book Politics. Who Gets What, When, How? 1936, 1958. This view is common to thinkers as diverse as Hobbes and Leftwich, though the source of conflict for this view of politics need not be resources. For example, for the German legal theorist Carl Schmitt, 1888–1985, politics reflects an immutable reality of human existence, the distinction between friend and enemy. This distinction is constitutive of political life, which is built on the premise that we belong to groups, and those groups have potentially hostile relations. This view has become central to late 20th and 21st century radical and agonistic theories. See page 187 of Democracy. The implications of this view of politics are significant. Politics is no longer confined to rational debate and peaceful conciliation, but can also encompass conflict, domination, and violence. This is summed up in Clausewitz's famous dictum, "War is nothing more than the continuation of politics by other means," 1831, 1976. In essence, politics is power, the domination of some by others, through whatever means. Such a conception of politics has been advanced by a variety of theorists, including Marxists, feminists, and post-structuralists. In the Marxist view, politics is part of the superstructure, distinct from the economic base, which is the real foundation of social life. However, Marx, see page 263, did not see the economic base and the political and legal superstructure as discrete entities, but believed that the superstructure dialectically arose out of and reflected the economic base. Political power is rooted in the class system, or as Lenin, 1917-1973, see page 250, put it, politics is the most concentrated expression of economics. Far from believing that politics is confined to the state. Political insofar as it involves power relations between men and women. This is a more radical notion of politics, defined by Kate Millett in Sexual Politics, 1970-1990, as power-structured relationships, arrangements whereby one group of persons is controlled by another. Politics therefore takes place whenever and wherever power is unequally distributed. From this broader viewpoint, it is possible to talk about the politics of everyday life, suggesting that relationships within the family, between husbands and wives or between parents and children, are political. It enables one of the more contentious feminist concepts, the patriarchy, the idea of a systematic form of male domination in Western and potentially global society, see Chapter 12. One way this broadening of politics has been tied back to the traditional notion of politics is through expanding the category of government. Here, post-structuralist theorists inspired by Foucault have been particularly prominent. In Security, Territory, Population, 1977-8-2010, and The Birth of Biopolitics, 1978-9-2010, Foucault offers a dramatic reconceptualization of government that rethinks it as the distinctively modern form of state power. Government concerns the way in which the actions and behaviors of individuals are constrained and limited by states. To govern, in this sense, is to structure the possible field of action of others, Foucault. To govern, in this sense, is to structure the possible field of action of others, Foucault 2010. States use their power to guide conduct towards particular sets of outcomes for a population. By providing services, benefits, resources, and knowledge, they limit individual possibilities through government. The very notion that states have a role to play in the health, mental well-being, education, etc. of a population entails this expansive control. Governmentality is then the rationality, techniques, and procedures through which the state enacts this control. This is a broadening of the concept of power and politics and generalizing of the notion of government. Its function seems mainly explanatory to reveal the depths and extent of politics. However, Foucault also clarifies that the impetus here is critical and normative to expose resistance to these practices of government. To govern for him involves offering knowledge and reasons why the governed should do as the state instructs, e.g. it keeps them healthy. This implies that one can criticize and resist those reasons and practices. For Foucault, the rise of governmentality entails a rise of the practice of critique. In this way, this is a critical conception of politics aimed at exposing power relations, conflict, and domination in contemporary socio-political life. While analytically separate, these three conceptions of politics, i.e. government, public affairs, and power, are deeply interwoven. Most definitions of politics work across these three emphases, variously emphasizing and relating their different elements. One could argue that they expose such different dimensions of politics that we may need to ask whether they are even highlighting the same thing. The state. The concept of the state is, arguably, the central concept of political theory. The term state can be used to refer to a bewildering range of things, a collection of institutions, a territorial unit, a historical entity, a philosophical idea, and so on. Despite this variety, political theory as a discipline is tied to the idea that it is explaining, analyzing, and prescribing the politics in, around, and on the state as an institution. In one sense, the reason for this is historical. Modern political thought arose with the emergence of state institutions. However, it is also intellectual. Western political theory has generally argued that the state is the most relevant explanatory and normative horizon for political life. As a result, it has often been fixated on this institution as the frame of its theoretical inquiries. There are four key areas of debate. First, the state is often confused with government, the two terms being used interchangeably. However, although some form of government has probably always existed, at least within large communities, the modern state did not emerge until about the 15th century. The precise relationship between state and government is, nevertheless, highly complex. Government is part of the state and in some respects is its most important part, but it is only an element within a much larger entity. Second, there is considerable disagreement about the nature of state power and the interests it represents, evident in competing theories of the state. Third, there are profound disagreements over the proper function of the state, what the state's purview should be and what should be left to private individuals. Finally, contemporary states have distinctive attributes that require political theory and science to inquire into the state in new ways. From government to the state. Several features distinguish the concepts of government and state. The state is often defined narrowly as a separate institution or set of institutions as what is commonly thought of as the state. For example, when Louis XIV supposedly declared, "L'état c'est moi, I am the state," he was referring to the absolute power vested in himself as monarch. The state therefore stands for the apparatus of government in its broadest sense, for those institutions that are recognizably public in that they are responsible for the collective organization of communal life and are funded at the public's expense. Thus, the concept of the state is usually opposed to civil society. It comprises the various institutions of government, the bureaucracy, military, police, courts, social security system, and so forth. It can be identified with the entire body politic. It is in this sense, for instance, that it is possible to talk about the growth or contraction of state institutions and corresponding enlarging or reducing of the machinery of the state. However, this institutional definition ignores key attributes that distinguish state from government. First, the state is sovereign, absolute in a way government is not. Second, it is territorial, sovereign power, its authority is confined to a precise geographical area. Third, it is compulsory, its institutional apparatus expresses its unique normative legitimacy and authority. Fourth, it is a community, a political association that creates all its members as citizens in a common bond. Fifth, these features give the state a permanence and generality government does not have. The defining feature of the state is often thought to be sovereignty, its absolute and unrestricted power, discussed in the last section. The state commands supreme power standing above all other groups in society, its laws demand compliance from those within the territory. Hobbes conveyed this image by portraying the state as a leviathan, a gigantic monster usually represented as a sea creature. It is precisely its total sovereignty that distinguishes the modern state from earlier political associations. In medieval times, for instance, rulers exercised power but alongside a range of other bodies, notably the church, the nobility, and feudal guilds. Indeed, it was widely accepted that religious authority, centering on the Pope, stood above temporal authority. The modern state, however, which began emerging in 15th and 16th century Europe, took the form of a system of centralized rule that succeeded in subordinating all other institutions, spiritual and temporal. Although such a state is now commonplace, usually taking the form of the nation-state, there are still examples of stateless societies. For example, a state can break down when its claim to exercise sovereign power is successfully challenged by another group or body, such as during civil war. Second, states can be distinguished from government by their relation to territory. State authority is territorially limited. States claim sovereignty only within their own borders and regulate the flow of persons and goods across these borders. The jurisdiction of the state within its borders is universal. Everyone living within a state is subject to its authority. This is usually expressed through citizenship, see Chapter 7, formal membership of the state, which entails both rights and duties. Resident non-citizens may not be entitled to certain rights, such as the right to vote or hold public office, and may be exempt from particular obligations, such as jury service or military service, but they are nevertheless still subject to the state. Third, states exercise compulsory jurisdiction. Those living within a state rarely exercise choice about whether to accept its authority. Most people become subject to the authority of a state by being born within its borders. In other cases, this may be a result of conquest. Immigrants and naturalized citizens are somewhat exceptions since they alone can be said to have voluntarily accepted the authority of a state. Further, state authority is backed up by coercion. The state must have the capacity to ensure that its laws are obeyed, which in practice means possessing the ability to punish transgressors. Max Weber, 1864–1920, suggested in Politics as a Vocation, 1919–1948, that the state is a human community that, successfully, claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. By this he meant not only that the state had the ability to ensure the obedience of its citizens but also the right to do so. A monopoly of legitimate violence is the practical expression of state sovereignty. Fourth, the state creates a political community, see Chapter 9. Beyond the formal rights of citizenship, the modern state creates a horizontal body of citizens in common cause. Importantly, this has involved a shared political identity commonly expressed through the language of national identities. It is in this sense that Benedict Anderson, 1991, one of the most influential scholars of nationalism of the 20th century, described nation-states as imagined communities. States have stories, values, beliefs, culture, and practices that link their members. In one way, the state is a deeply inclusive association, especially in comparison to pre-modern institutions, which embraces the entire community and encompasses those institutions that constitute the public sphere. Finally, the state has a generality and permanence that government does not. This is because the state is a continuing, even permanent, entity. By contrast, government is temporary. Governments come and go, and systems of government can be remodeled. Government is thus merely part of the state. On the other hand, although government may be possible without a state, the state is inconceivable in the absence of government. As a mechanism through which collective decisions are enacted, government is responsible for making and implementing state policy. Government is, in effect, the leadership of the state. In this way, it is usually thought to dictate to and control other state bodies, the police and military, educational and welfare systems, and the like. By implementing the various state functions, government serves to maintain the state itself. Theories of the state, classical and 20th century. Although the state has assumed a variety of forms globally, the absolutist state, the socialist state, the Islamic state, see page 119, and so on. Debate in political theory about the nature of the state has focused on the models found in modern Western societies. In the modern period, states quickly came to possess liberal and constitutional features in the first instance and democratic features in the 19th and 20th centuries. However, while there is broad agreement on the key characteristics of the liberal democratic state, there is far less about the nature of state power and the interests it represents. Controversy about the nature of the state has, in fact, increasingly dominated modern political theory and is a key division between the major traditions. In this sense, the state is an essentially contested concept with several rival theories, different accounts of its origins, development, and impact. These theories tend to be either fundamentally liberal or broadly critical. The absolutist model of the state was the first major modern theorization in the Western tradition. In a sense, its descriptive account of the state becomes widely integrated into modern state theory, while its normative argument for state power proves deeply controversial. The former identified many of the key features mentioned in the previous section. The state is sovereign, territorial, compulsory, and unified. This model flows from thinkers such as Jean Bodin and Thomas Hobbes. Normatively, it involves an argument for centralizing political power to a single person, usually a monarch. Absolutist state theory is thus based on the idea that a political state should be embodied in a single figure and all the rights, powers, and obligations of the state should exist with reference to that centralized power. Hobbes 1651-1968 argued that to provide security and avoid conflict in human society required a common power. And the only way to erect such a common power as may be able to defend them from the invasion of foreigners and the injuries of one another, and thereby to secure them, is to confer all their power and strength upon one man or upon one assembly of men that may reduce all their wills, by plurality of voices, unto one will. Only centralized power, expressed in one will, is stable. This conception of the state has significant consequences. For example, in what becomes one of the most influential accounts of modern legal theory, law becomes command. Law in general is not counsel but command, nor a command of any man to any man, but only of him whose command is addressed to one formerly obliged to obey him. The absolutist theory of the state deeply influenced the most institutionally significant state theory, constitutionalism, see Chapter 4. The idea of the constitutional state emerged out of the writings of liberal social contract theorists, especially John Locke and Montesquieu, and was significantly developed by American federalism. Social contract theory was used not only to argue for government but also to advance a theory of the nature of state power. Whatever its historical intentions, part of social contract theory was to persuade citizens to treat the state as though it had been created by a voluntary agreement. The fact that every citizen benefited from escaping the chaos of the state of nature implied that the state is required to act in the interests of all, the common good, or public interest. In constitutional theory, the state is thus a neutral arbiter among competing groups and individuals. It is an umpire capable of protecting each citizen from the encroachment of his or her fellow citizens. This illustrates that the constitutional state is defined by two sorts of limitation: limiting individuals and limiting the state. James Madison summed up the logic well in Federalist 10. In framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this: you must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place oblige it to control itself. Hamilton, Madison, and J. 2008. In fact, constitutionalism can be defined as the argument that legitimate states are limited in scope and action as delineated in a constitution, which, in its simplest sense, is the rules that govern the government. In this sense, it is a theory of the limited state. Constitutionalism can therefore be said to exist whenever government institutions and political processes are effectively constrained by a body of rules that juridically explain and define the nature of state structures. For example, in The Spirit of the Laws, 1750-1989, Montesquieu famously argued that a constitutional state required a separation of powers amongst various parts of the state. There would be an end of everything, were the same man or the same body, whether of the nobles or of the people, to exercise those three powers: that of enacting laws, that of executing the public resolutions, and of trying the causes of individuals. For Montesquieu, the legislative, executive, and judicial powers must be institutionally divided in a state to keep state power in check. In this way, the liberal constitutional model prescribes a model of the state that attempts to protect individuals from each other and everyone from the state. Classical state theory also produces intensely critical views of the liberal democratic state. Marxism, see page 249, offers an analysis of state power that fundamentally challenges the neutral image of the state. Marxists argue that the state cannot be understood separate from the economic structure of society. The state emerges out of the class system, its function to maintain class domination. The classic Marxist view is expressed in Marx and Engels' often-quoted dictum from the Communist Manifesto, 1848-1976. The executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. This view was stated still more starkly by Lenin, see page 250, in The State and Revolution, 1917-1973, who referred to the state as an instrument for the oppression of the exploited class. Whereas classical Marxists stressed the state's clear alignment with the interests of the bourgeoisie and its essentially coercive role, modern Marxists have taken account of the apparent legitimacy of the bourgeois state, particularly in the light of the achievement of universal suffrage and the welfare state. This has encouraged some to argue that the state can enjoy relative autonomy from the ruling class and so can respond, at times, to the interests of other classes. Nikos Poulantzas, 1973, portrayed the state as a unifying social formation capable of diluting class tensions through, for example, the spread of political rights and welfare benefits. However, although this neo-Marxist theory echoes liberalism in seeing the state as an arbiter, it emphasizes the class character of the modern state by pointing out that it operates in the long-term interests of capitalism and therefore perpetuates unequal class power. The most radical condemnation of state power is found in anarchist theory. Anarchists see all forms of political authority as intrinsically oppressive and the state as inherently dominating. Such thinking claims that political power is, by its nature, corrupt and corrupting. Those in power are impelled to subordinate others for their benefit regardless of constitutional arrangements. The state is thus, in the words of the Russian anarchist Michael Bakunin, 1814-76, the most flagrant, the most cynical, and the most complete negation of humanity. Bakunin, 1867. Even modern anarcho-capitalists, such as Murray Rothbard, see page 114, often dismiss the state as a criminal band or a protection racket, which has no legitimate claim to exercise authority over the individual. Many modern anarchists are nevertheless less willing to denounce the state as nothing more than an instrument of organized violence. In The Ecology of Freedom, 1982, for instance, Murray Bookchin, see page 181, described the state as an instilled mentality for ordering reality, emphasizing that in addition to its coercive institutions, the state is also a state of mind. Mainstream 20th century political theory and science has been dominated by the liberal constitutionalist theory of the state. Reacting to the rise of liberal democratic thinking, institutions and reforms in the 19th century, elite theory argued that behind the facade of liberal democracy there lies the permanent power of a ruling elite. Classical elitists such as Gaetano Mosca, 1858-1941, Vilfredo Pareto, 1848-1923, and Robert Michaels, 1876-1936, were concerned to demonstrate that political power always lies in the hands of a small elite and that egalitarian ideas such as socialism and democracy are a myth. Modern elitists, by contrast, have put forward strictly empirical theories about the distribution of power in particular societies, but have nevertheless drawn the conclusion that political power is always concentrated. For example, Joseph Schumpeter, see page 115, whose Capitalism, Socialism and Democracy, 1944-1994, created the theory of democratic elitism, described democracy as that institutional arrangement for arriving at political decisions in which individuals acquire the power to decide by means of a competitive struggle for the people's vote. The electorate can decide which elite rules but cannot change that the power is always exercised by an elite. Schumpeter and others often paired this empirical claim about the inevitability of elites with the normative argument that this was the most stable form of democratic rule. On the other hand, radical elite theorists, drawing on Marxism and anarchism, used this emphasis to criticize liberal democracy. In The Managerial Revolution, 1941, James Burnham suggested that a managerial class dominated all industrial societies, both capitalist and communist, by virtue of its technical knowledge and administrative skills. Perhaps the most influential of modern elite theorists, C. Wright Mills, argued in The Power Elite, 1956-2000, that U.S. politics is dominated by big business and the military, commonly referred to as the military-industrial complex, which dictated government policy, largely immune from electoral pressure. Despite these critical accounts, the liberal constitutional tradition has been alive and well in 20th century thinking. Its main form in political science has been pluralist state theory. Pluralism argues that political power is dispersed amongst a wide variety of social groups rather than an elite. It is in a direct response to and rejection of elite theory. Robert Dahl, see page 188, probably the most paradigmatic pluralist, characterized the Western liberal democratic state as polyarchy, ruled by the many. Robert Dahl, see page 188, probably the most paradigmatic pluralist, characterized the Western liberal democratic state as polyarchy, ruled by the many. This theory argues that modern democratic states are broadly successful at spreading political power across a variety of social sites through several institutional mechanisms. For example, voting and electoral choice ensures that government must respond to public opinion, and organized interests in a free civil society offer all citizens a voice in political life via group representation. Above all, pluralists believe that a rough equality exists among organized groups and interests, in that each enjoys some measure of access to government and that government is structurally incentivized to listen to all. At the hub of the liberal democratic state stand elected representatives who are publicly accountable because they operate within an open and competitive system. Non-elected state bodies such as the civil service, judiciary, police, army and so on carry out their responsibilities with strict impartiality and are subordinate to elected officials. A neo-pluralist theory of the state has been developed by writers such as J. K. Galbraith and Charles Lindblom, 1977, since the 1980s. In their view, the modern industrialized state is both more complex and less responsive to popular pressures than pluralism suggests. While not dispensing altogether with the neutral image of the state, they insist that it needs qualifying. For example, it is impossible to portray all organized interests as equally powerful since in a capitalist economy business enjoys advantages that other groups clearly cannot rival. In The Affluent Society, 1958-1998, Galbraith emphasized the ability of business to shape public tastes through advertising and drew attention to the domination of major corporations over small firms and, in some cases, government bodies. Lindblom, in Politics and Markets, 1977, pointed out that, as the major investor and largest employer in society, business is bound to exercise considerable sway over any government, whatever its ideological leanings or manifesto promises. While significantly different in many ways, neoliberal or market-liberal views of the state have also developed the liberal constitutional theory. Like pluralism, they built on traditional liberal constitutional foundations but in a way that returns to classic liberalism's focus on markets and economic behavior rather than constitutions to limit states. As a result, it is distinguished by strong antipathy towards government intervention in economic and social life, born of the belief that the state inherently threatens both economic security and political liberty. Both are important. On the one hand, neoliberal political thought centers on a critique of the state's impact on the economy. The broad argument is that decentralized economic activity is more efficient than centralized. In The Fatal Conceit, 1988, Friedrich Hayek argues the advantages of these market procedures were so contrary to expectation that they could be explained only retrospectively through analyzing the spontaneous formation itself. Decentralized control over resources, control through several property holders, leads to the generation and use of more information than is possible under central direction. On the other hand, neoliberal political thought involves a political critique of the consequences of states on political liberty and a claim that markets better provide social regulation. This argument retains a strong emphasis on constitutional themes such as minimal states, individual rights, and the rule of law, but pairs these with a classical liberal emphasis on the role of property in providing social goods. For example, in Capitalism and Freedom, 1962, Milton Friedman argued, "So long as effective freedom of exchange is maintained, the central feature of the market organization of economic activity is that it prevents one person from interfering with another in respect of most of his activities. The consumer is protected from coercion by the seller because of the presence of other sellers with whom he can deal. The seller is protected from coercion by the consumer because of other consumers to whom he can sell." Recently, political scientists have often shifted their attention from state structure to the broader processes of governing. This has been reflected in wider interest in the phenomenon of governance. Although it still has no agreed definition, governance refers to the ways social life is coordinated. The state is merely one of the institutions involved in governance. It is possible to have governance without government. Rosenau and Champiel, 1992. From this perspective, several modes of governance can be identified, each of which helps to coordinate social life in its own way. Hierarchies, markets and networks, informal relationships and associations offer alternative means of making collective decisions. The growing emphasis on governance has resulted from two important shifts in modern states and wider society. First, the boundaries between the state and civil society have become increasingly blurred through the growth of public/private partnerships, the wider use within public bodies and state institutions of private sector management techniques, and the increasing importance of so-called policy networks. Second, the state is not a specific realm within discrete societies. This has led to multilevel governance. Multi-level governance highlights a shift in policy-making responsibility away from national government as power is both drawn down and sucked up, creating a complex process of interactions. The former trend involves the strengthening of subnational bodies through a process of localization or devolution. The latter reflects the growing importance of international bodies, often interpreted as the emergence of global governance. See page 117. Thinking globally. Global governance. The notion of global governance emerged during the growing importance, especially since 1945, of international organizations such as the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Trade Organization, WTO. The traditional assumption that international politics operates in a state of anarchy with no authority higher than the nation-state became more difficult to sustain. However, global governance is not world government, in which all humankind is united under one common political authority. It can thus be defined as the management of international politics in the absence of world government. Global governance is nevertheless a complex phenomenon that defies simple definitions or explanations. It is more a field than an object of study. Although it can be associated with identifiable institutions and actors, it is essentially a complex of processes involving several features. First, global governance is multiple rather than singular. Despite the UN's overarching role within the modern global government system, it comprises different institutional frameworks and decision-making mechanisms in different issue areas. Second, states and national governments retain considerable influence within the global governance system, reflecting international organizations' general disposition towards consensual decision-making and their weak powers of enforcement. Third, global governance blurs the public/private divide in that it embraces non-governmental organizations and other institutions of so-called global civil society. Finally, global governance does not operate just at the global level. It features interactions between groups and institutions at various levels, subnational, national, regional, and global, with no level enjoying predominance. Two kinds of debates have surrounded global governance. Normative controversies have raged over whether the advance of global governance should be welcomed. Liberals have supported it, arguing it provides a mechanism through which states can cooperate that does not abandon sovereignty while reducing levels of distrust in the international system. Realists, by contrast, have warned that international organizations develop separate interests from states that amount to a form of proto-world government. Empirical debate about global governance focuses on its practical significance. Some argue that the unmistakable growth in the number and importance of international organizations since 1945 provides irrefutable evidence of a willingness among states to cooperate. Others suggest that, to the extent that states maintain sovereignty, international anarchy continues to reign. In short, states pursue self-interest regardless of the context in which they operate. Global forms of the state. At least one key challenge to contemporary state theory is the increasingly varied nature of states. While most political theory has tended to assume Western and liberal democratic norms and contexts for considering the state, the global nature of states requires thinking through its more varied forms. Such inquiries are in their infancy in political theory. As such, the points below are reflections on this growing question. Western states are liberal in the sense that they respect the principle of limited government. Individual rights and liberties enjoy some form of protection. Limited states are typically upheld in three ways. In the first place, liberal democratic government is constitutional. A constitution defines the duties, responsibilities, and functions of the various institutions of government and establishes the relationship between government and the individual. Second, government is limited by how power is dispersed throughout a number of institutions, creating internal tensions or checks and balances. Third, government is limited by the existence of an independent civil society consisting of autonomous groups such as businesses, trade unions, pressure groups, and so forth. Liberal democracies are democratic in the sense that government rests on the consent of the governed. This implies a form of representative democracy in which the right to exercise government power is gained by success in competitive elections. Typically, such systems possess universal adult suffrage and secret ballot elections respecting a range of democratic rights such as freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and freedom of movement. The cornerstone of liberal democratic government is political pluralism, the existence of a variety of political creeds, ideologies, or philosophies, and of open competition for power amongst several parties. See Chapter 8. The cornerstone of liberal democratic government is political pluralism, the existence of a variety of political creeds, ideologies, or philosophies, and of open competition for power amongst several parties. See Chapter 8. There are, however, a number of differences among liberal democratic states. Some of them, like the United States and France, are republics whose heads of state are elected, while countries such as the UK and the Netherlands are constitutional monarchies. Most liberal democracies have a parliamentary system of government in which legislative and executive power is fused. In countries such as the UK, Germany, India, and Australia, the government is both drawn from the legislature and accountable to it. The United States, on the other hand, is the classic example of a presidential system of government based on a strict separation of powers between the legislature and the executive as advocated by Montesquieu. See page 107. The President and Congress are separately elected and each possesses a range of constitutional powers, checking the other. Some liberal democracies possess majoritarian governments. These occur when a single party, either because of its electoral support or the nature of the electoral system, can form a government on its own. Typically, majoritarian democracies possess two-party systems in which power alternates between two major parties, as has traditionally occurred in the United States, the United Kingdom, and New Zealand. In continental Europe, coalition government are the norm, the focal point of which is a continual process of bargaining among parties that share government power. Despite the advance of democratization since the 1980s, there are several alternatives to the Western liberal model of government. These include new democracies, East Asian government, Islamic government, and military government. New democracies, many of which are in post-communist or transition countries, assume an outwardly liberal democratic form with the adoption of multi-party elections and the introduction of market-based economic reforms. Nevertheless, to varying degrees, they lack democratic consolidation, exhibiting flaws such as a weak civil culture, inadequate checks on executive power, unstable party systems, or a general weakness of state power. Governmental forms in East Asia, notably in Japan and the so-called tiger economies of South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Malaysia, have tended to prioritize delivering prosperity over civil liberty. They often exhibit broad support for strong government, sometimes exercised through powerful leaders or ruling parties, underpinned by widely respected Confucian principles such as loyalty, discipline, and duty. See page 86. Islamic government contains both fundamentalist and pluralist forms. The fundamentalist version of political Islam is most commonly associated with Iran and Afghanistan under the Taliban, where theocracies have been constructed in which political and other affairs have been structured according to higher religious principles, and political office has been closely linked to religious status. By contrast, in states such as Malaysia, Islam has the status of an official state religion but operates alongside a form of guided democracy. Despite a general trend towards civilian government and some form of electoral democracy, military government continues to be important in Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Southeast Asia. The classic form of military government is the junta, a clique of senior officers that seizes power through a revolution or coup d'état. Other forms of military government include military-backed personalized dictatorships and regimes in which military leaders content themselves with pulling the strings behind the scenes. Beyond the West. Islamic State. Islamic thought has devoted significant attention to the state for both historical and theological reasons. The establishment of Islam coincided with the creation of a system of rule dedicated to its protection in the form of the Caliphate founded in Medina in 622 CE. The Caliphate was an Islamic state whose leader, the Caliph, meaning literally successor to the Prophet Muhammad, combined supreme religious and political authority. The theoretical basis for the Islamic State is that, by outlining a complete way of life based on a set of rules and principles that are eternal, divinely ordained, and independent of the will of its followers, Islam does not distinguish between the sacred and the secular, religion and politics. In the Islamic ideal, religion and the state are inseparable. Nevertheless, an explicit concept of the Islamic State did not feature in Islamic theology until the 20th century and the emergence of attempts to transform Islam into a politico-religious ideology, often termed political Islam or Islamism. Fundamentalist Islamic states had previously existed, most notably in Saudi Arabia since the 18th century, but the new version went beyond adopting Sharia, sacred Islamic law, as the basis of the legal system, and saw the state as an instrument of social and political regeneration. The Islamic State was embraced as a means of purifying Islam by returning it to its supposed original values, countering Western colonialism, secularism, and influence generally. Such thinking provided the basis for the reconstruction of Iran following the 1979 Islamic Revolution and influenced the adoption of Islamic states in countries such as Sudan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. However, the Iranian political system is a complex mix of democratic and theocratic elements, the former represented by an elected president and parliament, and the latter by the powerful supreme leader since 1989, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Sovereignty. The state emerged in 15th and 16th century Europe as a system of centralized rule that subordinated all other groups and associations, temporal and spiritual. The claim that the state exercised absolute authority within its borders was expressed in a new language of sovereignty, specifically territorial sovereignty. Politics thus acquired a distinct spatial character. In short, borders and boundaries mattered. This especially applied in the case of the distinction between domestic politics, which was concerned with the state's role in maintaining order and regulation within its borders, and international politics, which was concerned with relations among states. The domestic/international divide effectively demarcated the extent of political rule. In this way, political theory and philosophy have tended to take a domestic character and focus their theories on politics within the state and its sovereignty. Sovereignty means absolute and unlimited power. This apparently simple principle nevertheless conceals a wealth of confusion, misunderstanding, and disagreement. In the first place, it is unclear what this absolute power consists of. Sovereignty can either refer to supreme legal authority or to unchallengeable political power. This controversy relates to the distinction between two kinds of sovereignty termed by the 19th century constitutional theorist A. V. Dicey, 1885-1939, legal sovereignty and political sovereignty. The concept of sovereignty has also been used in two contrasting ways. In the form of internal sovereignty, it refers to the distribution of power within the state and leads to questions about the need for supreme power and its location within the political system. In the form of external sovereignty, it is related to the state's role within the international order and to whether or not it is able to operate as an independent actor. This section gives a bit more content to this important concept to fill out our understanding of politics and the state. Legal and political sovereignty. The distinction between legal sovereignty and political sovereignty is often traced back to a difference of emphasis found in the writings of classical exponents of the principle Jean Bodin, see page 140, and Thomas Hobbes, see page 73. In the 6 Books of the Commonweal, 1576-1962, Bodin argued for a sovereign who made laws but was not himself bound by those laws. Law, according to this view, amounted to little more than the command of the sovereign, and subjects were required simply to obey. Bodin did not, however, advocate or justify despotic rule, but claimed, rather, that the sovereign monarch was constrained by the existence of a higher law in the form of the will of God or natural law. The sovereignty of temporal rulers was underpinned by divine authority. Hobbes, on the other hand, described sovereignty as power rather than authority. He built on a tradition dating back to Augustine that explained the need for a sovereign in terms of the depredation that resides within humankind. In Leviathan, 1651, 1968, sovereignty is a monopoly of coercive power that should be vested in the hands of a single ruler. However, unlike Augustine, Hobbes does not see the threat in moral terms. For him, our need for centralized power stems from the nature of humanity, both our moral psychology and our existential situation. Regarding the former, Hobbes argues we are desiring creatures. We have a restless desire of power after power that saith only in death. Regarding the latter, he notes at least 3 conditions humanity lives under. 1. We are relatively equal in ability. 2. There is scarcity in the things we desire. And 3. Our lives are uncertain. All these make us fearful and desiring of security and leads Hobbes to define sovereignty in centralized terms. In the sovereign consisteth the essence of the commonwealth, which, to define it, is one person of whose acts a great multitude, by mutual covenants one with another, have made themselves every one the author, to the end he may use the strength and means of them all as he shall think expedient for their peace and common defense. Thinker. Augustine of Hippo, 354-430. Christian theologian and political philosopher. Born in North Africa, Augustine moved to Rome where he became professor of rhetoric. He converted to Christianity in 386 and returned to North Africa as Bishop of Hippo. He wrote against the backdrop of the sacking of Rome by the Goths in 410. Augustine's defense of Christianity drew on Neoplatonic philosophy, Christian doctrine, and biblical history. His major work, City of God, 413-425, considers the relationship between church and state and examines the characteristics of 2 symbolic cities, the earthly city and the heavenly city, Jerusalem and Babylon. The heavenly city is based on spiritual grace and a love of God and binds both rulers and subjects to the common good. Its members will be saved and will go to heaven hereafter. By contrast, the earthly city is shaped by a love of self and is characterized by absolute power or sovereignty. Its members are reprobates and will suffer eternal damnation. Augustine believed that fallen humanity is tainted by original sin and that sin creates the need for government. Government can curb sinful conduct through punishment, but it cannot cure original sin. Although Augustine insisted that the church should obey the laws of the state, his emphasis on the moral superiority of Christian principles over political society and his belief that the church should imbue society with these principles justified theocracy. This view set the tone of much medieval political thought and its view of the secular and sacred realms. This distinction therefore reflects the one between authority and power, chapter 4. Legal sovereignty is based on the belief that ultimate authority resides in the laws of the state. This is de jure sovereignty, supreme power defined in terms of legal authority. In other words, it is based on the right to require somebody to comply, as defined by law. By contrast, political sovereignty is not based on legal authority but with the actual distribution of power, that is, de facto sovereignty. Political sovereignty refers to the existence of a supreme political power possessed of the ability to command obedience because it monopolizes coercive force. However, although these 2 concepts can be distinguished analytically, they are closely related in practice and neither may constitute a viable form of sovereignty alone. In a sense, sovereignty always involves a claim to exercise legal authority, a claim to exercise power by right and not merely by force. All substantial claims to sovereignty therefore have a crucial legal dimension. The sovereignty of modern states, for example, is reflected in the supremacy of law. Families, clubs, trade unions, businesses, and so on can establish rules that command authority but only within limits defined by law. Nevertheless, law on its own does not secure compliance. No society has yet been constructed in which law is universally obeyed and crime non-existent. This is evident in the simple fact that systems of law are everywhere backed up by coercive machinery involving the police, courts, and prison system. Legal authority, in other words, is underpinned by the exercise of power. Lacking the ability to enforce a command, a claim to legal sovereignty will carry only moral weight. A very similar lesson applies to the political conception of sovereignty. Although all states seek a monopoly of coercive power and prevent or limit their citizens' access to it, very few rule through the use of force alone. Constitutional and democratic government has, in part, come into existence to persuade citizens that the state has the right to rule, to exercise authority and not merely power. Internal and external sovereignty. Internal sovereignty refers to the internal affairs of the state and the location of supreme power within it. An internal sovereign is therefore a political body that possesses final and independent authority, one whose decisions are binding on all citizens, groups, and institutions in society. Much of political theory has been an attempt to decide precisely where such sovereignty should be located. Early thinkers, as already noted, were inclined to the belief that sovereignty should be vested in the hands of a single person, a monarch. Absolute monarchs described themselves as sovereigns and could declare, as did Louis XIV of France in the 17th century, that they were the state. The merit of vesting sovereignty in a single individual was that sovereignty would be indivisible, it would be expressed in a single voice. This centralized conception of sovereignty was gradually replaced in the 18th century with the notion of popular sovereignty, the claim that political right ultimately lies within the people in some form, see Chapter 8. Popular sovereignty can take both individualist and collectivist forms. A more individualist conception of popular sovereignty can be seen in John Locke's two treatises on government, 1690-1965. Locke argued that while sovereignty should be exercised by government, it was ultimately bound by natural law, see Chapter 6. That meant that sovereignty was conditional on a respect for the natural rights of life, liberty, and property. Any government that violated the latter forfeited sovereignty, and it devolves to the people, who have a right to resume their original liberty. However, this early understanding of popular sovereignty was expanded upon in more collectivist and democratic conceptions in the 18th century with the work of Austin and Rousseau, see page 205. The British legal philosopher John Austin, 1790–1859, argued that sovereignty is located in legislative bodies. For him, sovereignty in the UK was vested neither in the Crown nor in the people but in the monarch in Parliament. This was the origin of the doctrine of parliamentary sovereignty, usually seen as the fundamental principle of the British Constitution. More radically, Rousseau rejected monarchical rule in favor of the notion of popular sovereignty, the belief that ultimate authority is vested in the people themselves. But for him, popular sovereignty is not an individual right to liberty guaranteed by natural rights nor vested in a representative body but a collective product of democratic deliberation. When a people directly, collectively, and dialogically formulate a group decision, they create a general will, a shared democratic sovereignty. In this way, the doctrine of popular sovereignty has often been the basis of modern democratic theory. All these thinkers agreed sovereignty could be and should be located in a determinate body. Political rule requires the existence of an ultimate authority. They only disagreed about who or what this ultimate authority should be. This has come to be known as the traditional doctrine of sovereignty. In an age of pluralistic and democratic government, the traditional doctrine has come under growing criticism. Its opponents argue either that it is intrinsically linked to its undesirable absolutist past or that it no longer applies to modern systems of government which operate according to networks of checks and balances. It has been suggested, for instance, that liberal democratic principles run counter to sovereignty in that they distribute power among several institutions, none of which can meaningfully claim to be sovereign. This applies even in the case of popular sovereignty. Although Rousseau was deeply committed to the sovereignty of the people, he acknowledged that the general will was an indivisible whole which could only be articulated by a single individual, the legislator. Similar concerns often surround the UK principle of parliamentary sovereignty. Governments that achieve majority control of the House of Commons gain access to unlimited constitutional authority, creating an elective dictatorship or modern autocracy. The task of locating an internal sovereign in modern government is particularly difficult. This is clearest in the case of federal states, such as the United States, Canada, Australia, and India, where government is divided into several levels, each of which exercises a range of autonomous powers. Federalism is often said to involve a sharing of sovereignty between these multiple levels, between the center and peripheries. However, in developing the notion of a shared sovereignty, federalism moves the concept away from the classical belief in a single sovereign power. It may, furthermore, suggest that neither level of government can finally be described as sovereign because sovereignty rests with the document which apportions power to each level, the Constitution. The government of the United States of America offers a particularly good example of such complexities. It can certainly be argued that in the United States legal sovereignty resides in the Constitution because it defines the powers of federal government by allocating duties, powers, and functions to Congress, the presidency, and the Supreme Court, and so defines the nature of the federal system. Nevertheless, each branch exhibits its own sovereign power. By interpreting the Constitution, sovereignty resides with the Supreme Court. In effect, the Constitution means what a majority of the 9 Supreme Court justices say it means. However, the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Constitution can be overturned by amendments to the original document. In this sense, sovereignty would reside with the 2/3 majorities in both houses of Congress and 3/4 of the United States state legislatures required to amend, or in a convention specifically called for the purpose. To complicate matters further, it can be argued that sovereignty in the United States is ultimately vested in the American people themselves. This is expressed in the U.S. Constitution, 1787, which opens with the words, "We the people," and in its 10th Amendment, which stipulates that powers not otherwise allocated belong to the states respectively or to the people. In view of these complexities, a polycentric concept of sovereignty has taken root in the United States that is clearly distinct from its European counterpart. By contrast, it has long been argued that in the UK a single, unchallengeable legal authority exists in the form of the Westminster Parliament. In the famous unsourced proverb of Jean-Louis de Lolme, 1740–1806, Parliament can do anything except turn a man into a woman. The UK Parliament appears to enjoy unlimited legal power. It can make, amend, and repeal any law. It possesses this power because the UK, unlike the vast majority of states, does not possess a codified constitution that defines the powers of government institutions. Moreover, since the UK possesses a unitary rather than federal system, no rival legislatures exist to challenge the authority of Parliament. All legislation derives from a single source. Parliament-made law, that is, statute law, is also the highest law of the land and will therefore prevail over other kinds of law, common law, case law, judge-made law, and so forth. Finally, no parliament can bind its successors, since this would restrict the laws that future parliaments could introduce and curtail its sovereign power. While the UK's rather top-down sovereignty may have been complicated by membership of the European Union and the need to conform its law to European law, the UK's withdrawal from the EU clearly demonstrates its reserved power even while it was in the Union. In political terms, it is unlikely that Parliament has ever enjoyed sovereignty. It cannot simply act as it pleases. In practice, a wide range of institutions constrain its behavior, including the electorate, devolved bodies, organized interests, particularly those that possess financial or economic muscle, major trading partners, international organizations, treaties, and so forth. External sovereignty refers to the state's place in the international order and to its sovereign independence from other states. This principle was first outlined in the Peace of Westphalia, 1648, a series of treaties that brought the 30 Years' War, 1618–48, to an end. In this view, a state is sovereign over its people and territory despite the fact that no sovereign figures in its internal structure of government. External sovereignty can thus be respected even though internal sovereignty may be a matter of dispute. Moreover, while questions about internal sovereignty have in a democratic age appeared increasingly complex, the issue of external sovereignty has become vital. Indeed, some of the deepest divisions in modern politics involve disputed claims to such sovereignty. The Arab-Israeli conflict, for example, turns on the question of sovereignty. The Palestinians have long sought to establish a sovereign state in territory claimed by Israel. In turn, Israel has traditionally seen such demands as a challenge to its own sovereignty. Historically, external sovereignty has been closely linked to the struggle for popular government, the two ideas fusing to create the modern notion of national sovereignty. External sovereignty has thus come to embody the principles of national independence and self-government, see Chapter 9. Only if a nation is sovereign are its people capable of fashioning their own destiny in accordance with their interests. To ask a nation to surrender its sovereignty is tantamount to asking its people to give up their freedom. Hence why external or national sovereignty is so keenly felt and, when it is threatened, so fiercely defended. The historical strength of political nationalism, see page 227, is the best evidence of this. Although the principle of external sovereignty is widely recognized and indeed enshrined in international law, it is not without critics. Some have pointed out, for instance, the sinister implications of granting each state exclusive jurisdiction over its own territory and the capacity to treat its citizens as it chooses. There is, unfortunately, abundant evidence of the capacity of states to abuse, terrorize, and even exterminate their own citizens. As a result, it is now widely accepted that states should conform to a higher set of moral principles, usually expressed in the doctrine of human rights. The phenomenon of humanitarian intervention is sometimes seen as a reflection of the fact that a commitment to human rights now supersedes a concern for national sovereignty. Moreover, it is sometimes suggested that the classical argument for sovereignty points beyond national sovereignty. Thinkers such as Bodin and Hobbes emphasized that sovereignty was the only alternative to disorder, chaos, and anarchy. Yet this is precisely what a rigorous application of the principle of national sovereignty would turn international politics into. In the absence of some supreme international authority, disputes between rival states will surely lead to armed conflict, just as without an internal sovereign conflict among individuals leads to brutality and injustice. In this way, the classical doctrine of sovereignty can be turned into an argument for a global state. However, such questions take us beyond the traditional purview of political theory and into cognate disciplines such as international relations. What is important here is that the concept of sovereignty deeply intersects with our discussions of politics, government, and the state. In modern political theory, politics has often been deeply associated with the state and sovereignty has been seen to be the exclusive position of that entity. Conclusion. One of the most profound debates in political theory is inevitably over how to define its most central term. In many ways, the various usages of politics we discussed here, government, public affairs, power/conflict, reflect the various traditions and schools of modern Western political thought. From these, the various understandings of the state in classical state theory, absolutist, liberal constitutional, Marxist anarchist, and 20th century elitist, pluralist, neoliberal, and governance also flow. Finally, this leads to the contested emphases and views of sovereignty in political theory, which, as we have seen, are overwhelmingly focused on the issues of the nature and shape of legitimate sovereignty. Such contestation and fracturing is just as present in the contemporary moment as in previous ones. This, of course, says something very important about the history and present of political theory. Focusing on the texts. Niccolò Machiavelli's The Prince, 1531, 1961, chs 5-9, 12, 15-18, 21, 25. Machiavelli's The Prince, 1531, 1961, is one of the most influential texts in the history of modern political thought. It is often thought to offer the first version of the modern concept of the state as well as an image of political leadership that ignores its traditional Christian and moral basis common at the time. Further, as discussed in this chapter, he offered a quasi-empirical and historicist examination of politics and the nature of political leadership that dramatically altered the usual approach to these topics in Europe. In the selected chapters, Machiavelli asks questions of how stable polities are acquired, created, and maintained in light of different events and different models of leadership and government. What emerges is a picture of the instability and capriciousness of politics, the necessity of daring in its face, and the complex and differentiated activity politics must be to successfully achieve any kind of stability. Readers and students should attempt to approach its often very specific and tangential discussions with an eye to these larger issues. Demonstrative quotations. 1. No one should marvel if, in speaking of principalities that are totally new as to their prince and organization, I use the most illustrious examples, since men almost always tread the paths made by others and proceed in their affairs by imitation. 2. And many writers have imagined for themselves republics and principalities that have never been seen nor known to exist in reality. For there is such a gap between how one lives and how one ought to live that anyone who abandons what is done for what ought to be done learns his ruin rather than his preservation. For a man who wishes to profess goodness at all times will come to ruin among so many who are not good. Hence it is necessary for a prince who wishes to maintain his position to learn how not to be good and to use this knowledge or not to use it according to necessity. 3. For these two different humors are found in every body politic, and they arise from the fact that the people do not wish to be commanded or oppressed by the nobles, and the nobles desire to command and to oppress the people. And from these two opposed appetites there arises one of three effects, either a principality or liberty or anarchy. 4. From this arises an argument whether it is better to be loved than to be feared, or the contrary. I reply that one should like to be both one and the other, but since it is difficult to join them together, it is much safer to be feared than to be loved when one of the two must be lacking. For one can generally say this about men, that they are ungrateful, fickle, simulators and deceivers, avoiders of danger, greedy for gain, and while you work for their good they are completely yours, offering you their blood, their property, their lives, and their sons, as I said earlier, when danger is far away, but when it comes nearer to you they turn away. What is the view of human nature here? Reading questions. 1. What image of history and the development of human knowledge does Machiavelli seem to have in The Prince? 2. How does Machiavelli describe his method? 3. What is the situation of leaders for Machiavelli? What fundamental political pressures must they cope with? 4. What conception of people does he offer? Questions for discussion. Is all social activity, at some level, political? What differs between normative and critical accounts of government? Where should the distinction between public and private life be drawn? Is politics, at heart, always about conflict? Can a meaningful distinction be drawn between government and the state? What is the link between sovereignty and the modern state? To what extent can we distinguish between legal and political sovereignty? Can sovereignty be reconciled with democracy? Why is it possible for external sovereignty to exist in the absence of internal sovereignty? Further reading. Crickby, In Defense of Politics, 2013. A classical exposition and defense of the concept and activity of politics, now in its 5th edition, that attempts to both posit an ideal of political activity and defend the concept from its more problematic associations. Hay, C., Lister, M., and Marsh, D., eds. The State, Theories and Issues, 2006. An accessible and comprehensive introduction to theoretical perspectives on the state, which highlights key issues and controversies. Jackson, R., Sovereignty, The Evolution of an Idea, 2007. An accessible account of the development of the concept of sovereignty, which examines both historical and contemporary debates about its nature and significance. Leftwich, A. edition, What is Politics? The Activity and its Study, 2004. A very useful collection of essays examining different concepts of politics as well as contrasting views of the discipline. Chapter 6. The problem of law, order, and obligation. Introduction. Law. The rule of law, natural and positive law, law and liberty. Order. Social control, natural harmony. Obligation. Obligation as contract, two alternative theories of obligation, rebellion, the limits of obligation and disobedience. Conclusion. Introduction. Law has a special significance in modern political thought in the Western tradition. In one sense, there is widespread agreement on the foundational and necessary nature of law. Modern Western states are built on complex legal frameworks that lay out the powers and structure of the state, as we saw in Chapter 5. The centrality of law to modern politics, however, flows from additional relevance. Law structures not only the state but also both the relations between individuals in a society and the relations between those individuals and the state. For example, law commands citizens, telling them what they must do, it lays down prohibitions indicating what citizens cannot do, and it allocates entitlements defining what citizens have the right to do. Although it is widely, though not universally, accepted in modern political theory that law is a necessary feature of political society, there is considerable debate about the nature and role of law. These debates center on the origins and purpose of law. Does law liberate or oppress? Do laws exist to safeguard all individuals and promote the common good, or do they serve the interests of the powerful? Underlying these debates is a deep controversy about the relationship between law and morality. Does law flow from moral standards? Or are laws morally arbitrary, simply imposing an authority? The problem of law relates to two further issues in political thought, order and obligation. The good of order and stability is often thought to be one of the principal ends of politics in Western thought, and law, as we have seen in the discussions of constitutionalism, is often thought key to the forms of political order important to Western thinkers. In everyday language as well, order and law often appear fused into the composite notion of law and order. As such, law is often construed as the principal device through which order is maintained. However, this raises a series of problems. In particular, is order only secured through a system of rule enforcement and punishment, or can it emerge naturally through the influence of social solidarity and rational good sense? In other words, can order arise from below, or does it always have to be imposed from above? Finally, while law is often thought to serve the goal of order and stability, in political theory law is deeply related to obligation. On the one hand, the concept of obligation links this chapter to the next and its debates on citizenship and rights. On the other hand, it raises the general issue of why and to what extent political subjects are obliged to follow the state and its laws. Obligations can include anything from obeying the law, to paying taxes, to compulsory military service. But what are the origins of such obligations, and what kind of claim do they make on us? Are these claims absolute, or can subjects, in certain circumstances, be released from them? Does obligation tell us if and when it may be justifiable to break the law? This chapter confronts all these issues in asking how law poses a problem and solution in modern and contemporary political thought. Unlike other chapters that have seen us engage political theory and philosophy substantially with social theory, economics, and political science, this discussion illuminates overlap between political and legal theory. Law. The concept of law is used in many ways. First, there are scientific laws that claim to describe necessary patterns found in either natural or social life, e.g., the laws of motion. This usage has been employed by social theorists to claim predictable patterns of social behavior. For example, Engels argued that Marx, see page 263, uncovered the laws of historical and social development and the so-called laws of demand and supply that underlie economic theory. Sociologists, in contrast, treat law as a means of enforcing norms of social behavior. They see forms of law in all organized societies, ranging from informal processes to the formal legal systems typical of modern societies. By contrast, political theorists understand law as a social institution distinct, though related, from other social rules or norms. In the Western tradition, it is usually understood to have classical origins, especially in Roman jurisprudence, a medieval reformulation mainly focused on church or canon law, in a distinctively modern form once the state emerges as the dominant political association. In the latter, law constitutes a set of rules, including commands, prohibitions, and entitlements. However, what distinguishes law from other social rules and norms? There is considerable debate in modern and contemporary political and legal theory. However, most authors will make some of the following claims. First, law is institutionalized with the state and so applies throughout society. In that way, law reflects the will of the state and takes precedence over all other social rules. For instance, conformity to the rules of a sports club, church, or trade union does not provide citizens with immunity if they have broken state laws. Second, law is compulsory. Citizens are not entitled to choose which laws to obey. Law has both a special authority and legitimacy and is backed up by a system of coercion. Third, law has a public quality in that it consists of published rules. This is, in part, achieved by enacting law through a formal, legislative process. Moreover, the punishments for lawbreaking are predictable and can be anticipated. Fourth, law is usually recognized as binding, even if particular laws may be regarded as unjust. We are obliged to obey laws because they are laws. As a result, law clearly has a special status. For example, it may be more than simply a set of enforced commands, embodying moral claims. In this sense, law may have a normative force that means legal rules should be obeyed. While debates on law and political thought are multifaceted, these contending views on the nature of law can be examined through a series of key legal concepts and debates. In the first instance, the concept of the rule of law is central to the status of law within the state and outlines how laws create certain relations between individuals and between individuals and states. Second, the distinction between natural and positive law goes to the heart of one of the most difficult issues, the relation between law and morality. Finally, the conceptual question of the relation between law and liberty highlights that law can have complex consequences for other social goods. Together, these illustrate the shape of the complex problem of law. The rule of law. The rule of law is arguably the central constitutional principle of Western liberal democratic states. Simply stated, it is the principle that the law should rule, that law and legal institutions should be the highest authority in a state. This ascendancy has at least two consequences. First, it establishes law as superior to every single individual in the state. This means that no one, including those in government, is outside the law. The exercise of state power by governors is constrained by law and is not subject to the arbitrary whims of leaders. Second, as no one is above the law, law is equally applicable to all. This means that law serves to regulate our interactions as members of a political society. It provides a body of norms, rules, and institutions to mediate conflicts amongst individuals and groups, and so has to be accessible to all people. Importantly, the first consequence goes to the individual-state relation and the second to the individual-individual relation. The principle of the rule of law in modern Western political thought developed out of the liberal constitutional tradition and its focus on law. Its radicality, which may not appear to contemporary readers, is best illustrated through historical context. Feudalism and early modern absolutist state theory construed the authority to rule as derived from persons, flowing from particular classes, e.g. the aristocracy, lineages, e.g. monarchy, or divine ordination, e.g. the divine right of kings, or the papal representation of God on earth. The right to rule was a product of who a person was and was attached to their personal authority. From John Locke, see page 217, onwards, liberals have argued that rule is derived not from persons but from law. In the first instance, this is because only law can be in accord with and institutionalize the natural rights that govern authority. As discussed later, Locke and early thinkers were significantly affected by the idea of natural rights. As he notes in the Second Treatise on Government, 1690, 1965, the state of nature has a law of nature to govern it, which obliges everyone, and reason, which is that law, teaches all mankind, who will but consult it. That being all equal and independent, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possessions. There are immutable and supreme laws, natural in form, that govern the conduct of states and individuals. Those laws are rational and they ensure the protection of individuals and their freedom. Without the rule of law, each person is constantly under threat from every other person. The fundamental purpose of law is therefore to protect individual rights, which, in Locke's view, meant the right to life, liberty, and property. The virtue of the rule of law is that it serves to protect the individual citizen from two dangers, the state and other individuals. It does so by ensuring a government of laws and not of men that restricts its own behavior and that of individuals against each other. With these aims, the rule of law is usually thought to entail several additional principles that impose significant constraints on how law is made and adjudicated. For example, all laws should be general, in the sense that they apply to all citizens and do not select particular individuals or groups for special treatment, good or bad. It is, further, vital that citizens know where they stand. Laws should therefore be precisely framed and accessible to the public. Retrospective legislation is clearly unacceptable on such grounds, as it allows citizens to be punished for actions that were legal at the time they occurred. In the same way, the rule of law is incompatible with inhuman forms of punishment. Above all, the principle implies that the courts should be impartial and accessible to all. This can only be achieved if the judiciary, whose role it is to interpret law and adjudicate between groups, is independent from government. This independence ensures that judges are above or outside the machinery of government. Law, in other words, must be kept strictly separate from politics. The institutional impact of the rule of law in the West cannot be overstated. It is enshrined in the German concept of the Rechtsstaat, a state based on law, which came to be widely adopted throughout continental Europe and encouraged the development of codified and professional legal systems. The rule of law, however, has a distinctively Anglo-American character. In the United States, the supremacy of law is emphasized by the status of the U.S. Constitution, by the checks and balances it establishes, and the individual rights outlined in the Bill of Rights. This is made clear in the 5th and 14th Amendments to the Constitution, which specifically forbid federal or state government to deny any person life, liberty and property without due process of law. The doctrine of due process not only restricts the discretionary power of public officials but also enshrines several individual rights, notably the right to a fair trial and to equal treatment under the law. Nevertheless, it, and the rule of law generally, also vests considerable power in the hands of judges who, by interpreting the law, effectively determine the realm of government action. The UK, in contrast, has traditionally represents an alternative conception of the rule of law. The classic account of this view is A. V. Dicey's Introduction to the Study of the Law of the Constitution, 1885-1939. In Dicey's account, the rule of law embraces four features. First, no one should be punished except for breaches of law. Second, the rule of law requires what Dicey called equal subjection to the law, more commonly understood as equality before the law. Third, when a law is broken there must be a certainty of punishment. Finally, the rule of law requires that the rights and liberties of the individual are embodied in the ordinary law of the land. The passage of the Human Rights Act, 1989, which incorporated the European Convention on Human Rights into UK statute law, nevertheless brought the US and UK approaches to the rule of law closer together, in particular by reducing the reliance of the latter on common law rights and duties. However, the UK continues to offer a weak example of the rule of law. This is because parliamentary sovereignty, the central principle of the UK's uncodified constitution, can be seen to violate the rule of law. It is difficult to suggest that the law rules if the legislature is not bound by external constraints. These empirical examples illustrate an important tension between law, particularly constitutionalism, the rule of law and democracy, see Chapter 8. Western political thought and states embraced the concept of the rule of law before turning to democracy as a means of choosing leaders. This has generated the constitutional democratic form that pervades the West. However, this form contains a fundamental tension because of the rule of law. Albert Wheel, in his book Democracy, 2007, calls this a ambiguity in their institutional structure and principled rationale. For him, the democratic element makes popular sovereignty a core normative feature of government. Governments should enact the will of the people. However, constitutions and the constraints of the rule of law mean that the people and their governors are constrained by laws and often courts that may object to their will. As Will summarizes, accordingly, constitutional democracies are typically governed according to two sets of principles. Constitutionalism, which prescribes that governments should conduct their business according to rules that limit their freedom of action, and a populist principle, which prescribes that governments should implement the will of the people. These tensions often play out in battles between the courts and politicians and have been especially fervent in recent waves of populist politics. Despite its wide success, the rule of law also has critics. Many of these critical perspectives are focused on how the supremacy of law does not address inequalities in power between groups and so fails to address foundational inequalities. Marxists, see page 249, for example, have traditionally regarded law not as a safeguard for individual liberty, but as a means for securing property rights and protecting the capitalist system. For Marx, law, like politics and ideology, was part of a superstructure conditioned by the economic base, the capitalist mode of production. Law protects private property, social inequality, and class domination. Feminists, see page 308, have also drawn attention to biases that operate through the system of law that favor the interests of men. Multicultural theorists, see page 314, have similarly argued that law reflects the values and attitudes of the dominant cultural group, and so is insensitive to the values and concerns of minority groups. Finally, recent work in political theory on indigenous politics presents perhaps the greatest challenge to the rule of law. As discussed in Chapter 13, scholars such as James Tully and Glenn Coulthard have argued that modern constitutional frameworks and their claim to legal supremacy have continued a colonial relationship over indigenous peoples into the modern democratic state. Seeing Western legal systems as de facto supreme over indigenous laws and practices continues to subjugate those groups and prevents reconciliation on this argument. Natural and positive law. The relationship between law and morality is one of the most difficult problems in political theory. Philosophers have long struggled with questions related to the nature of law, its origins and purpose. Does law, for instance, merely articulate and institutionalize a set of higher moral principles, or are law and morality fundamentally distinct social institutions? How far does or should the law of the community seek to enforce standards of ethical behavior? Such questions go to the heart of the distinction between two contrasting theories of law, natural law and positive law. On the surface, law and morality are very different things. Law refers to a distinctive form of social control backed up by the means of enforcement. It therefore defines what can and what cannot be done. Morality, on the other hand, is concerned with ethical questions and the difference between right and wrong. It thus prescribes what should and should not be done. In one important respect, however, law is simpler than morality. Law can be understood as a social fact. It has an objective character in that it is usually codified somewhere that can be studied. In contrast, morality is by its nature often deeply contested, subject to different interpretations. For this reason, it is often unclear what the term morality refers to. Are morals simply the customs that reign within a particular community, its mores? Need morality be based on clearly defined and well-established principles, rational or religious, that sanction certain forms of behavior while condemning others? Are moral ideals those that each individual formulates? Is morality, in short, of concern only to the individual? Thinkers who argue that law is, or should be, rooted in a moral system subscribe to some kind of theory of natural law. Theories of natural law date back to Plato, see page 49, and Aristotle, see page 101. Plato believed that behind ever-changing social and political life lay unchanging archetypal forms, the ideas of which only philosophers could have knowledge. A just society required that human laws conformed to this transcendent wisdom. This line of thought was continued by Aristotle, who believed that the purpose of law and organized social life was to encourage humankind to live in accordance with virtue. In his view, there was a perfect law, fixed for all time, that would provide the basis for citizenship and all other forms of social behavior. Politics on the Greek conception was then aimed at encouraging a virtuous life for its citizens. Medieval thinkers such as Thomas Aquinas, see page 133, also took it for granted that human laws had a transcendent moral basis. Natural law, he argued, could be interpreted through our God-given natural reason and guide us towards the attainment of the good life on earth. Thinker Thomas Aquinas, 1224–74. Italian Dominican monk, theologian, and philosopher. Born near Naples, the son of a noble family, Aquinas joined the Dominican order against his family's wishes. He was canonized in 1324, and in the 19th century Pope Leo XIII recognized Aquinas' writings as the basis of Catholic theology. Aquinas took part in the theological debates of the day, arguing that reason and faith are compatible and defending the admission of Aristotle, see page 101, into the university curriculum. His vast but unfinished Summa Theologiae, 1963, begun in 1265, deals with the nature of God, morality and law, eternal, divine, natural and human. He viewed natural law as the basic moral rules on which political society depends, believing that these can be elaborated by rational reflection on human nature. Since in Aquinas' view human law should be framed in accordance with natural law, its purpose is ultimately to lead men to virtue. This reflects his belief that law, government, and the state are natural features of the human condition rather than, as Augustine, see page 121, had argued, consequences of original sin. Aquinas nevertheless argued that human law is an imperfect instrument in that some moral faults cannot be legally prohibited and attempts to prohibit others may cause more harm than good. The political tradition that Aquinas founded has come to be known as Thomism. Since the late 19th century, Neo-Thomism has attempted to keep alive the spirit of the angelic doctor. In the modern period, the idea of natural law was expressed through theories of natural rights. Natural rights were thought to have been invested in humankind either by God or by nature. Thinkers such as Locke and Thomas Jefferson proposed that the purpose of human-made law was to institutionalize and protect these God-given, rational, and inalienable rights. However, the rise of rationalism and scientific thought served by the 19th century to make natural law theories distinctly unfashionable. For example, in the work of Immanuel Kant, 1724–1804, the basis of morality and rights have shifted from natural laws to the fundamental nature of humanity and its dignity. The human capacity for rational thought, a self-directed life plan and agency, justifies rights. This shifted the narrative from natural to human rights, see Chapter 7, which became the dominant 20th century framing. Indeed, there is a prevalent discourse around both national and international law that it should conform to the higher moral principles set out in the doctrine of human rights. In the case of international law, this has given rise to the controversial notion of supranational law or world law, see page 135. The central theme of all conceptions of natural law is that law should conform to some prior moral standards. The purpose of law is to enforce those standards. This notion, however, was significantly criticized in the 19th century from what was called the science of positive law. The idea of positive law sought to free the concept from moral, religious, and mystical assumptions. Many see its roots in Thomas Hobbes's 1651–1968, see page 67, command theory of law. Law is the word of him that by right hath command over others. In effect, law is nothing more than the will of the sovereign. A key development in this narrative is the utilitarianism, see page 22, of Jeremy Bentham. Bentham argued that the ultimate justification of laws is whether they satisfy the principle of utility, whether they raise overall pleasure and diminish pain. There are no immutable laws and rights, just those that happen to raise or diminish utility. By the 19th century, John Austin (1790–1859) developed this into the theory of legal positivism, which saw the defining feature of law not as its conformity to higher moral or religious principles, but in the fact that it is established and enforced by a political superior, a sovereign person or body. This boils down to the belief that law is justified because it is legally instituted as law. H.L. A. Hart's The Concept of Law, 1961, 2013, attempted to refine legal positivism in the 20th century. Hart was concerned to explain law not in terms of moral principles but by reference to its purpose within human society. Law, he suggested, stems from the union of primary and secondary rules, each of which serves a particular function. The role of primary rules is to regulate social behavior. These can be thought of as the content of the legal system, for instance, criminal law. Secondary rules, on the other hand, are rules that confer powers on the institutions of government. They lay down how primary rules are made, enforced, and adjudicated, and so determine their validity. While natural law theories are criticized as being hopelessly philosophical, positive law theories are accused of divorcing law from morality. The most extreme case of this was Hobbes, who insisted that citizens had an obligation to obey all laws, however oppressive, because to do otherwise would risk political chaos. However, other legal positivists allow that law can and should be subject to moral scrutiny, and perhaps that it should be changed if it is morally faulty. Their position, however, is simply that moral questions do not affect whether law is law. In other words, whereas natural law theorists seek to run together the issues what the law is and what the law ought to be, legal positivists treat these matters as strictly separate. An alternative view of law, however, was associated with the ideas of the famous American jurist Oliver Wendell Holmes, 1809–94. This is legal realism, the theory that it is really judges who make law because it is they who decide how cases are to be resolved. In this sense, all laws are judge-made. However, as judges are non-elected, this view has disturbing implications for the prospect of democratic governance. Interestingly, the focus on the role of judges in legal theory has also raised the prospects of a return of natural law. Ronald Dworkin, in Taking Rights Seriously, 1977–1990, notably argued that judicial reasoning requires moral reasoning that must carry the lawyer very deep into political and moral theory. As such, this remains a very live debate. Thinking globally. World law. In its traditional or classical conception, international law has been firmly state-centric. This is the sense in which it is properly called international law. It is a form of law that governs states and determines the relations amongst states, and its primary purpose is to facilitate international order. In this view, state sovereignty is the foundational principle of international law. States thus relate to one another legally in a purely horizontal sense, recognizing the principle of sovereign equality. Not only is there no world government, international community, or public interest that can impose its higher authority on the state system, but the legal obligations of treaties and conventions are entirely an expression of the will of states. This classical view of international law is exemplified by the role and powers of the International Court of Justice, established in 1945. However, due in part to the advent of industrialized warfare and the experience of the two world wars of the 20th century, the classical conception of international law has increasingly been challenged by attempts to found a world constitutional order. This conception of international law is constitutional in the sense that it aims to enmesh states within a framework of rules and norms that have a higher and binding authority in the manner of a constitution. In investing law with supranational authority, it transforms international law into world law. The implications of this are far-reaching. In particular, it suggests that the scope of international law extends well beyond the maintenance of international order and now includes the maintenance of at least minimal normative standards of global justice. This has been evident not only in attempts to establish international standards in areas such as women's rights, environmental protection, and the treatment of refugees, but also in moves to enforce international criminal law through the use of ad hoc international tribunals and, since 2002, the International Criminal Court. Realist theorists in international relations have nevertheless criticized the trend towards an idea of world law, arguing that any attempt to construct a world constitutional order threatens to weaken state sovereignty and compromise international order. In this view, once international law is not rooted in state sovereignty, it ceases to be legitimate. Furthermore, tensions and confusion have resulted from the fact that world law incorporates and extends international law rather than replacing it. International law thus continues to acknowledge the cornerstone importance of state sovereignty while at the same time embracing the doctrine of human rights and the need for humanitarian standard setting. Such confusion is particularly evident over the contested legality of humanitarian intervention, which is seen either as a duty to save strangers because they are human or as a violation of state sovereignty. Law and liberty. While political philosophers have been concerned about second-order questions on the nature of law, political debates tend to focus on the moral content of particular laws. Is law X morally justified or not? To what extent should a given law be allowed to enforce the morality of the dominant group? Such questions often arise out of the moral controversies of the day and seek to know whether the law should permit or prohibit practices such as abortion, prostitution, pornography, drug taking, genetic engineering, voluntary euthanasia, controversial cultural practices, and so on. At the heart of these questions is the issue of individual liberty and the balance between the social enforcement of those individual moral choices through law. How far, if at all, should the law seek to teach morals? Behind this, of course, sit two difficult theoretical questions. 1. What is the relation between law and liberty? 2. How can we arrange that relation in the most normatively attractive way? The classic contribution to this debate is John Stuart Mill's, see page 168, on Liberty, 1859-1972. He argued that the only purpose for which power can rightfully be exercised over any member of a civilized community against his will is to prevent harm to others. In one sense, Mill's position on law was classically liberal. He wanted the individual to enjoy the broadest possible realm of freedom. Over himself, Mill proclaimed, over his own body and mind the individual is sovereign. However, Mill does not end his argument for expansive liberty there. He goes on to make the argument that it is only with expansive personal liberty that human individuals can grow their reason and develop their individuality. The latter, through its experiments in living, would serve as the grounds of social progress. It is in this second sense that Mill saw liberty on more modern liberal terms. Liberty was a condition for social development. As such, he remained committed to a distinction between higher and lower pleasures. The former lifts our individuality while the latter degrades it. His argument is that the freedom of the harm principle is required for the pursuit of higher pleasures. Mill's ideas, however, raise several difficulties. First, his harm principle implies a very clear distinction between actions that are self-regarding, whose impact is largely confined to the person in question, and those that can be thought of as other-regarding. In Mill's view, the law has no right to interfere with self-regarding actions where individuals are entitled to exercise unrestrained liberty. Law should therefore only restrict the individual in the realm of other-regarding actions, and then only in the event of harm being done to others. The strict application of this principle would clearly challenge a wide range of laws currently in existence. For instance, laws prohibiting suicide, prostitution, and drug use, as well as those enforcing the use of seatbelts or crash helmets, are unacceptable as their primary intent is to prevent people harming themselves. Second, what is meant by harm? Mill clearly understood harm to mean physical harm, but there are grounds for extending the notion of harm to include psychological, mental, moral, and even spiritual harm. For example, I may as an individual be free to drink myself into an early death. But what of the psychological harm that causes for those around me? Does the impact on one's children, friends, families justify intrusion? This highlights a problem relating to individual autonomy. Mill undoubtedly wanted people to exercise control over their lives, but he recognized that this could not always be achieved, e.g. in the case of children. Children, he accepted, possessed neither the experience nor understanding to make wise decisions on their own behalf. As a result, he regarded the exercise of parental authority as perfectly acceptable. However, this principle can also be applied on grounds other than age, for example, in relation to alcohol consumption and drug taking. On the face of it, these are self-regarding actions unless the principle of harm is extended to include the distress caused to the family involved or the healthcare costs incurred by society. Nevertheless, the use of addictive substances raises the additional problem that they rob the user of free will and so deprive him or her of the capacity to make rational decisions. Paternalistic legislation may be justified on these grounds. Finally, this standard is controversial for whom Mill chooses to exclude. In a passage that has haunted Mill scholars in recent decades, he notes, "For the same reason, we may leave out of consideration those backward states of society in which the race itself may be considered as in its nonage. Despotism is a legitimate mode of government in dealing with barbarians, provided the end be their improvement and the means justified by actually effecting that end. Liberty, as a principle, has no application to any state of things anterior to the time when mankind have become capable of being improved by free and equal discussion." Mill explicitly excludes groups that are not yet, in his view, governed by reason and equal discussion. This has largely been read as a justification of colonialism, where Mill asserts the legitimacy of suspending Western legal norms when a people does not meet a certain level of development. Passages like this in the works of Mill and other liberals have raised difficult questions for liberal political theory recently about how various groups have been excluded from liberal norms to justify their domination, see Chapter 13. An alternative basis for establishing the relationship between law and morality is by considering not the claims of individual liberty but the damage that unrestrained liberty can do to society. At issue here is the moral and cultural diversity that the Millian view encourages. A classic statement of this position is Patrick Devlin's The Enforcement of Morals, 1968, which argues that there is a public morality that society had a right to enforce through the instrument of law. Devlin's concern with this issue was raised by the legalization of homosexuality and other pieces of so-called permissive legislation in the 1960s. Underlying his position is the belief that society is held together by a shared morality, a fundamental agreement about what is good and what is evil. Law therefore has the right to enforce morals when changes in moral behavior threaten the social fabric and the security of all citizens living within it. Such a view, however, differs from paternalism in that the latter is more narrowly concerned with making people do what is in their interests. Devlin extended Mill's notion of harm to include offense, at least when actions provoke what Devlin called real feelings of revulsion rather than simply dislike. Such a position has been adopted by the conservatives since the 1970s in relation to social change. This is reflected in current anxieties around LGBTQ+ and the expansion of public discussions of systemic racism, amongst others. Against various cultural threats, conservative thinkers, see page 142, have usually extolled the virtues of traditional morality and family values. The central theme of such arguments is that morality is simply too important to be left to the individual. Where society and the individual conflict, law must always take the side of the former. Such a position, however, raises some serious questions. First, is there any such thing as a public morality? Is there a set of majority values that can be distinguished from minority ones? Apart from acts such as murder, physical violence, rape and theft, moral views diverge considerably from generation to generation, from social group to social group, and from individual to individual. Second, there is a danger that under the banner of traditional morality, law is little more than social prejudice. If acts are banned simply because they cause offense to the majority, this comes close to saying that morality boils down to a show of hands. Surely moral judgments must be critical, but only when they are based on clear and rational principles rather than just conventional wisdom. Finally, it is by no means clear that a healthy and stable society can only exist where a shared morality prevails. This stance, for example, calls the very idea of a multicultural and multi-faith society into question. However, this raises the issue of social order and the conditions that maintain it. Order. A concern with disorder and social instability has been one of the most fundamental issues of modern Western political philosophy. In one sense, this is unsurprising. Most early modern thinkers were concerned to offer a radically different form of political power and organization. The breakdown of order was a real worry. Dating back to the social contract theories of the 17th century, political thinkers have thus grappled with the problem of order and sought ways of preventing modern politics from degenerating into chaos. Without order and stability, human life would, in Hobbes's words, be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Such fears are also evident in the everyday use of the word anarchy to imply disorder, chaos, and violence. For these reasons, order has attracted almost unqualified approval from political theorists, insofar as none of them are prepared to defend disorder. At the same time, however, the concept of order entails very different things for different political thinkers. At one extreme, traditional conservatives believe that order is inseparable from notions such as control, discipline, and obedience. At the other, anarchists have suggested that order is related to natural harmony, equilibrium, and balance. Such theoretical divisions reflect profound disagreement not only about the concept but also how it can be established. While there may be competing conceptions of order, certain common characteristics can be identified. Order describes regular, stable, and predictable behavior, and social order suggests continuity, even permanence. Social disorder, by contrast, implies chaotic, random, and violent behavior that is by its very nature. Social disorder, by contrast, implies chaotic, random, and violent behavior that is by its very nature unstable and changing. Above all, the virtue that is associated with order is personal security, both physical, freedom from intimidation and violence, and psychological, the comfort and stability which only regular and familiar circumstances engender. Social control. Order is often linked to the ideas of discipline, regulation, and authority. In this sense, order comes to stand for a form of social control that is imposed from above. Social order must be imposed because, quite simply, it does not occur naturally. All notions of order are based on a conception of disorder and of the forces that cause it. What causes antisocial behaviors, crime, and social unrest? Those who believe that order is impossible without the exercise of control or discipline usually locate the roots of disorder in the human individual. In other words, human beings are naturally corrupt and, if not restrained, they will behave in antisocial fashions. Such ideas are sometimes religious in origin, as in the case of the Christian doctrine of original sin. In other cases, they are explained by the belief that human beings are essentially self-seeking or egoistical. If left to their own devices, individuals act to further their own interests or ends, and will do so at the expense of fellow human beings. One of the most negative accounts of human nature is found in the writings of absolutist, see page 139, thinkers such as Thomas Hobbes, who in Leviathan, 1651-1968, described the principal human inclination as a perpetual and restless desire for power after power that saith only in death. This explains why his description of the state of nature understands the threat of violence to be the main condition of human interaction. In his view, its dominant feature would be a barbaric and unending war of every man against every man. Tradition, absolutism. Absolutism is the theory or practice of absolute government. Government is absolute in the sense that it possesses unfettered power. It cannot be constrained by an external body. Absolute government is usually associated with the political forms that dominated Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries, particularly absolute monarchy. The absolutist principle is thus encapsulated in King Louis XIV of France's famous declaration, "L'état, c'est moi, I am the state." However, there is no necessary connection between monarchy and absolute government. Although unfettered power can be placed in the hands of the monarch, it can also be vested in a collective body such as a supreme legislature. Absolutism, nevertheless, differs from modern versions of dictatorship, notably 20th century totalitarianism. Whereas absolutist regimes aspired to a monopoly of political power, usually achieved by excluding the masses from politics, totalitarianism involves the establishment of total power through the politicization of every aspect of social existence. Absolute government and absolute power are not the same thing, however. The absolutist principle claims an unlimited right to rule, rather than the exercise of unchallengeable power. This is why absolutist theories are closely linked to the concept of sovereignty, representing an unchallengeable and indivisible source of legal authority. There are both rationalist and theological versions of absolutist theory. Rationalist theories of absolutism generally argue that only absolute government can guarantee order and social stability. Divided sovereignty or challengeable power is a recipe for disorder. Theological absolutisms have often been based on the doctrine of divine right, according to which the absolute control a monarch exercises over his or her subjects derives from, and is analogous to, the power of God over creation. Monarchical power is therefore unchallengeable because it is the temporal expression of God's authority. Absolutist theories claim to identify enduring political truths. In particular, they emphasize the central importance of order to politics, and conceive the primary objective of political society as maintaining stability and security. Absolutist theories have been criticized as both politically redundant and normatively objectionable. Absolutist government collapsed in Western modernity in the face of the advance of constitutionalism and political representation, and where dictatorship has survived it has assumed a quite different political character. Indeed, by the time the term was coined in the 19th century, the phenomenon itself had largely disappeared. Modern political thought, linked to ideas such as individual rights and democratic accountability, is largely an attempt to protect against the dangers of absolutism, even as many of its assumptions about sovereignty continue in liberal and democratic theory. Key figures. Jean Bodin, 1530–96. A French political philosopher, Bodin was the first notable theorist of sovereignty in the modern Western tradition, which he defined as the absolute and perpetual power of a commonwealth. In his view, the only guarantee of political and social stability is the existence of a sovereign with final lawmaking power. Law reflects the will of the sovereign. Bodin's most important work is the Six Books of the Commonweal, 1576–1962. Robert Filmer, Sir, 1588–1653. An English country knight, Filmer defended the doctrine of divine right by developing a theory of patriarchalism. In Patriarcha, 1632, which was widely endorsed by leading royalists from the English Civil War period, Filmer argued that the authority of the king is the authority of fathers, handed down from Adam, the father of all of us. Joseph de Maistre, 1753–1821. A French aristocrat and political thinker, Maistre was a fierce critic of the French Revolution. His political philosophy was based on complete subordination to the master. Maistre believed that society is organic, and would collapse if it were not bound together by the twin principles of throne and altar. Maistre's chief political works include Considerations sur la France, 1796, and Du Pape, 1817. See also Thomas Hobbes, page 73. The conservative conception of order has been deeply influenced by this pessimistic view of human nature. Conservatives have, for example, typically rejected explanations of crime that focus on poverty or social deprivation. Crime is nothing more than an individual phenomenon reflecting the moral corruption that lies within each human being. The criminal is therefore a morally bad person, and deserves to be treated as such. This is why conservatives tend to see an intrinsic link between the notions of order and law, and are inclined to refer to the fused concept of law and order. In effect, public order is quite unthinkable without clearly enforced laws and the threat of punishment. The conservative analysis, nevertheless, goes further. Conservatives not only hold that human beings are morally corrupt but also emphasize the degree to which social order, and indeed human civilization itself, is fragile. For example, Edmund Burke, see page 28, portrayed society as organic, as a living entity within which each element is linked in a delicate balance. The social whole is more than simply a collection of its individual parts, and if any part is damaged, the whole is threatened. Conservatives such as Burke have emphasized that society is held together by the maintenance of traditional institutions such as the family and by respect for an established culture, based on religion, tradition, and custom. The defense of the fabric of society became one of the central themes of neoconservatism, advanced in the United States by social theorists such as Irving Kristol, see page 143, and Daniel Bell, who have warned against the destruction of spiritual values brought about by both market pressures and the permissive ethic. From this perspective, law can be seen not only as a way of maintaining order by threatening the wrongdoer with punishment, but also as a means of upholding traditional values and established beliefs. Hence why conservatives have usually agreed with Patrick Devlin in believing that the proper function of law is to teach morality. The concept of order as social control has, finally, been defended with a particular moral psychology. This view emphasizes that human beings are limited and psychologically insecure creatures. Above all, people seek safety and security. They are drawn naturally towards the familiar, the known, the traditional. Order is therefore a vital human need. This implies that human beings will recoil from the unfamiliar. In this way, for example, Edmund Burke and Michael Oakeshott were able to portray prejudice against people different from ourselves as both natural and beneficial, arguing that it gives individuals a sense of security and social identity. Such a view, however, has very radical implications for the maintenance of order. At the very least, it justifies promoting a cohesive political or national identity. At greater levels, it may suggest social homogenization and the exclusion of social difference. This can make it entirely at odds with the multicultural and multi-faith nature of many contemporary societies, suggesting that disorder and insecurity must always lie close to the surface in such societies. As a result, many conservatives have objected to unchecked immigration or demanded that immigrants assimilate into the culture of their host country. The idea of order as social control has also reappeared in a very different framing in recent political thought. Michel Foucault, the prominent French post-structuralist thinker, in Discipline and Punish 1975-1995, used the idea of discipline to examine the nature of modern power. For Foucault, contemporary states are characterized by gentler forms of social regulation that, while normatively attractive, are also more effective forms of control. The purpose of these, as he notes, is to punish less, perhaps, but certainly to punish better. His point was that there was a complex body of techniques and institutions in contemporary states that allowed states to more effectively observe, quantify, regulate, and constrain deviant behavior than previous more brutal periods. Further, and this is the real political point, this kind of disciplinary power is for Foucault paradigmatic of modern states and how they relate to citizens. People are objects of control to be normalized and constrained. Tradition, conservatism. Conservative political thought first emerged in the late 18th and early 19th centuries as a reaction against the growing pace of economic and political change, often symbolized by the French Revolution. From the outset, there were substantial divisions in conservative thought. While an authoritarian and reactionary form of conservatism took root in continental Europe, a more pragmatic and empiricist conservatism developed in the Anglo-American world that claimed to accept natural change, see Chapter 2. This stance enabled conservatives from the late 19th century onwards to embrace qualified social reform under the banner of paternalism and social duty. Such ideas nevertheless came under pressure from the 1970s due to the growth of the new right. Conservatives have typically distrusted the theories and abstract principles that characterize other political traditions, placing their faith instead in tradition, history, and experience. An enduring theme in conservative thought is the perception of society as a moral community, held together by shared values and beliefs and functioning as an organic whole. Although traditional conservatives have been firm supporters of private property, they have typically advocated a non-ideological and pragmatic attitude to the relationship between the state and the individual. Whereas conservatism in the United States carries with it the implication of limited government, the paternalistic tradition evident in one-nation conservatism in the UK and Christian democracy in continental Europe overlaps with the welfarist and interventionist beliefs found in modern liberalism, see page 280, and social democracy, see page 194. In contrast, the new right encompasses distinct and, some would argue, conflicting traditions. It is deeply influenced by neoliberalism, draws heavily on classical liberalism, see page 37, and advocates rolling back the frontiers of the state in the name of private enterprise, the free market, and individual responsibility. However, it also is deeply marked by neoconservatism, which highlights society's deep fragility and warns against the spread of progressive values and cultural diversity. Neoconservatives typically call for a restoration of authority and social discipline and a strengthening of traditional values and national identity. Conservative political thought has always been open to the charge that it legitimizes the status quo and defends the interests of dominant groups. Other critics allege that divisions between traditional conservatism and the new right run so deep that the conservative tradition has become entirely incoherent. Conservatives counter that they are merely advancing certain enduring, if unpalatable, truths about human nature and the societies we live in. That human beings are morally and intellectually imperfect and seek the security that only tradition, authority, and a shared culture can offer. Experience and history will always provide a sounder basis for political theory than vague principles such as liberty, equality, and justice. Key figures. Carl Schmitt, 1888 to 1985, a German legal and political theorist. Schmitt developed a political realism that harked back to Hobbes and influenced generations of conservative theorists. In The Concept of the Political, 1927, he attacked liberal neutralist and utopian notions of politics, arguing that the basic characteristic of political life is the distinction between friend and enemy, and that political conflict is an immutable reality. Schmitt's work has proven controversial because of his association with German Nazism. Michael Oakeshott, 1901-90, a British political philosopher. Oakeshott made a major contribution to conservative traditionalism. By highlighting the importance of civil association and insisting on the limited province of politics, he developed themes closely associated with liberal thought. Oakeshott outlined a powerful defense of a non-ideological style of politics, arguing in favor of traditional values and established customs through an account of the conservative disposition. Oakeshott's key works include Rationalism in Politics and Other Essays, 1962, 1991, and On Human Conduct, 1975. Irving Kristol, 1920-2009, a U.S. journalist and social critic. Kristol was a member of a group of intellectuals centered around journals such as Commentary and The Public Interest, who in the 1970s abandoned liberalism and became increasingly critical of the spread of welfarism and the counterculture. Kristol's best-known writings include Two Cheers for Capitalism, 1978, and Reflections of a Neoconservative, 1983. See also Thomas Hobbes, page 73, and Edmund Burke, page 28. Natural harmony. A very different conception of order emerges from socialist and anarchist thinkers. Anarchists, for instance, advocate the abolition of the state and all forms of political authority, including the machinery of law and order. Marxist socialists sympathized with the ideal of a society without social conflict and the need for imposed order. Marx suggested in the Communist Manifesto that the state, and with it law and other forms of social control, would gradually wither away once social inequality was abolished, though this point has been overblown by critics. Parliamentary socialists and modern liberals have made more modest proposals, but they have nevertheless been critical of the belief that order requires coercion. Although such views are critical of the conventional notion of law and order, they are not an outright rejection of order itself. Rather, they argue that social order can take the form of harmony, regulated only by communal and individual forms of morality and community. This concept of order assumes that the root cause of disorder is not the individual but the structure of society. Human beings are neither morally corrupt nor incapable, rather, the source of socially deviant behavior is society. This argument has a long history stemming from historicist and nurture-based accounts of human nature. For example, Rousseau in the Discourse on Inequality argued that the institution of property is the origin of social conflict and violence in society. He famously summarizes this in the famous opening words of The Social Contract, 1762-1969, "Man is born free but is everywhere in chains." The idea that humans are plastic and that social influences determine behavior is the basis of many critical political theories that emerged out of the socialist, anarchist, and republican traditions, and which developed into 20th century critical theory, page 78, Post-structuralism, page 82, Radical Democracy, page 187, Feminism, page 308, and Post-colonialism, page 336. In these traditions, society can corrupt individuals in several ways. Socialists and many liberals point to a link between crime and social deprivation, arguing that laws that protect property are bound to be broken so long as poverty and social inequality persist. Such a view suggests that order can best be promoted not by a fear of punishment but through social reform designed, amongst other things, to improve living and working conditions. Marxists and classical anarchists have taken such arguments further and called for a social revolution. In their view, crime and disorder are rooted in the institution of private property necessarily and in the economic inequality that it gives rise to. Feminists and post-colonial thinkers, finally, have pointed to how the fundamental power structures of patriarchy and colonial domination have psychological and behavioral consequences for women and colonized peoples. Simply assuming human plasticity and the social origin of disorder does not go all the way to natural harmony. This conception requires a further step mainly evidenced in socialist and Marxist accounts of the 19th century that established it. Their socialists argued that the selfish and acquisitive behavior that is so often blamed for social disorder is bred by social structure itself. Capitalism structures human relation to encourage self-seeking and competitive behavior, rewarding individuals for putting their own interests before others. Socialists therefore argued that order can more easily be maintained in a society which encourages social solidarity and cooperation. Anarchists, for their part, have pointed the finger at the institution of the law itself as the principal cause of disorder and crime. Peter Kropotkin, see page 51, argued in Law and Authority, 1886-1977, that the main supports of crime are idleness, law, and authority. Law is not simply a means of protecting property from the propertyless, but is a form of organized violence. As Leo Tolstoy, 1828-1910, put it, law is the naked exercise of power over others. All laws are oppressive. Therefore, law can only be maintained through a system of coercion and punishment. For Tolstoy, 2018, by blows, by deprivation of liberty, and by murder. The solution to the problem of social disorder is therefore simple. Abolish all laws and allow people to act freely. Like order as social control, order as natural harmony is rooted in a distinct conception of humanity. Rather than needing to be disciplined, people can live together in natural harmony. Order is thus natural, in that it can spontaneously emerge out of the actions of free individuals when social structures do not pervert their relations. This account took two more developed forms. In the first, human beings are portrayed as rational beings, capable of solving whatever disagreements may arise between them through debate, negotiation, and compromise rather than violence. It was, for instance, his deep faith in reason which encouraged J.S. Mill to advocate that law be restricted to the limited task of preventing us from harming each other. Anarchist thinkers such as William Godwin went further, declaring that sound reason and truth would in all circumstances prevent conflict from leading to disorder. In the second, people are naturally disposed to be sociable, cooperative, and gregarious. No dominant culture or traditional morality, nor any form of social control exercised from above, is needed to secure order and stability. Rather, this will emerge naturally and irresistibly out of the sympathy, compassion, and concern that each person feels for all fellow humans. Similar conclusions have also been reached within non-Western traditions, notably Taoism, see page 144. Beyond the West. Taoism and natural harmony. Taoism, Taoism, is a religious and philosophical tradition that, with Confucianism and Buddhism, constitutes one of the three principal schools of Chinese thought. As Taoist texts became more familiar in the West from the 19th century, their critical and oppositional association put Taoism into conversation with Western anarchist discourse, Clark 2000. The link between Taoism and anarchism was established by a shared belief in natural harmony and spontaneous order, as well as what appeared to be a common commitment to minimal government and social regulation. As the 6th century BCE Taoist sage Laozi, Lao Tzu, put it, governing a great state is like cooking a small fish. However, the Taoist conception of natural harmony differs in important respects from the Western anarchist conception. Whereas the anarchist model of natural harmony is anthropocentric, human-centered, based on a theory of human nature that stresses sociability and cooperation, the Taoist model of natural harmony is cosmological and ontological. Spontaneous order is implicit in the universe itself and so embraces both nature and humankind. For Taoists, cosmic harmony is reflected in an exact balance of opposites. Good and evil, light and dark, motion and stillness, feminine and masculine, negative and positive. This notion is represented by the symbol of yin and yang, a circle formed by two intercooled shapes, one dark, the other light. The yin is dark, feminine, and negative. The yang is light, masculine, and positive. Everything that exists is a balance of yin and yang, and only when that balance is maintained can there be universal harmony. In this light, Taoism is not so much concerned with abolishing state power for its own sake. Rather, it is a source of guidance for rulers, hoping to ensure that they rule in harmony with the Tao, the way, and thus act to remove artificial hindrances to the spontaneous workings of the state. Obligation. An obligation is a duty to act. H. L. A. Hart, 1961-2013, distinguished between being obliged to do something, which implies coercion, and having an obligation to do something which suggests moral duty. Though a cashier in a bank may feel obliged to give money to a gunman, he is under no obligation. This can be seen in the distinction between legal and moral obligations. Legal obligations, such as the requirement to pay taxes and observe laws, are enforceable through the legal system and its penalties. Moral obligations, which concern this section, are fulfilled not because of enforceability but because such conduct is rightful. To give a promise, for example, is to be under a moral obligation to carry it out, regardless of the consequences. The notion of obligation is deeply connected to the idea of rights in Chapter 7. In a sense, rights and obligations are the reverse sides of the same coin. To possess a right usually places someone else, other individuals and the state, under an obligation to respect that right. For example, if people have the right to life, then government is subject to an obligation to maintain public order and ensure personal security. However, if citizens are bearers of rights alone and all obligations fall on the state, orderly life would be impossible. Individuals who possess rights but acknowledge no obligations would be unrestrained. Citizenship, therefore, entails a blend of rights and obligations, the most basic of which is political obligation. The duty to acknowledge state authority and obey its laws. The only political thinkers who are prepared to reject political obligation completely are philosophical anarchists such as Robert Paul Wolff, 1970-1998, who insist on absolute respect for individual autonomy. Most others do not debate whether political obligation exists, but its grounds and extent. The classic explanation of political obligation is found in the idea of a social contract, see page 47, the belief that there are clear rational grounds for respecting state authority. Other thinkers, however, have suggested that obligations, responsibilities and duties are not merely contractual but an intrinsic feature of any stable society. Such debates on the grounds of obligation raise an additional issue. What are the limits of political obligation? At what point can the dutiful citizen be released from his or her obligation to obey the state and exercise a right of rebellion? What does this tell us about contemporary civil disobedience? Obligation as contract. Social contract theory is one of the most long-standing intellectual traditions in Western political thought. While usually associated with modern thinking, some form of social contract can be found in Plato, see page 49. Further, it became a central way of framing questions of political authority and sovereignty in the work of early modern thinkers such as Thomas Hobbes, see page 73, John Locke and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, see page 205-210, who are usually seen as the central pillars of this tradition. Finally, it made an unexpected return in the 20th century in the deeply influential work of Rawls, see page 283, one of the most significant thinkers in the Anglo-American tradition. In this, the idea of a social contract has been a fundamental lens through which Western thinkers have considered political questions. A contract is a formal agreement between two or more parties. Contracts, however, are a specific kind of agreement, entered voluntarily and on mutually agreed terms. To enter into a contract is, in effect, to make a promise to abide by its terms. It therefore entails a moral as well as sometimes a legal obligation. A social contract is an agreement made either among citizens or between citizens and the state, through which they accept the authority of the state in return for benefits that only a sovereign power can provide. However, the basis of this contract, i.e. the nature of the agreement, and the obligations it entails, i.e. its terms, have been the source of profound disagreement. Plato's Crito contains the earliest form of social contract theory. After his trial for corrupting the youth of Athens and facing certain death, Socrates explains his refusal to escape from prison to Crito. Socrates argues that by choosing to live in Athens and by enjoying the privileges of being an Athenian citizen, he had, in effect, promised to obey Athenian law. From this perspective, political obligation arises out of the benefits derived from living within an organized community. The obligation to obey the state is based on an implicit promise made by the simple fact that citizens choose to remain within its borders. This argument, however, runs into difficulties. In the first place, it is not easy to demonstrate that natural-born citizens have made a promise or entered into an agreement, even an implicit one. The only citizens who could have made a clear promise, a contract of citizenship, are naturalized citizens. Further, Socrates' notion of political obligation is overly unconditional in that it does not consider how the state is formed or how it behaves. Finally, Socrates appears to have assumed that citizens dissatisfied with one state could easily take up residence in another. Nonetheless, the argument from benefit has made a significant impact on the tradition. The social contract theories of the 17th and 18th centuries, see Chapter 3, include more conditional bases for political obligation. Thinkers such as Hobbes and Locke were concerned to explain how political authority arose amongst human beings who were morally free and equal. In their view, the right to rule had to be based on the consent of the governed. They explained this by analyzing the nature of a hypothetical society without government, a so-called state of nature. While their portraits of the state of nature varied, both argued that rational individuals would seek to contract out of the situation. They therefore suggested that a social contract, through which a common authority could be established and order guaranteed. This contract was clearly the basis of political obligation, implying as it did a duty to respect law and the state. It is important to note that it is unlikely that either Locke or Hobbes believed that the social contract was a historical fact whose terms could subsequently be scrutinized. Rather, the idea was a philosophical device to reflect on the conditions of individuals and social life to justify the best grounds on which citizens should obey their state. The conclusions they arrived at, however, vary significantly. In Leviathan, 1651, 1968, Hobbes argued that citizens have an absolute obligation to obey political authority regardless of how government may behave. Partly, this is due to his view of the alternative. Hobbes believed that the existence of any state, however oppressive, is preferable to the existence of no state at all, which would lead to a descent into chaos. His views thus reflect a heightened concern about the dangers of instability and disorder, often reductively explained as resulting from the fear and insecurity he himself experienced during the English Civil War. However, Hobbes also argued that absolute obligation was a result of the contract itself. For him, rational individuals in the state of nature would only agree to give up their natural liberty if they conferred all authority absolutely on one figure, the sovereign. For him, only such a centralization of power could prevent infighting and ensure security. As a result, though citizens were obliged to obey their state, the state itself was not subject to any reciprocal obligations. Locke's 1690-1965 account of the origins of political obligation involved the establishment of two contracts. The first, the social contract proper, was undertaken by all the individuals who form a society. In effect, they volunteered to sacrifice a portion of their liberty to secure the order that only a political community can offer. The second contract, or trust, was undertaken between a society and its government, through which the latter was authorized to protect the natural rights of citizens. This implied that obedience to government was conditional on the state fulfilling its side of the contract. If the state becomes a tyranny against the individual could exercise the right of rebellion, which is precisely what Locke believed had occurred in the Glorious Revolution of 1688, which brought monarchical absolutism in Britain to an end. However, in Locke's account, rebellion consists of the removal by a society of its government rather than the dissolution of the social contract and a return to the state of nature. A very different form of social contract theory was developed by Rousseau in The Social Contract, 1762-1969. Whereas Hobbes and Locke had assumed human beings to be power-seeking and self-interested, respectively, Rousseau held a more neutral view of human nature. For him, humanity was a historical and perfectible creature. We necessarily change and can be made better or worse by the norms, structures, and ideas around us. Thus, for him, the roots of injustice lay not in the human individual but rather in society itself. As such, his vision of the social contract is his solution to the two principal ills he diagnosed in 18th-century society, the authoritarianism of monarchies and the individualism of the liberal opposition. In Rousseau's view, government should be based on what he called the general will, reflecting the common interests of society as opposed to the private will or selfish wishes of each member. In a sense, Rousseau espoused an orthodox social contract theory in that he said that an individual is bound by the rules of a society, including its general will, only if he himself has consented to be a member of that society. At the same time, however, the general will alone can also be a ground for political obligation. By articulating the general will, the state is, in effect, acting in the real interests of each of its members. In this way, political obligation can be interpreted as a means of obeying one's own higher or true self, especially as for Rousseau, all citizens must participate in formulating that will democratically. Kant's and Rawls's social contract theories complete the tradition's contribution to the understanding of obligation. Kant follows Hobbes in several ways. First, he does not consider the social contract a historical event. Rather, the contract is a rational justification for state authority that lays out why